as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now. This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's action as we continue on the day with our pre-finals. I'll be happy with this here on Kart Chaser here for the SKUSA Pro Tour as the KA100 Juniors, brought to you by TKG Barrel, now hit the racetrack. On the pole, Jackson Gibson, Travis Pettit in second, Nico Gutowski in third, with Isaac Makowit in fourth position. Nicholas Urbazo and Tristan Murphy. Here we go. We're green, green, green. We're underway.
8 laps here for the pre-final distance for all full-size divisions as they get rolling here from Newcastle. So far, so good. It looks like it is. Great start off the rip as down to the inside. Quickly goes Jackson Gibson to begin defense here into the bus stop.
Already trying to play some defense, and we talked about this before, in some of these areas going to have to hug the inside to defend. A little bit near contact for Pettit. Checked him up. Some drivers starting to battle it out like Balog to try and sort things out, but the rest of the field stays single file as they work their way through the technical sections.
Yeah, here they go into the infield for the first time. The scoreboard hairpin, one of the last major passing zones before the end of the lap. We'll watch them all populate and change. Travis Pettit, a little wide there as Gibson has been white lining it nearly the entire first lap. He's still able to do so as they exit the infield chicane. Look at little sizzle around the outside, but he'll catch some marbles, and Pettit's going to find the nose down low. Travis Pettit now as they race down the backstretch towards the finish line, down to the inside, all bumper to bumper as they all wash out wide, 4 wide, and around goes a few of them, and a number of karts. Massive contact right at the end of the opening lap here. Travis Pettit leads the way, but that is a huge crash right there at the end of the major straightaway.
That was a bad one right at the start and finish line area, absolutely, but the rest of the field continues to roll for now as red
there
flag.
It is. Yeah, that was inevitable. That was a scary crash with a couple of karts going around right in front of everyone, and that cleaned out about 10 of them. Gabriel Balog spins right in front of the field. Nowhere for anyone to go at one of the highest speed parts of the racetrack. That is a destroyed number 858 Nash Motorsports machine. Another driver involved. No nose cone for Drew Jensen, one of the top qualifiers. And as soon as we get going in KA Junior, we rush to a halt here on Saturday from Newcastle. My goodness.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing about the timing of where that incident was there. It was right in the middle of the racing line, too. So it's hard to avoid that part of the racetrack. You only have about a lane, maybe each side, to try and get around that kart. So it caused a bottleneck situation, and now it's obviously caused a big red flag.
We'll go quiet here as we continue to bring you all the coverage and give you updates when we receive them. For now, KA Junior, this race will go fully back to the original starting grid as they did not get to the whole field past the timing loop to start lap 1. So it'd be a complete double file restart for when they do reline them, but there will more than likely be some adjustments made as that was a lot of carnage right as they got going.
Just a quick update for those of you at home and for those of you here in the paddock this weekend. I do want to start off with all drivers involved in that wreck. Gabriel Balog, Nate Dupuy, and a couple of others are all okay. Just some minor discomfort in Gabriel Balog's hand that is being checked out, but he was able to get up under his own power. Regarding the race that we have going on here with K8 Junior, under 2 minutes until the restart time. We're going to have a full restart coming our way, 2 single file lines, so it's going to be business as normal.
Thank you, Caleb. And there you go. We will be getting ready to go back to racing action with that bittersweet news. Obviously, we wish for the best for all drivers involved in the incident beyond their physical health to be able to join us back again later today for their main. It'll be a little bit, and it'll be ready racing for all those in the pits here up until we get to the lunch break for the hardworking on-track crew, and that will probably be shortened up a tad bit as well. But nonetheless, we're getting set to get back after it here, folks. K8 Junior hit the reset button. Pre-final action getting set to roll your way here. Jackson Gibson will bring the field back up to speed and with a full lap to clean those tires back off. And at this point here, Justin, this is also going to throw a major wrench into, the initial setup. You spend all that time after qualifying trying to set yourself for this 8-lap run, pressures to exactly where you want them to peak over the course of the 10-minute or so session. And now, well, it's a matter of trying to hope that they didn't rise too high.
Yeah, at this point, you can't plan for a red flag, obviously. You can't plan for the unexpected in that. But you can, in this circumstance at the very least, though, be able to, as a driver, use your adaptability to be able to work your way around this situation, to be able to sort out where's the car going to be, where's the speed going to be. Am I going to need to do this, X, Y, or Z? You can see them just warming up their tires a little bit more here before they get gathered back up for going back to racing. It should be an interesting time for these drivers as they get all sorted out in the shark fin.
Yeah, so Jackson Gibson will lead them back around and will again keep tabs on timing and scoring of what this session will all end up being and what that means for the rest of the day in terms of the original timetable. Superkarts USA Pro Tour events, they're usually able to make up time here in different pockets throughout the day. And if the drivers can behave themselves, well, that makes it a little bit easier. So hopefully we've gotten our woes out the way here with the morning. Let's get set for action again. Jackson Gibson on the inside. Travis Pettit on the outside in the red and white Carlos Sainz machine for Speed Concepts Racing. And here we are into the lanes, down that long front straightaway, ready for action, ready to go. Once again, K8 Junior Pre-Final from round number 5 of the 2025 SKUSA Pro Tour 40 plus, and we're at full song and green down at turn number 1.
Bit of command for the outside from Pettit to make sure everyone stayed in sync, and yet again more issues down at the start line.
Matthew Cagle in the GFC with Formula Works way off in the grass there is right back to work. Jackson Gibson goes to the low side to defend, and around the outside, Isaac Malcott's already ripped the top side once. It almost got him to lead on that initial try. It nearly got him to second there, but it did get him to third. And an over-under attempt there from Nate Golseth almost pulled something off as well. As we now go side by side in the kink. Big move from Travis Pettit. He'll take over the lead.
Did it from the high side, essentially. So these drivers being a little bit more aggressive up at the front at the very least. Where earlier, how about a move by Malcott? Malcott able to jump his way to the inside, take away their forward groove. And now looks to settle on down as these drivers spar it out already. Pettit starting to gain a gap because of all the fighting.
Yeah, so Travis Pettit just off one move, maybe 2 corners at most of blocking and defending, is going to get a massive lead here at the end of lap number 1, and the pack behind knows it. You can see Katowski trying his hardest to push along and keep Malcolm going. He almost sent him a little too deep there at the end of the long straightaway, but it will start to eat into the gap now. So 7/10 the margin as we get back underway.
7/10 is still a decent amount of time to have to pick up there. We can see that close in a few laps if they work together. The thing is, Malcott and several others seem very content on not doing that right now. Someone got the meatball flag in the background, but everybody else is too busy battling more so for second right now than they are trying to focus on Pettit. There's a hornet's nest for about 9th on back as well.
One other thing we didn't really get to touch on during the break, but you may have picked up watching along at home, there was a bit of mist, a little bit of rain that just kind of coated the surface while the karts were stopped on the racetrack. Wasn't enough, obviously, to get anywhere close to wet weather tires, but that, I'm sure, is still something that they're going to be feeling out. The good part is it definitely cooled the surface back down quite a bit, and that'll help if the pressures are a little bit higher. But you can see here already that the racing action has taken some victims. Looks like a pushback bumper has been deployed on Nico Katowski's TKG Bureau Art, and he's going to come under fire regardless. Nate Golstad with a big move down the inside to get to second here at the end of lap number 2, and the gap for Pettit now moves up to a full second here over the rest of the pack.
Yeah, that is now going to be even more difficult to try and close up. Right now, Pettit seems to have lightning quick speed. For those wondering, by the way, Vanchev is right now worked his way up to 8th, and that's still ways away back from the lead group right now. You see him leading his own pack at the moment. Actually passed by Gibson this lap as well to get to 7th. This is going to have some shuffling and ramifications for the point standings for those championship battles right now, compared to what these drivers up front have been able to do, and where some of these drivers in the championship hunt look to take advantage like that we have the chance to. But some of the other competitors, like Max Weiland, are still in 13th. That's the big difference right now for the front runners.
Yeah, that's something to, again, just keep a note on, keep kind of a side eye on. They entered Cincinnati in a full-on tie. And to have this point in the season where it's still going to come down to the wire in KA100 Junior with the way the drops are all going to play out, this is still anyone's game. And for Alexander Vanchev, a pass like that behind him there, Jackson Gibson going in on Bristol Borneman, that'll help Vanchev get some breathing room to keep the focus on the groups in front and try to hunt back up to them. I mean, he's already got a 2-second deficit to 5th here in Tristan Murphy. Running right behind Katowski, now going to go by there for 4th. There's Vanchev, and here's that big battle pack behind Alexander with a lot of moves there in the cell tower. That was one of the Hotes DD machines making a move in the inside. I think that might have been the likes of Jackson Baldus, and it looks like it was. So Peanuts got himself a little bit further up. Borneman now back to the 10th position. Callan Berghofer's in the middle of that there on the blue Nash Motorsports machine, and so again is Weiland. Talking about him from earlier, there he is, the Magic Kart driver, starting to make some gains from an 18th place qualifying effort. An abysmal run for Mad Max, especially comparing how good he looked in that X30 Junior quali session. But he's already starting to overcome that and march up the leaderboard. This time by halfway in, halfway home. Travis Pettit slid up to a second, down to 8/10 last time. We'll see what it comes out to at the end of lap 4. That was a 3/10 gain there, Justin. They're closing in.
And Vanchev is chipping away on the gaps as well, so he might have a chance to get to the lead group if he keeps on going in time. Still keeping an eye on Weiland, by the way. I'll reference this again for those who missed the commentary in practice. Max Weiland had said, well, can take calculated risks for passes. And that's the one thing we're seeing right now. He's trying to make some aggressive but calculated moves to be able to keep going. He wants, quite frankly, let's keep going forward. We have to work together here to close up. But the thing is, that's easier said than done. The further down the order you go, the harder it is to make some of these passes at times, because some people will want every last spot on the racetrack.
And to build on that too, Justin, I mean, it's a matter of trying to minimize the time lost when you make those passes. That move that he made there into the horseshoe, there was just a very short, maybe 100 feet run to the next major break zone in the cell tower hairpin. So that worked out good. But up front, check it out. The leaders are closing. Now they're together. Nate Golseth has tracked down Travis Pettit, and the white flag looked like might have just waved there for this pre-final. So if so, if it is indeed the final lap, which it appears to be, we're going to dance. And it's Golseth all the way to the grass to find the gap he needs. He takes the lead here on the last lap around. Malcutt following through. Pettit slotting to third. Nowhere to go for him. Here comes Katowski and Tristan Murphy all looking to maybe make some last-second changes.
It's going to get harder to try to make some of these moves, though, as this time goes on. Where will they make the move next? We've seen turn 12 be pretty active. They make their way up the hillside. Malcutt all over the rear end, trying to pressurize Goldstep. And a mistake. There's the dive. There's the send. There's the stick. Now back to the shark fin. Once again crossed over. Good crossover by Goldstep.
And from here, he can kind of white line it through the shark fin because they'll end up on the inside for the next corner. How low does he keep it here into I-70? Nice and low. No room there. Pettit will cross over Malcutt. That'll split them up. This will give Goldstep the gap. And now we get our first shot at a finish that goes beyond the original line that Superkarts USA had when we first visited this place. They've got to make it through the 90. A little out of shape, but enough. Nate Goldstep holds on. Pre-final winner, KA Junior. Malcutt, Pettit, Murphy, Katowski provisionally. Talked about Vanchev getting there. Justin, he ends within a full second of the top 5, just a little bit late.
I've seen him do it before with Cincinnati, remember, because one of the races he raced in those classes, he had to go from the middle of the pack to get to the lead group in the first place before making some of those passes. He nearly did it again. If we had an extra lap or two, we might have been talking about Vanchev on the podium of this pre-final.
Yeah, no doubt. Just a little bit more. All in 6 laps, Alexander Vanchev improves from a 21st place starting spot to a 6th place starting spot for the final with that finish, and potentially more with still plenty to go back through. Kudos to Max Weiland. Charge it up to 8. That's going to help him as well. Both drivers need a good run here. And in comparison for the likes of Nathan Dupuis, who entered the weekend with a massive run at the championship, and a number of others, of course, collected in that first turn, lap 2 carnage. Only 37 were able to make the restart. 36 will finish. The only DNF was John McClellan down in 37th. But there's a look at all of the original starters. Ethan Sky Manuchik, Drew Jensen had that scary moment getting turned around. And again, Gabriel Balog was the main driver they were tending to, instantly pulling the red flag for the officials to clear the path and get out the on-site medical team to check in on the driver. But TKG KA Junior, they've gotten through their pre-final now, and we can roll on to the next class in the lineup. Micro Swift, the youngest superstars on the SKUSA Pro Tour. Engines are getting ready to fire, and we're racing here from Newcastle Motorsports Park with our first win going the way on Nathan Goldstep.
Brandon, why are there all these charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Welcome back. Velocity Racing, Sodi Kart, Micro Swift getting set to roll from Newcastle, Indiana. And let's take a look at how they'll stack up here. Zev Gottschalk, what a performance in qualifying to put himself on the front row here for this session alongside Brody Stoffel, and a home race for Jay Howard Driver Development. The young driver from Curacao starting on the inside of Leo Simone, and then Dutch Westbrook to the outside. Then it'll be the likes of Slade Harrell and Liam Francisco.
Then you have Lennox Lockhart, who will start in 7th, Jack Kotowski in 8th, Dominic Nagel starts off in 9th spot with Tyler Blackwood in the top 10. Franco Mayo will start in 11th. Aiden Go will start in 12th, looking to go from the get-go. The 225, though, is off. Able to get back going at least as the rest of the field gets ready to roll.
Yeah, a little hiccup there, but luckily it's still a long time before they get to get up to full power. Although this looks already maybe a bit fast. This is very early on the power for the micros, and I don't think that'll get the green. It will. Green flag. We're racing down to 1, and we've got 2 or 3, 4 of them off down at turn 1.
Yes, several went off of the grass. Everyone else looking to battle. The top 3 have already built up a bumper. That's how quick the launch was. Zev Gottschalk, Leo Simone, and Slade Harrell have now gone on a full-on break. Lennox Lockhart appears to have been caught sleeping. Several more mowing the grass as the rest of the field tries to keep up with the top 3, who looks to pull away fast.
So just getting things started here with this Micro Swift Pre-Final. Here's a look as they work their way through the middle sector of the circuit. Gottschalk leads. Back behind him there, the 2-1-3 of Simone. Then Harrell in the Nitro Kart with Ryan Perry Motorsports support. Lennox Lockhart, Liam Francisco through the infield hairpin will make it 5 deep. And I believe that may be Dutch Westbrook back there in 6, not terribly far back either.
Yeah, not too bad of a start from Dutch Westbrook again. Amongst those in the championship conversation here, in fact, is the points leader of Brody Stoffel. It's going to be the interesting one. Fell back a fair bit off that launch. Immediately lost ground coming up to the start line. And now Slade Harrell is under attack as he's losing ground and going the wrong direction. Lockhart makes the move easily to the inside. Now Harrell trying to bounce back, tries to go for a crossover, gets Lockhart loose. Lockhart plants the rear tires, is able to hold on to 3rd as the top 2 now look to break away.
All good to the bus stop chicane here for the first time, and watching them roll through the horseshoe 2 to 3 car lengths back from the top 2, trying to build a bit of a gap here. Leo Simone is pushing with Zev Gottschalk. Lennox Lockhart's crew about a half second away as we lock in here, working lap number 2 of 7 for the Velocity Racing Sodi Micro Swifts. Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Standing by here with Nathan Golseth. That was a close race, right? You just avoided both of those wrecks in it, but came away with the win in the end. Talk about it.
It was a really close race. I didn't know if I could catch Pettit by myself because Isaac originally got out of my draft after I passed him, and I didn't get any help, but I ended up pushing it as hard as I could. I could tell I was catching him a little bit every lap, but it's a great race, great go-kart, great engine, all put together. So.
Thank you, Nate.
Yeah, no problem.
There you go, Nate Golseth. All good from pre-final number 1, and battle to the end. He had to charge his way back up to the lead pack, and that is what may be the situation again here. The top 2 starting to work together nicely as we've changed again, 3rd through 6th. Liam Francisco and the bright yellow machine into 4th, but it's 2 Nitro Karts lined up now, P3 and P4, so maybe they can work together with a little help from a move by Dutch Westbrook to go by Lockhart there. P5 now for the 233.
Yeah, a smooth move to the inside, and as
we're showing red flag. Red flag in the air here for the micros, and this will be unfortunately our 2nd red flag in as many sessions here from the Summer Nationals, and so the young guns will have to come to a halt in the infield sector of the racetrack. just as Zev Gottschalk and Leo Simone were starting to build the gap. 2 laps completed, working lap 3, not yet to halfway. And the race day will hit the pause button once again.
Not sure, but
we'll give you the information when we can here, folks. We'll go quiet on comms for a moment, let everything sort itself out a bit on the racetrack. But again, a bit of impact there, it appears, for Tyler Blackwood is the driver they are tending to. We'll have Caleb give us more updates here, boots on the ground, when we get them.
Guys, come here. I need all the drivers. Come here, guys. Come here, little bud. Guys, turn around. Drivers. Yo, listen to the race director.
You'd like to know what's going on, I'd pay attention.
What happened?
Everybody good?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes,
I'm joking. All right, guys. When we leave, you're going to hang out right here until we get the go-karts in line, okay? All right, when you leave, you're going to go all the way around. Who's 221? 221? All right, so you're going to leave. You're going to have one complete warm-up lap, and then you get to pick which tram line you want to go in.
206
okay? Whatever tram line he goes in, everyone else has to follow. Does everybody understand? It is single file. Okay? So if he goes into the right, you have to follow and go into the right.
All of us?
All of you. Whatever he picks as a tram line that he wants to go in, you have to go in the same tram line. Okay, does everybody understand that?
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna pass it. Not guys, where are we going? We're not ready yet. You're gonna pass them one time, so you're gonna do a lap and a half of to get ready, okay? When you see the yellow flags, we're slowing down. Once the green flag waves, you can get out of line, yes.
Are you going to do a whole lap?
Whole lap. Yep.
Yeah, you're going to come by the start zone, single file, and get the one to green.
In the green.
A full warm-up lap. Well, you need to stay in your spot, okay?
It's going to be
so
just like leaving the grid. However, instead of leaving the grid, you're leaving here.
Until the green flag.
You're going to pass the start zone once.
Well, you need to stay.
Yellow.
You're single file, so you need to stay. You don't need to be like 3 people in front of you.
And then you're going to come back around and take it. I don't think so. I don't know.
We're greeting you up right now. Whoever's in front of you and behind you, that'll be who's in front of you behind you. Guys, let's wait. We're almost done, all right?
It's okay. I was behind that guy. I saw it.
Are we close? We close?
Holy crap! Look at that. Yeah, that was the bumper that I saw. I was behind that guy. His bumper is fun. His bumper was starting. That's what I saw.
Single file, yes. Copy. Are we cutting any on this one since we cut the last one? Copy. Total of 5 laps. Copy. 2 laps complete. Going to do 5 laps.
I have a question.
You already had laps complete, so however you are lined up right now.
Oh, frick's sake.
All right, guys, let's get in. Let's get butts in seats, guys. Let's go. So once the ambulance, he tells you to fire up. Don't pass him until we're going to make sure everybody has started, okay? Whole lap. Okay, whole lap, just like it, okay? But you're going to wait on him to release, so you're going to go up, but not now, because we're waiting on the ambulance.
Slow, okay? You're going to stay slow, and we're going to get everybody going, and then once I see everybody
when he tells you, when he gives you the signal to go, you can go, okay?
What are we waiting on?
It's not us this time.
No? Yes, and it's been gridded according to the papers that were provided by SKUSA.
Who's in front of me?
Doesn't matter how.
I said it gently first. I was like,
Well,
hey,
you're an official, so
yeah.
they need to respect that.
Exactly.
Anybody in these shows need to respect
The second time, I was not walking all the way across the track.
What did it say? No, remember at Orlando? Aiden! Aiden! Hey, Aiden!
Yeah, copy that. I'm going to lose it. Alright, Jim, Force, the same thing as last time. They're going to get one time by the line, and second time by the line, they're going to get green flag when we start.
Engines are backfired here for Velocity Racing Micro Swift, getting ready to get back underway after, unfortunately, our second red flag incident of the day. Tyler Blackwood, the driver involved. We obviously have had the on-site medical team check and clear him. They're probably still doing a few more checks, and then Caleb will be able to give us the final outcome of the young driver involved in the incident from Team Bennett. The other drivers involved in that crash, it appears, maybe Grayson Knifick and Wiley Lee, but we'll get confirmation on that shortly. That leaves us with 29 drivers ready to take the restart. So they're under full course yellow right now, giving them a full lap to warm the tires back up. When we go green, if it is not shortened, and it looks like it has been, we would have had 5 to go. We will have 3 remaining when we get back underway. So the leaders are getting set to get us back going here in Velocity Racing Micro Swift. A lot of start and stop action, unfortunately, here, Justin. It's not quite the the beginning we were hoping to see from this massive racetrack and the fantastic turnout that has greeted us here for the SKUSA Pro Tour.
Yeah, it's not what you would expect. 2 red flags in 2 races so far. It's been a bit aggressive at times so far up to the front mid-pack, but you don't expect there to be 2 massive incidents so far, or at least 1 massive one, and then the last one in terms of the significance. We know that it was enough that stopped the field in terms of crashes. What I'm trying to say is this track is a fun circuit. There's a reason we've come here for so long for SKUSA competition. It's just that the luck hasn't been on the field side so far today with the way the cautions have flown.
Indeed. It's just, and in this case, right, the front of the Micro Swift field was all playing pretty nice. It caught you and I both a bit off guard by the red flag flying there on lap 3, but we're ready for action. This is going to be a green-white checkered. The restart will hit. It should put us either at potentially 3 or 2 laps to go. Let's see it down to the end of the front straightaway. Back underway here from Newcastle. Green flag in the air. Zev Godschalk leads your field through the 90s and around turns 1 and 2. Here we go, all in one big train behind him as they rocket up and over the crest and bring everything back up to full speed with passes further back, and now a challenge maybe for the lead, not quite yet.
Lennox Lockhart noticing he's trying to play a different line right now. Somebody getting a black flag right now in the heart of the field. But the rest of the pack still trying to sort things out. There's Westbrook sending it inside. Able to make the pass as they work their way towards the middle sector of the racetrack now. At this point, Westbrook trying to get all the points he can. It's going to require a lot of work to be able to close up this gap right now.
Yeah, and now with a big shuffle in the leaderboard, as you can see on the left side, over the 5-lap run. Lots of changes here from timing and scoring, trying to make sense of it all, and I think they're trying to get it corrected. There it goes. Zev Godschalk, your leader, Leo Simone, Slate Harrell, Liam Francisco, Lennox Lockhart. That's how they crossed the line to start lap number 3. And I think what they were doing there is giving us 1 lap back, so it'll be a 3-lap shootout here. Here we go. Down the front stretch, double sticks in the air this time by. How about a double pass? First, third, side by side, into the end of the straight. And the move is made and completed. Leo Simone to the top. However, behind him, an over-under is made by Harrell. And now Westbrook gets through. A big move for Dutch there to get to 4th.
Your series points leader making some moves, but it's going to be Godschalk. Seeing a chance inside. Taking the chance on Simone. Able to roll his way back to the race lead yet again. Godschalk at this point seems to be trying to play the shallow lines, play some defense. It leaves him up for grabs though. Simone able to pass right on by.
Side by side, no, not quite there for second. And now Leo Simone goes to the center of the racetrack here in the green corner to begin defense and try to hold back the fray. Down into the infield hairpin here. The scoreboard move to the inside for Zev. He'll get bogged down. He'll get swallowed up. Slate Harrell is by. Liam Francisco is by to 3rd. Godschalk, a little hiccup there in the shark fin, and then behind him, look who's joined back up. Brody Stoffel from the outside of the front row there in the black helmet is ready to make some noise here and take advantage of the restart. He's trying to go by Lockhart as Slate Harrell goes off. Big moment there for Harrell, and here comes the rest of the pack to freight train on by. The leader's going to have a healthy gap here to start the white flag, and it's Francisco to Godschalk to Westbrook here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Harrell just missed his mark, quite simple as that with how he approached that corner. Now, this is all working perfect for Simone with that gap building up. Godschalk, see if he works with his teammate a little bit here. If not, some of the air battles keep up. How about this going on?
Dominic Nagel in the 215 was looking for something, actually kind of defending at the same time. This is Harrell and Lockhart. This could have been for 3rd earlier in the session. Now they're back fighting just to stay inside the top 10. Ahead of Aston Wyatt and Liam Astalis. And these two, Zev Godschalk, Liam Francisco, they are tracking your leader back down. This will be going all the way to the wire, and a cool part, very similar to, again, Talladega having that further back finish line than Daytona. By switching the timing loop here for this weekend, we would think at this point in the race, maybe a run by the end of the straight, but they wouldn't get there. But it's not over for Leo Simone. If Liam Francisco gets a good exit, he's going to open up just a little. That'll hopefully bring them a chance. Maybe they can make some magic happen in the break zone. This will be a massive run if they can do it.
Not sure if they're going to be able to get there in time, though. Side by side for second instead.
To the line, Simone, pre-final winner. Second will go to Gottschalk with a great move around the outside. Francisco falls to third, Westbrook fourth. Brody Stoffel, a great recovery run. Up and down now to P5, Dominic Nagel sixth. Slade Harrell, Lennox Lockhart, Brody Brown, Aiden Go will end up closing your top 10 finishers here from the pre-final in Micro Swift. And just as we get them back going, they'll head to the scale house this time for a little bit of water and a bit of a break. The sun starting to poke its head out of the clouds here in Newcastle, Indiana. And as we take a look through the rest of the Micro Swift results, all the way down to 32nd with Wiley Lee, Knifick, and Blackwood out, we gear back up for Pro Shifter. Heat number 1 on deck, 42 drivers strong. Corentin Russo and Adrian Reneden getting set to lead your field to green ahead of a number of championship contenders. And again, Reneden and Russo 10th and 11th in the points. One driver currently positioned to get a piece of the Champions Fund with $1,000 and the entry for 2026. The other with nothing there. Russo, though, 10 points for the pole award in Super Pole qualifying ahead of a stacked grid behind him there. Back to row number 3. What a performance this year has been for Michael Avancino, King of the West. Locked up the Challenge of the Americas Championship with a full weekend to go, and he's been making steady strides with the Ron White Racing CRG camp. He and his teammate for the weekend under the CRG USA banner, Aiden Rudolph, both making it to Super Pole. Andrew Boydeshow as well, joining teammate AJ Myers up there in the top 12 to transfer, and then putting it inside the top 10 in qualifying. He lines up behind another veteran in Danny Formal for the black and white GFC crew. Look at that grid. 42 KZ powered machines from about every major brand and every major race team here in the world. Get ready to take part in their first race session of the weekend in Spiceland, Indiana. And we've got a very international field to boot that driver-wise as well. Corentin Russo, Adrian Reneden, and more ready for the first time to hit the track for the lights and the standing start.
This is Pro Shifter Heat number 1. The fastest shifter drivers in the world are lined up and ready to compete. Championship points are on the line for 10 laps of intense racing. A good finish here takes you one step closer to main event victory, but one single mistake can ruin your entire weekend. This is where the tone for the weekend is set. Who's got what it takes?
There's a bit of cleanup still to be had, but it has just wrapped up now. Pro Shifter Heat number 1 with the command to fire engines and leave the grid. And while AJ Myers and Mateus Morgado are 4th and 5th in the standings, they're the highest drivers in what's been nearly a dead even dogfight, with so many different competitors having a chance to take over command of this championship. There's no real outright favorite for the title, but the leader coming into the weekend in the point standings, Jay Irwin. Not the best qualifying effort, but he still made it through to Super Pole, and he will be rolling from inside of the top 5 rows. Let's set it all for you here. He starts alongside Andrew Boydeshow back in that 4th spot, or 4th row, 7th and 8th. He'll be on the cleaner side of the circuit. Behind him to close out your top 10, Aiden Rudolph, Rookie of the Year leader in the standings, 14th in the points coming into the weekend. Overall, he starts alongside a round 2 winner on the SKUSA Pro Tour, Josh Conker, who was, again, a major upset win in Cincinnati, leading all of 2 laps over the course of the weekend. They just happen to be the 2 that mattered the most. He'll start ahead of Kyle Wick. The number 4 GFC drivers had a very quiet and consistent season. Outside of a heat win in Texas, there haven't been a lot of fireworks for the Washington native, but he is ready to drive forward from that 6th row, 11th position starting spot alongside a feel-good story here, a very small team in the making, with Presti Racing's first year competing on the Croc Promotions brand. Vincenzo Saraceno, the lone entrant for them in Pro Shifter. made his first Super Pole appearance earlier today. He rolls from 12th after a mechanical DNF kept him from getting to run all the laps. And your final few inside the top 15, well, a couple of major notables. Gavin Bailiff and 2018 Summer Nationals winner Hunter Pickett will make up row number 7. Billy Musgrave said that was the best the kart had felt so far. The Factory Kart 2.0 chassis design debuting this weekend. And Mr. Factory Karts himself rolls from 15th. He'll have a little ways to go to get to the rest of the drivers fighting for the title. 16th on the grid, joining him on the outside, the number 2 plate from last year, Jacob Gulick, in a much different spot in 2025. This year hasn't gone nearly to plan for him. He was well under the weather in Cincinnati. He managed that weekend to the best of his ability. He still has a pretty good shot to get himself into the Circle of Champions Fund, a championship altogether, though that'll be a little harder than a year ago. And there's a lot of work to be done right here, as you can see the officials hustling down the grid to get all 42 drivers in line for the first standing start of the weekend. Heat number 1, and we've got one that is stalled in the middle of the field. I believe just ahead. No, that is potentially Noah Zarsk on the CRG. They're going to try and get him refired. If they cannot, they will have to wave off the start. And there's one or two more waving the hands. Will this one get pushed off? Let's see it. They'll give the all clear. No, we'll send them around.
Yeah, didn't like how there were some issues there with the karts that had some people stalling out there. There were a lot of people that were lined up at the very edge of some of the tram lines, but keep in mind, you see the edge of the boxes. Yeah, we had an air stall anyway. There was another driver stalled at the back of the grid in the 86 machine. So that is looking like that was a good call, that some of the drivers, like James Andrus, were not going to be able to go off that start. So we'll try this again and build up the hype once more. It should be entertaining to see how these drivers fare out for this race.
It'll be 8 laps for the pro shifters. Hopefully they'll get the full distance. I don't know if they will or not. Again, all the updates can still be found through the SuperKarts USA official WhatsApp channel from Race Control, and that is, again, where they have been posting all of the official results as well. There were a number of penalties after qualifying alone. Pro X30 had quite a few. We had 3 DQs on that session. We had a number of drivers losing their fast lap as well. So there were quite a few penalties there. Mini as well also had a good handful. X30 Junior, K Senior, Micro, K Junior had some. There were a couple in this one specifically. The number 28 machine, a CJ Bowman, had a problem. No seals on that kart. He's got a 4-position grid penalty for heat number 1 solely. And then there were some issues for the 31 and the 47 entries a little further back in the grid. The 31 of Daniel Fellows, improper engine sealing, had a procedural fine there. And then this number 47 machine, a Truly Adams, with an issue. He'll take a 4-position grid penalty here for the first heat race of the day. So 8 laps for Pro Shifter, getting set to go from Newcastle. And we'll set the tabs for you here. Quarantine Russo for Catalyst Driver Development and Italkart will line back up again as we try to get ready for another start.
Yeah, lots of heat already put in the tires at this point, and now we'll see how they handle things off the lights once they get lined up here. You see the field just taking their time to get there. As crew members go inside the track to keep an eye and make sure there's no issues here. So important to get a good launch if you want to be able to finish well, or better yet, even position yourself to have a good start to then try and position yourself later on. And now it looks like much of the field get themselves lined up as you see the marks, just trying to make sure they stay within those markers here, kart to kart, as they roll 42 plus strong.
Here we go. Heat 1, Pro Shifter, all the way to the back. Quarantine Russo on the inside in the black, gray, and white. Adrian Renedin on the outside in the Velocity Sodi. Away we go!
Great start for the front drivers right there. Able to get a good launch. No issues for Russo. through the gears, no issues for Reneden. But now Myers already going to work, getting blocked off, wants to try and make some moves. 3 wide behind him.
That was Michael Avancino. He got pushed all the way to the weeds there. Terrible start for the Ron White Racing driver. He'll drop back just in front of Josh Conker. Other than that, not a ton of movement here in the opening lap as now Conker goes to work on Avancino as well. So it all continues on the opening circuit. AJ Myers bringing the fight to Reneden here on lap number 1. A great start for the Magic Man. He'll go straight to second. And how about Andrew Boydeshow trying to hold the train up here, back and forth, and buy AJ a little time maybe as they all run into the shark fin for the first time. One of the big notes about the drivers' meeting, Justin, Tom Kutcher, Superkarts USA owner, made it very clear he didn't want to see any team play. He wanted everyone to be out for themselves, and they were going to be looking over every single bit of on-track activity with a fine-tooth comb. And now we're side by side, 2 by 2. Morgado for 4th, Reneden back for 2nd.
Oh, good crossover attempt though, put up on that switchback. Just going to get the run right back of the poke as a result there. So, rest of the field just tries to keep on zooming around here. So, still trying to defend. Myers doesn't want to lose any more time. The Magic Man is spending more time having to deal with what's behind him than up front at this rate with some of the squabbling. We know how dominant AJ Myers has been here. I've been trying to emphasize throughout the weekend, though. It's not been an easy start to said weekend as his teammate makes the move.
Andrew Boydeshow really holding up Morgado there with a big-time move. And now Morgado is off. Problems for Morgado and Boydeshow colliding, and one of the championship contenders with a major impact here and a broken right front tie rod. AJ Myers gets away, and Boydeshow and Morgado collide back for 4th. Andrew Boydeshow getting away scot-free for now. Quarantine Russo continues to lead here as we put 3 laps in the books for heat number 1 in Pro Shifter.
Heard it was from a tie rod issue potentially. That's how hard the contact was there from side by side. And that's what happens when you get overly aggressive in some of these areas. A big moment involving the championship there. But the rest of the field looks to settle in as you watch along from the side in the side by side for a moment. The rest of the field looking to rumble. Wick amongst those. Conker still in the top 10. And there's a look at the card and the driver of Morgado watching along.
Yeah, not a happy Mateus Morgado, and you can't blame him either. This was a weekend that should have started a whole lot better. And now what could have been a great run to the title now is with 2 snap tie rods straight off the steering column, off the contact with Boydeshow. Those 2 going at it. Danny Formal, on the other hand, great charge, great start so far. Coming to put 4 laps in the books this time by. He's got Jay Irwin behind him here as the GFC man looks up the road. It's a big gap to Reneden, Myers, and more, and there's contact further back. 2 drivers off, 2 together, one of the TB karts and one of the CRGs. That is the 88 and the 81. It looked like all colliding. So otherwise, mostly good through the first few laps. Looks like it was Vaughn Beasley as one of them involved, Angel Reynoso as the other. Let's check in here with the middle of the top 10. Kyle Wick right there on screen leads a frenzy. Conker, Pickett, and then right back to Aiden Rudolph in the 79.
Yeah, it's still quiet run so far for Conker. Quiet run so far for Wick. He's been running about where he started so far in this run. And the thing about these drivers right now on the average pace is right now their average clip about a 10th or so off the mark of the leaders, and they don't have the track position, so it's going to be tough for them. The leaders, though, are closing in. Reneden is trying to see if he can coil up a run here past halfway, see if he can shuffle for the race lead. Here we go.
Adrian Reneden to the inside and clear. Reneden takes over and instantly covers right back at turn number 1. That'll bring AJ Myers into the fight, and we've got a battle on our hands with 3 laps to go, 3 altogether, and the big man is on the way along with Andrew Boydeshow. Look at AJ around the outside. He gets by on Quarantine into turn number 4, and it's Reneden to Myers to Russo now, the running order.
Last time Myers was here in 2024 with Stars, he was able to come away with a trophy, picked up several wins back in 2021, 22, and 23 in the Summer Nationals here at NCMP. Now he's looking to try and go for the race lead after having a quiet start to qualifying. Just snuck in for Super Pole, put up a decent run in Super Pole. Now he's able to try and get the pole to find himself to the pole spot of the race lead in this heat. A great run so far for Myers, but he needs to close up 3 kart lanes to have a chance at a pass. And he's got Russo, who's thinking about moves behind him still.
Russo had a look, thought better of it, tucked back in. 2 to go. Reneden here. Myers inside. Turn 3. Contact. Reneden's wide. AJ is through. AJ Myers now commands the field as they rocket down to turn number 4. Here comes the wingman. Andrew Boydeshow joins the party now. He's going to look on Reneden, not quite into the horseshoe. And Formal is licking his chops back there. The big guy on the black and white GFC. First race back in a kart in a couple of months. And he's looking super quick. Last time by, fastest of the entire top 5. And it'll only get better now as Boydeshow sets up for a crossover. Not quite there as they all narrow up the exit.
Some of the times, mind you, is with some of the battling going on. Boydeshow trying to cross things up on the 12 machine, coming up to the white flag this time, buys to work the way through the shark fin. Right now, Myers knows that Russo loves to be able to make moves, pull up the draft, go through the final corner, peek to the inside. Didn't get a great run with the checkup, though.
Watch fourth right here. Danny Formal was looking on Boydeshow. Is he going to get to him down in turn number 1? He was there, almost. Myers as well, low and covering for the lead. White flag, Reneden covering for 3rd. They're all stacked up here now as they go to turn 4. Reneden a little over-under here, over-under from Boydeshow. He'll get 3rd away from the Frenchman. And now Formal closes on up. So another change, and the Magics go to 1st and 3rd. Still side by side, but nothing comes from it here into the cell tower hairpin.
Great run for Boydeshow in this run. Needs to close up a few kart lanes to have a chance at one more spot here to make it a team 1-2 in the heat. But I think Myers is in a decent spot. Russo, though, looking for a chance to cross something up. Might need to take a lunge here if he wants any chance. The gap isn't close enough for Russo to realistically do it yet.
Well, the gap isn't wide enough, really. AJ is parking it and staying on the low side. Reneden's going to have to deal with Formal. Boydeshow will be safe. And now to I-70, Russo sends it deep. Little tap there. Myers still gets away clean. They'll race down the long straight. Myers low, Russo high for the Heat 1 win. Massive run in the points if he can pull it, and it will. AJ Myers, Heat 1 winner. Quarantine Russo 2nd. Boydeshow, Formal, Reneden, your top 5 as Danny's able to get the better of Adrian in the late going. Kyle Wick with an impressive run to 6th. Jay Irwin 7th. Josh Conker, Aiden Rudolph, and Jacob Gulick will round off your top 10 from heat number 1 here for Pro Shifter. What a battle up front here to kick off their weekend. And thank goodness we've got them now with a very green to checker run. First session of the day, we've made it without a red flag interruption. And the Magic Man finds some magic from 3rd on the grid. The King of Newcastle is once again on the top of the results sheet, but Andrew Boydeshow right there, and all 5 are close. What will the officials say, though, for the contact between the 78 and the number 1? That'll be a big question mark here as Mateus Morgado from battling for 3rd ends up on the sidelines with 2 broken tie rods, and there is plenty of chatter in the scale line all across the board. That's Justin White and rookie Diego Ardiles chatting after. Overall, though, a good race for the top 5 and a lot of speed for Danny.
You want Super Pole again?
Thank you.
Pro Shifter will have a little bit of cleanup here, so there's at least one clean session on from the SuperKarts USA Summer Nationals. Enjoying the action so far. And now we have a short break in the action following 2 more races. Master Shifter currently getting ready to roll 14 deep on the grid. And then it will be followed up by your K100 Senior Pre-Final. 3 pre-finals will follow the lunch break. X30 Junior with Mini Swift and Pro X30 here for Saturday's action. And what the updates will be on the overall timetable, we'll make sure to communicate that with you as well. But it's AJ over Russo, Boydeshow, Formal, Reneden, all provisional as the results will be ticked on in and updated with plenty for race control to dive into after 44 in total. Pro shifters took the green. We ended only with 34. A number of drivers went out on that final lap. Charles Gauthier, Andrew Byrne, Liam Jones, Tegan Poles, Derek Proctor, Riley Pegram in a last lap crash, Chase Plovop, Vaughn Beasley and Angel Reynoso. We caught the 2 of them colliding earlier. And then the major DNF here. Mateus Morgado, a 44th. No matter what happens in heat number 2, he could win it, and he will still be buried in the midfield at best for the pre-final tomorrow, Justin.
Yeah, that's horrific for the math metric, to say the very least. It's touched upon by Rob Howden so much in the past. That metric so important to be able to know where you're going to line up for the pre-final, then set things up for the final. Well, you have to be able to execute, and you have to be able to keep it clean. And a race like this will basically mean the best you can do, even if he was able to get a win, if my math is right, would be like a 22nd, which you're basically going to have to then carve your way to the field again in a pre-final to be able to have a chance at a good finish the next time through.
Let's go down to pit lane here as the Master Shifters get released for the outlap. Caleb Vieska starting to catch up with some of our top finishers.
Thank you, Xander. Standing by here with Andrew Bajoso. First of all, talk about that race. I saw you and Mateus were pretty close whenever the incident happened. Talk about that firstly.
Kind of lost count when I went for the pass and missed the shift. And I mean, I held my line on the exit. I missed a shift. He went around the outside and put himself in the grass. So I guess he likes cutting grass.
Next, I guess moving forward, right, for you guys, both of you guys have been fast, AJ and yourself with the Sauna USA competition package. How's the weekend been for you as a whole up to this point?
Just reminding myself to have fun. It's just go-karts. That's what we're here to do, have fun.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you.
Andrew Boydeshow, again, we saw that kind of fumble of the getting up out of the gears in the green corner exit, and the collision obviously takes Mateus Morgado out of it. Just a hard racing deal, but it's, again, a hard moment for Mateus Morgado to probably swallow with a 44th here from heat number 1. Still, though, again, racing continues. Master Shifter to the grid. A very close front row in qualifying. It was interesting, to say the least, where they were sorting themselves out while there was still a lot to break down from that first stage of the pro shifters. Jordan Musser by only a 10th and only on a lap less as well than Scott Presti, and then a couple hundredths back to Scott Hargrove to go to the inside of row 2. Tim Hollowell was close as well. The top 4 all within 0.2 of a second. And then Skitchy Barnes was 5th. Justin Kelly 6th. Larry Pegram, John Crow, Robert Feige, Pierce Baldus, Kevin Woods, Daniel Paras, Chris Nabat, and Cameron Cassels. Your 14 starters for Master Shifter from Indiana. We go to our second standing start, and to the flagman once again, Jordan Musser on the white, on the right in the red and white. And away we go with a bit of a hiccup for the entire inside groove. It'll be the whole shot, no doubt, for Scott Presti.
Not a great start for Scott Hargrove. Seemed to stall out almost for a split second, but a great run indeed for Presti as he's able to take over the race lead and try and run away. Hargrove was put into the heart of the Hornet's nest. All of this while things closed up with Musser trying to keep things lockstep up front in his red machine.
He's still bearing down on Scott Presti. Had the edge in qualifying. Let's see if he's going to go here. He does. Green corner and through. Jordan Musser back to the lead. Tim Hollowell closes up there on the VTM RS kart. Right in tow, and they will stay in line, single file. Behind them, things are really opening up. Great start for Larry Pegram to get to 4th as well, and a Matt Scrum further back here. One of the factory carts up the road, no problem. issues here. Who do we have? It is the 633 John Crow with a mechanical issue here. He knew it as soon as he got out of the shark fin, hand in the air. Something amiss. That is a blessing in a way. He'll have fresh tires for the final, but he'll have to go from 14th now with the DNF here in heat number 1, or in the pre-final.
Yeah, and he might have. That's going to be a lengthy amount of time to try and sort out what the issue may be for him. He was already looking at the cart to try and figure it out at that moment. But the rest of the field, Pegram still holds on as the race lead grows. Mind you, that 616 machine is somebody that's raced at SKUSA Nationals. Actually, in the Master Shifter in 2023, finished off in second with PSL karting. So Musser has a lot of speed in that machine to be able to control things here today. Going to be hard to beat.
Scott Hargrove now falls behind Larry Pegram. He went to the outside, Pegram down low. These guys are back and forth, and Hargrove sends it in the shark fin, won't stick it. Robert Fiege now to the bumper on the Factory Fury GP, and he won't quite be able to do anything there. Hargrove with a good rebound. He'll end up still with Fiege pressuring him down the straight. Let's see if anything happens here. Doesn't look to be. 2 down, now mark it at 3 down here in Master Shifter. Let's go back to pit lane. Caleb.
Yeah, standing by here with Adrian Rennerden. Adrian, first of all, talk about that heat race. You were in the lead. Were you expecting that move from AJ?
No, not at all. I think he came from a bit far. It was a good move because he passed, so no, I was not expecting him.
You guys rolling so this weekend with a lot of momentum, right? You won here just a month and a half ago. You won a couple of weeks in Ohio. How has the package progressed for you guys under the Velocity Racing Sodi team?
Yeah, it's really great since the beginning. Just the racing didn't go my way at the beginning. Now we proved that the package, I think, is the best, and even in the heat, the pace was really great. I just have to make better myself and make a better race.
Best of luck, Adrian.
Thank you.
Adrian Rennerden, again, going to probably play that one back and see what he can do to work on himself and get a little bit better off the line. And in the first few laps in heat number 2, it strung out for a moment. And then once he got by Quarantine Russo, AJ Myers and crew were bearing down. And at that point, again, nothing he could do once the whole pack had him back to 3rd or 4th in line, but just try to find a gap that would open. But you were really relying on the drivers around you to make moves, or lack thereof. And similar situation here. Everyone behind Scott Hargrove is kind of at the mercy of what happens as he puts the pressure back on Robert Fiege, who's gone by him while we were side by side. All in line right there is Baldus, and then Woods, and then Peras on the Sodi. This is from 5th back to 10th because the leaders have really strung out. Musser to Hollowell to Presti. This is the fight here to watch. My goodness, Justin.
Yeah, a bit of a dive to the inside there. Just broke up the pack for a split second. Open up the door inside for Peras to just slip on through and get by Woods. Be able to do it so cleanly and quickly. So at this point, it's just about the argy-barginess, should say. I believe Baldus was that cart that he passed, rather. But was about to say, a lot of these drivers, it's about the fun of things. It's about trying to see how well you can race. You are older into the field, but you're here to battle for fun, battle for trophies here. That seems to be the mindset, and right now those drivers are having a ball in that mid-pack, all while the 616 is having a fun old time running away, almost a second up already over the rest of the field over Hollowell right now.
Yeah, Jordan Musser just putting in the laps and managing the gap. Last time by, he did give up a little bit. The lead was at 1 point up to 1.1 seconds. It's now down to about 9/10. But with just a handful of laps remaining, he doesn't have to drive to 100%. Not the case here for the group fighting for P5. Hargrove back down the inside of Fiege, keeps that spot for the moment, and now he'll lead that train out of the infield hairpin and through to the cut through and back to I-70. This time by, it'll be 5 down, 3 laps to go as we head down to the other half of the battle for 3rd that ended with one driver in 44th. Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Mateus, we heard from Andrew. He said he missed a gear and just held his line. What did it look like from your seat?
I don't know if either he missed a gear or just
brake check, but whatever it was, it got me out of the race. Nothing much to say. Now I think my week pretty much ended, and so did my championship. Nothing else to do, just keep going.
Thank you, Matthias.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's about as positive as you can be in the face of the adversity he's going to have to try and overcome to win this title. But anything can happen. We've seen this championship, including in the middle year of this 3-year run PSL Karting's been on, where Marian Kremers snuck it out by 1 point as the positions changed lap over lap in the main event. Caught myself and Rob Howden even off guard of who would end up as the title. It was crazy just 2 years ago. So with so many drivers in contention in such a big field, you just never know.
Exactly, and there's so many variables with that in terms of how many karts you have and how many different driver strategies, team strategy you have to go with in the first place. I remember watching that callback too, and with how wild it was. You had passes on the last lap of the first place that set things up. Billy Musgrave just about snuck away with that championship. It was that razor thin of margins at that time. But all you can really say is it ain't over until it's official in the statistician's book.
That's right. Again, they're still going over a little bit from that session, still going over more from this one here as it develops on the racetrack. Scott Hargrove, man, has he pulled the pin. The speed is there. If he can just put the session consistently together, he is all kinds of fast now that he's gotten away from Robert Fiege, and he's back on the bumper again of Larry Pegram. And simultaneously, maybe a bit less chaotic, there is the battle forming for second here in the closing stages. We're coming to the white flag this time. The gap from Hollowell to Presti has come down to 0.3 last time around. This time by, it opened back up a little bit, so it may just kind of hold, and this fight for fourth may be the highest battle we'll find.
Yeah, right now, just try and change up lines. Seems to be Hargrove trying to find some clean air. All wow. Sir controls things up front. His teammate, one of his kart mates should say, in terms of the color on the kart, still in Larry Pegram, having some issues now, starting to slow down a little bit on these apexes. Hargrove just looking for a place to poke, but can't seem to get the bottom gear up to be able to get the pass set up with how much quicker he is apex in these corners.
Yeah, Scott Hargrove, you can see that he is doing everything he can to get that Attell kart to go, and that was perfect. Caught Pegram sleeping as Larry didn't get off the infield hairpin well at all, and Hargrove gets fourth back. But meanwhile, controlled and managed pre-final. A lesson to the rest of the field and a clinic by Jordan Musser. He'll win it easily in Master Shifter. Hollowell second, Presti third, and here comes Hargrove. Hard fought, but he ends up P4 over Larry Pegram. Robert Fiege will win out over the next battle as Daniel Paras gets Pierce Baldus at the line for 8th. Baldus 9th, and Justin Kelly will round your top 10. More to go. In fact, there's one barn burner still left before a break overall in the action. We've got K100 Senior on deck here from Indiana.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Side-by-side contact. They're in the mirrors. They're both in the wall. Daniel Vasile will win Pro Shifter. Unbelievable turn of events. And Italian Motors wins again. But the heartbreak and the emotion so close.
Everybody knows the Super Nationals. Everybody's watching it.
I mean, Vegas is Vegas. You want to win this. This is our Indy 500. This is our big one.
Welcome to Super Sunday.
K100 Senior brought to you by Nash Motorsports, now hitting the racetrack as they get ready. See how their pre-final now fares out. 8 laps up on the board once again. They're on Kart Chaser from Newcastle.
Let's take you through how they'll stack up here in KA Senior. Diego Ramos, double senior pole award winner here today. What a great start for PSL karting in the single speed senior ranks. He'll be joined by Louisville, Kentucky's Eli Warren for Hoach Driver Development, and then right behind the multinational front row, another international superstar in the Spanish Salmon, Ruben Moya, in that black and yellow Pantano chassis for Forward Direction Motorsports. Brandon Lemke joins him on row 2, and then it's Dono on the inside of row 3 alongside Paulie Massimino.
Then it's going to be Oliver Hodgson in 7th spot. Colin Lloyd will start to the 8th position. Fernand will start in 9th, and Aiden Levy will start in 10th. Zach Clayman DeMello starts in 11th. Keep an eye on him in this one. Finnegan Bailiff rounds out the top 12 starting positions here, Xander.
We go back just a little bit here as we also get set to ride on board the Coastal Link Printing onboard camera for Chase Gassiet-Lee. We saw him from the slow group. He's got a long road ahead to try and get himself into the top conversation for the pre-final. KA100 Senior, a sold-out grid, 48 deep here, presented by Nash Motorsports. We're green.
Good start for the field as they make their way 2 by 2 around the racetrack. Ramos holds off Warren for now. Moya and Lemke battle. Oh, wow, some people already going full, painting the lines to defend. That involves Paulie Massimino having to go aggressive. Chase Gassiet-Lee, meanwhile, he's got the elbows out as some drivers have issues like Warren.
Yeah, that was the Hoats DD driver going off. I don't know. I think that was Eli Warren that went wide. And so now Eli Warren drops way down the leaderboard. It's Ramos to Moya to Lemke, Massimino to 4th, Bonilla to 5th. Warren trying to reset there in the 904. He's buried in the midfield as he's got heavy pressure down the inside and through. Aiden Levy on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. CCD is there as well. Timothy Pernod in the all-white suit for PSL Karting. Then it's Dalton Haynes on the TV kart for Pinnacle Racing Development. And looks like we've got just about everybody surviving the opening lap as they all round the I-70 corner and come down the straight here, chasing that man. Diego Ramos leads at the end of lap 1 and a pass for second. Battle for second. Moya back through.
Moya trying to park the bus in front of Lemke. Lemke gets the crowbar out, though, to be able to make the move right back. Hold on a second. Moya's been passed by several others because of it. Moya all the way outside the top 5 as Hodgson is able to slip his way on through. Not the start that Moya now wanted in the second lap as he's under attack yet again.
Yeah, Ruben Moya, from what was just a battle for second now, is a battle just to stay inside the top 10. Colin Lloyd by, and his teammate there in a 1-2 punch for Velocity Racing's trying to go. ZCD with an elbow to the inside of Moya, and back goes the Spaniard. He'll lose 3, 4, 5, 6 spots maybe now as another one's going to slip by on the inside. One of the BJR LN carts is through. That looked to be Fernando Luque. And as well, Eli Warren, another top starter, in synchronized fashion with Moya, gets shoveled off. And we've got one around. It's Quentin Angeli. The Rocket Racing Company LN kart goes for a spin in the infield. All the while, Ramos continues to lead. Here's a look at the progress for CGL. He's right behind the number 3 plate from last year, Henry Wheeler, as they get to the end of the front straightaway. And he'll close on up to him now as they roll through turns 1, 2, and 3. We're following all kinds of action here, but it's all behind the lead with a huge gap for Diego Ramos.
Yeah, right now Ramos is just waving off into the sunset saying thank you very much for the huge run. 4/10 quicker than everybody else in this battle pack right now. Lemke yet again another send. Another send alongside by Hodgson as he keeps on moving forward. Hodgson just picking up spot after spot, but keep in mind, Paulie Massimino is up to second. He's trying to pull his way ahead as yet again Hodgson gets passed once again, this time by Lloyd.
Oliver Hodgson, a quiet run up the board here from a so-so qualifying as there's contact. Levy up on top of the left rear of Dalton Haynes. Aiden Levy, Dalton Haynes trying to get unhooked, and they are buried in the turf and grass, and thick grass here at that with a lot of rain over the last day and a half. Another lap down here, and now where will they fall? They were running inside the top 10.
I was about to say, unfortunate for Haynes, who's running double duty this weekend with the Pro Shifter debut, but now almost 2 seconds up. Another 3/10 picked up last time by Ramos. Compared to the rest of the field, that's how much they've been sparring it out. 4th second yet again. There goes Lloyd, dives his way up the inside. Hodgson tries to cross up Lemke. Instead, he'll stay in the choo-choo train. And this is the frustrating thing is, you know you've got speed if you're up there. You know you can contend, but you also have a lot of people who don't want to just sit back and ride. You have people like Bonilla saying, I've got to move ahead for myself here. I've got others like Pernod who say, I've got to go as well. So there's so many different factors of a lot of these karts that just are battling it out as Ramos is just able to sail off and away.
Yeah, Diego Ramos' lead up and over 2 seconds now. Paulie Massimino best of the rest, and it won't stay that way. Here comes Colin Lloyd to the inside with help from Lemke. He'll take over second. Behind him, there's Hodgson down the inside. He'll take over that spot from Pernod for 6th to get back a little bit. And the update on, ZCD's the next best. He's a little bit further back, and then it's a big gap to Eli Warren, your outside top qualifier. He's running with Fernando Luque, currently 9th and 10th in that duo.
Yeah, right now, so far, not been able to do much back there. Warren, at the very least, able to recover some of the spots lost. What's been a disastrous start to their race right now. All of this is while Lloyd, great run. He started off this race in 8th position, Xander. He's been able to just pass kart after kart. And it's not a name we haven't talked too much about. Didn't pop as much Cincinnati. But today, Lloyd's been able to pop up aggressively to showcase some great ability in this pre-final to be able to pass karts.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd marching through the field. That is ZCD. He was looking for help from Lemke, didn't get it, crosses him over, and it all ends up with a 2/10 loss there to the pack in front. This time by, it'll be 3 to go. And you can see it's all just kind of split to packs of 2 and 3 from passes back and forth. And DeMello and Lemke now will lose a little touch to Pernod and Hodgson from all of that. Eli Warren continues to charge back forward, closing up to that group altogether with Luque in tow. And how about the run from the drivers buried in the field? Ruben Moya has been able to recover to 14th here, trying to get back going again after a terrible start for him back behind him as well. Last year's champ James Overbeck, 15th. Chase Gassiet-Lee from way back up to 16th. Then Henry Wheeler in the 3-plate. These drivers all spread apart. This is onboard Gassiet-Lee, P16. That is James Overbeck, I believe, up the road there in the BJR LN Kart as Gassiet-Lee's charge continues here in KA Senior. But we've got plenty of action the further back you go, and notables to talk about. Again, the biggest ones from the top runners, Dalton Haynes and Aiden Levy, they both went to the rear. Haynes pulled in. Levy is still going. He's last one on the racetrack, though, in 44th. Dalton Haynes will get a 46th result for this pre-final, and he'll start from the rear for the main. Ramos will get the double sticks, and then the battle is on here for second.
Yeah, so far, things continue to spar out more and more. Bonilla now is up to third spot for reference, but some of those outside the top grouping starting to lose a little bit of touch. Zachary Kluman DeMello having to play some defense yet again, trying to catch up to Lemke, but he's having to focus on Warren, trying to build up some runs. Luke K just waiting in the wings, waiting in the popcorn seat as those two in front of him white line the lines. Massimino yet again with a narrow move. Hodgson moves on through. Pernod as well.
Back goes Donovan Bonilla, Timothy Pernod, Oliver Hodgson, and Paulie Massimino. 4, 5, 6, now 3, 4, 5. And that's going to put Bonilla vulnerable here to Lemke soon enough. Behind him here, this battle is once again heating up as DeMello continues the backward slide. Pernod with a move inside. That'll be done on Hodgson. And Bonilla gets new life as well as he puts the heat back on. Here comes Lemke. Bonilla, high, crossover, not there. And they're going to stack up behind the Canadian down the long straightaway. Let's see if anyone ducks out to the high side. Bonilla looking, thinking about it, doesn't want to let Lemke by as he sets up for it. And it will end up with a net of nothing. No changes there. White flag out now. The top couple have all spread apart, so this is the highest battle we've got. Fourth on back because Massimino is well up the road. Lloyd the same, second and third as Ramos continues to drive away. Lemke, nothing there on the outside.
Yeah, Lemke had to drive back to have a chance to be able to get into this group after all the shuffling. It pushed him right back into Lemke. So we would have a shot here. Dominant run for Ramos. Zachary Kluman DeMello having a decent position for later on if things hold. But right now, this grouping for fourth, not done yet. Will Bonilla take a poke? Instead, defensive lines for Pernod as they slow up for the shark fin.
So Timothy Pernod inside defending here. Final half a lap, final third of a lap to go. Oliver Hodgson looking on. I think both of them will start to widen the line a bit as they've gotten some breathing room from Bonilla. And it will all hold out nice and easy for Pernod's teammate up the road. The battle continues, but Diego Ramos will score the win. Look at the battle for second down to the line. Lloyd and Massimino. Paulie's going to get it at the last second, the 11th hour. Paulie Massimino sneaks by for P2. And the fight for fourth, Pernod, Bonilla, Hodgson, Lemke. And then DeMello, Warren, and Ruben Moya recovers to 10th, which when you compare what else has happened to some of the top 10 starters, that is still a decent ending. One more off. Final turn, 2 together, 3 together. All in the last corner coming to the line. The 987, the 971. That is Josh Leslie around, Maxim Barron around. Both drivers were up a bit. And there was one more collected that did get away. And, well, this will be a lot to look at and a lot to clean up from here as we go to the break. We'll be back with action at the top of the hour, folks. 2 p.m. We'll kick things off with the X30 Junior Pre-Final and roll straight through the rest of the day's activities. Diego Ramos, pre-final win, flag to flag, the most dominating performance so far, with a 4-second plus margin of victory. Paulie Massimino, second to Colin Lloyd. And with the 46 in total, there's one driver on the back there. 48 in total, but a couple DNFs off the rip. Dalton Haynes, John Main, Lorenzo Kaufman down there as well. But a fun ride for us, riding on board Chase Gassiet-Lee, a net gain of a handful. he'll start a little better in the main event, barring any penalties for him, and maybe benefiting even more from some up ahead, because there's a lot to break down from it all. But how about that, Diego, with a great performance to back it up. He has been on top in every official session so far he's competed in. Pole in both Pro X30 and K100 Senior, and a win with every lap led in KA here. We have a break on deck here. We'll let our hardworking team and the Superkarts USA and Newcastle Motorsports officials get something to eat and some water as well. It's going to heat up, and the sun is shining from Spiceland, Indiana. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to go racing once again. X30 Junior on the racetrack now, and we will get ready to bring you through the entire lineup for the division presented by Rollison Performance Group. Today, Max Weiland topped the board in qualifying. He'll start alongside the Speed Concepts Racing Sodi Kart of Sarah Bradley. Tristan Murphy will start on the inside of row 2 for an all OTK second row, alongside rookie Ashton Woon. Justin?
Then it's Luca Pescu who will start in the 5th position. You have Marco Salmon who will start in 6th. Lucas Blasio starts off in the 7th spot alongside Travis Pettit. Then it's going to be Jude in 9th. Edward Kennedy, the top 10.
Jose Helfen will start on the inside of row 6 alongside rookie Royce Vega. It'll be Tyrone Kemper Jr. on the inside of row 7 with Cole Medeiros. Jackson Gibson, top qualifier in K Jr., 15th for X30 Junior. Katowski, Golseth Varela, Jackson Porter, and Jeremy St. Cyr, your first 20 starters. 45 in total make up the RPG X30 Junior class. Here's a look further back for the middle of the sandwich. 21st for Grayson Walcott, 22nd for Yukin Yao. Find your favorite driver, point them out, and figure out where they'll start. And if you don't see them yet, well, there's one more group to go. 45 in total. Biggest notable, Alexander Vanchev to the rear in the 796. Talk about an uphill climb. Let's see how far he can go as we get set for action. X30 Junior Pre-Final Saturday for round 5 of the Pro Tour. We're green.
Good start up front, 2x2 for third on back or so. Max Weiland able to hold on for the time being with everyone else trying to shuffle forward. Going to be interesting to see how far Alexander Vanchev gets here, but the rest of the field all trying to make dive bombs. Everybody went to block the inside.
All good, though, as they head to the cell tower. Travis Pettit with a move there on Marco Sammet. He'll get by. Single file for the train as they rocket out of that back hairpin for the very first time and crest the hill to the green corner. All good. Weiland leads to Murphy. Back to Sarah Bradley, Woon, and right there is Popescu, who pops out a line in the infield. No one inside your top 8. Couple moves further back. But Mad Max following the trend of the Magic Carts up front here in Indiana, with AJ Myers and Andrew Boydishow going 1st and 3rd in the first Pro Shifter heat race. Weiland leads us out of the I-70 corner as we go to put 1 lap in the books and 7 to go around this 1.1, nearly 1.2 mile layout. But he's got company. Here comes Tristan Murphy with a huge run at the end of the straightaway.
Looks like followed right on through. No problems for Bradley rather on the push. Now shoving forward, Bradley takes over the lead. Able to sneak on through, near contact for 3rd, as now they go 3 wide. Popescu trying to block all the lanes, able to successfully do so. A little bit of aggressiveness starting to pop up here already in the front group with a lot of back and forth.
That was Edward Kennedy having to drop a tire in the grass. He'll end up okay, though, out of the cell tower hairpin, and that's going to spread out a lot of your leaders. It's Sarah Bradley now out in front. Pass for 3rd. Popescu sends it down the inside on Murphy. That'll make these two get an even bigger gap further back as they go nearly 3 wide with a send and a half from Ashton Woon. Big time moves from the young man on his first junior season, and he'll back it up with another one. That'll be for 3rd, and a crossover for the lead. Weiland takes back over.
Weiland able to retake the lead, no issue, and now looks to try and run away, keep things a little bit calmer for now. Thing is, I don't know how calm that's going to be with everyone else picking up so much draft down the long straightaway, heading up into the start and finish line area. That area of the racetrack brings so much closing effect, it seems, with these X30s here today. In fact, everyone's already closed up to 2nd. They're all trying to find a way around Bradley. Here we go. Woon to 2nd, and to 3rd goes Popescu.
Getting reports of a massive incident, and one driver's gone up and over. It is one of the Biro Art machines in the I-70 hairpin at the end of lap number 2. And it looks like it may have been Indy Irwin, the younger sister to Jay Irwin. And the PSL karting driver up and okay. We stay green. Weiland with a gap now to Woon and crew. This time by, it'll be 3 down, 5 to go with still lots of movement. This time Murphy's the one to pull the trigger in the infield. He'll get a spot back on Marco Salmon as they rocket to the infield shark fin.
See how tight that area is up in the shark fin with that camera viewpoint. It's so razor thin margins on the racing line. It's so hard to make a pass there where if it does happen, it's because of a bold move and a mistake being forced by that air driver. But right now, Popescu going with competition. Some of the others getting a little bit of crashing.
That was Murphy. He got into the side of someone there as they all stacked up, and I think he saved it. He did. Great save by Tristan. He'll hang on behind his RPM teammate of Jackson Gibson. And your update on your current points leader and the progress made by Alexander Vanchev here at the end of lap 3. He's up to 28. He's already up nearly 20 positions. This is an impressive drive. It will come a lot easier as this pack continues to fight further back of how far up the board the RPG Cosmic can go while we keep tabs on the leaders, including one of them being his teammate, Luca Popescu, trying to hunt down Max Weiland.
Yeah, they're trying as hard as they can to close up half a second so the distance. I think it's doable to close up. We've seen gaps like that eviscerate after about a lap or two where you end up having a tenth of a second gain, then you pick up 3/10. You're right there for that next lap. So there is a lot of time if they don't push the tempo too hard to go and close up the gap. And I mean push each other to passes. Here's some passes right there.
Palacio through on Marco Salmon. Lucas is by, and now they'll stack up behind him as the JHD Kart Republic commands this group with a mistake. Big bubble for Palacio coming out of turn number 3. He'll pay for it. Here's Salmon through, Pettit through, and the whole pack should get almost by. Murphy can't, and it'll be a 3-spot loss right after a 1-spot gain for Lucas Palacio. Looking at all the movers and shakers here. Jackson Gibson up quite a bit. Nate Golseth was up okay. Now he's going to fade back to about where he started or worse. He was up 7 last time by, and a big off there for him. One more off top of the screen. One of the RPG Cosmics pushed off the road, and as it shuffles down, Palacio with a move there, but you can see Vanchev up to 26 now. 19 spots on the board and still going as Weiland has company finally for the lead here. It'll be 4 deep when they hit the line for 3 laps to go. Sarah Bradley at the helm, or at the back of it, and Marco Samet leading that next group about a 1.5 seconds away. Here's our first challenge for the top spot in a couple laps. Ashton Woon is through.
And like I said, it was expected to be able to close up the gap. Was expecting a little bit more time for it to happen, but Woon's just that quick as a driver to be able to chip away as quick as possible. He's been able to go for aggressive but also tempered moves at times and make it work. Weiland going for a calculated move takes the lead back.
Waited only half a lap that time. He looked back. He saw that Popescu and Bradley were there. If there's going to be more than one driver around him, he wants to command the field, and so does Ashton Woon. So he's going to try and at least hang on to where he's at in the pack. A little defensive move there. Let's see if he covers here. He will. Bradley inside on Popescu for 3rd. Not going to happen.
Yeah, but all that battling for the race lead where you had that dive back by Weiland has allowed everybody to close right back up in terms of that top 4 at least. Could go to any one of those 4 now as a result of some of the battling, and that's some of the risk you take on the switchback where you lose time if you end up making the move in the wrong spots. And now Woon is all he can do is set things up, try and close back up and get in a position to make another move.
He doesn't have a lot of time to do it. He'll need to hit the reset button fast. As you can see, the clouds continue to loom behind the facility. We'll keep a tab on the weather for sure as Marco Samet leads for 5th on back here to Pettit, Murphy, Gibson, and Palacio all in this train of 5. Oh, contact. Pettit knocks sideways there off the accordion effect from Jackson Gibson. They'll both lose 2 spots.
Yeah, went to the brakes, ended up having the contact from behind, cost him so much time. And now that's going to be frustrating as a driver because Pettit was having a great run on his mark. Now having to just block to be able to hold on to the top 10 or so with Gibson. So we'll see how aggressive they get back to going here. Here's a look at the replay. Yeah, just got the number plate.
Yeah, just got in a bit deep there. And again, they're having to use new judgments from the normal braking marker you would have. Then you have to brake earlier, and then on top of that, now you've got a driver in front defending, trying to keep from getting crossed over. They're braking even earlier than normal. So more moves here at the end of the straight. That's Murphy with a slide job on Marco Samet, and that'll be for 5th. My goodness, that incident in the cell tower has now kind of bled down to a 3-way fight that's going to be at best for 7th here on this final lap. These two are going to be able to go back and forth, and it won't matter. 5th or 6th is all they'll end up in, because these three are still battling it out. And up front, there's not much movement either. So all around, just free play, I would say here, Justin. They can fight and try some different moves they might want to put in their back pocket for the main later today, with all the back and forth moves like this, a crossover out of the green corner by Samet. And the same here for Travis Pettit on Gibson. Let's see if either one pays off. It won't. And maybe it'll happen here. Travis, big move, big slider, not quite. Up front, this is battling for 3rd. Popescu versus Bradley up the road. It'll be 2 spread out for the win. So this will be the next highest fight to the end. It's Weiland by a couple car lengths with a comfortable cruise. He'll score the pre-final win, an X30 Junior over Ashton Woon. And Luca Popescu hangs on over Sarah Bradley for 3rd.
And nice battling by Popescu to be able to slice up to that 3rd position in this race. Some side-by-side of the battle for top 10. Boyd Palacio got the edge by 99/1000 of a second over Pettit. A close finish for 7th as the rest of the field takes the checkered in X30 Junior.
So here's a look at how they stacked up from our first pre-final post-lunch break. 2 more heat races remain for the double main classes. Mini Swift on deck, and you've got the likes of the Pro X30s gearing up and chomping at the bit to get after it here. But for X30 Junior, Max Weiland, top of the board. Ashton Woon, Luca Popescu, Sarah Bradley, and Tristan Murphy. And the forward charge from Alexander Vanchev, well, he got more than halfway, 45th to 20th. We'll have a long road still ahead to join the leaders in the main, but double the distance. That'll make it a little bit more possible to try and pull off a stunner like that one. So kudos here to Alexander Vanchev on the drive forward. Kudos to Max Weiland and crew up front. Solid performance here from our first pre-final today. Well, we saw it on paper, 45th to 20th for Alexander Vanchev. Take a look at this here on the final lap, trying to navigate everything. That was him in the middle, heading down the back straightaway to start that last lap, I believe, and further on into the final corner. That might have been a little deeper on, but he was in the middle of it. He was in the swarm, and the bright yellow suit for DHL's livery of the RPG driver is easy to pick out, and man, did he have that thing moving up the grid.
Yeah, and it's not a surprise to see him gain so many spots, since after all, he's put on performances in this class where he's gone 20 seconds ahead of everybody else. So at the very least, he's able to get himself an okay spot. Not a great spot, not a good spot for the final. It's going to be, where does Vanchev get to? And where does that go, which is going to impact the points. And you talked about, I believe you were talking about drop points earlier, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So this may end up being the drop if he doesn't get himself in the top 3 like he normally would be.
Yeah, I mean, he's comes into today with a 206 marker drop. I mean, that's still not an ideal drop round to head into tomorrow, but the good news is it's no different for everyone else further back. They all have to perform and gain a lot of points. He enters with the drops factored in, still 174 markers up on Hurricane Travis Pettit, who obviously had a good run there. Ashton Woon's tracking for a very good day himself with that second place run in the pre-final, so that's a 90 marker haul, I believe, on the breakdown for Ashton. So 90 there. If a Woon could then pull off even a top 3, that's going to end up being a 260 point day. So he'll gain a bit, but it still would have to be massive. He needs a bad day today and a bad day tomorrow. I tell you, one driver that's having a great day so far today, and that's none other than Mad Max, 4th in the championship entering, and now 1st after our first pre-final for X30 Junior of the weekend.
Yeah, Max, what a start to the day, right? Already a win to your name. But I want to talk about, the last month for you. You've been over across the pond racing over there in Europe. What have you kind of learned, and what have you brought back to the States with you?
Well, I knew that the racing there is much different, much more sometimes aggressive, and I was just able to learn. I saw what they were doing and implemented it in the race, got a gap, put my head down.
Talk about this weekend, right? How has it been for you guys under the Magic Tent?
It's been good. I didn't have a great result in KA, but in X30 I've been flying all weekend. Got a pole, got the win. Let's see what we can do in the final.
Well, best of luck, Max.
Thank you.
Just in time.
Kart's onto the racetrack in Speed Concepts Racing Mini Swift. Santiago Orioli getting ready to lead your field to green with the 166 OKP Kart Republic starting on the point alongside Wayne Gottschalk. Lawrence Perriman will join him on row number 2 with Liam Nachawati on the outside. It'll be Jaden Francisco and Aston Wyatt back on row 3. Cameron Johnson, Enzo De Janeiro back on row number 4, and Maxwell Macha and Gabriel Salza on row 5. You can see the dark skies there before we release the grid with the wide angle shot. The inclement weather is continuing to loom and lurk around the property, and there is some serious weather forming to the west. We're going to keep tabs on it all as we have been, and no doubt the mechanics and race officials are as well. Connor Lipka, Paxton Romero back on row 6. Lucas Tarango, Kai Park, Colton Schneegenberg, Lucas Bertagna, Ty Morweck, Clayton Stiles, Pedro Cueto, Aaron Spears, your top 20.
You have Colton Brook back there, Brennan Shore, you have Simon Klein, Joshua Wheeler, we talked a little bit about him in practice. You have Byron Bourneman and Axel Garcia, Hudson Hidalgo and RJ Brown back there with Alex Chandler and Marcelo Flores. And you see the cloud cover that you've alluded to here. It looks pretty looming. It was projected yesterday to be a thunderstorm day. It turned to sunshine. And now it looks like the rain wants to say hello again.
It'll be something to keep a note on as the drivers here are at least greeted with the sun still peeking through overhead. We're dry for now. Let's see if we can keep it that way for 7 laps. The boys and girls in Mini Swift got to keep it clean to get this race straight in on slicks without any issues. 35 deep. Orioli on the right. Gottschalk on the left. Here we go. We're racing.
And a good start once again by the controlled car in Orioli. Able to get a good pull, and Perriman got an even better launch, able to take away second. Perriman already looking aggressive. Same being said for some of those like Francisco and Nachawati, as several people looking for times already.
Now down into the cell tower hairpin we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a line before the pack splits there at Maxwell Macha. And all chasing Orioli, like you said. Great start once again for the pole sitter, but it's just going to go to the wayside like that. Lawrence Perriman to the lead here into the infield, and they are all scattered behind him here. 2 wide. Gottschalk gets 3rd away from Orioli, and behind him as well, Macha and Aston Wyatt are making moves. Here's the 121 RPM Nitro Kart to the inside. He'll get that spot away.
Yeah, a lot of aggression right now in the pack as another move. Nachawati slides up, crossed over by Perriman. Ehrman able to give him a crossover like a basketball, like his helmet. And now Nachawati says, I'm going for the crossover back. Thank you very much. To the inside. Both of them missed their marks. Able to slow it down in time. Nachawati with a huge charge to start from 4th.
Out of turn number 3 and up and over the hill, Liam Nachawati commands over Lawrence Perriman. And it's Win Godshock with a little breathing room out back that can keep the focus on joining those two. Liam Nachawati had a great drive to start the year, talking about Max Weiland and his recent short stay in Europe. It's been a very, very busy travel schedule for Liam Nachawati. Back and forth from American events to European events and onward. This weekend fit the schedule nicely. And he's back behind the wheel of a JHCD Kart Republic that he's already found success on in the Super Karts USA family of events. Enzo De Janeiro now the next to make a move. He'll go by Maxwell and be the only one really to make a change there. This is the most tame a pack of this size has been today. And they'll put 2 laps down this time around with still no movement in I-70. A little bit wide there for Nachawati, a little narrow for Aston Wyatt, but they'll all get back into line for the slipstream down the straight. And just like that, the sun has gone. Cloud cover already over top of us here as they put 2 laps in the books. 5 to go. Once they get to halfway, if there is any other red flags, medical or for inclement weather, it would be marked official, and the option to complete the race there would more than likely be taken by the officials, considering that we're a tick behind from 2 earlier red flags in K Junior and Micro Swift. So this is potentially going to be a race against the clock, and I think the drivers might be realizing that now as we are starting to see a lot of elbows out action. Perriman back to 3rd, and it's Godshock up to 2nd.
Elbows, hammers, everything trying to block and try to build out some of these runs right now. All of this is while the battle for 2nd yet again. Another set. Perriman checks up the pack again. Godshock forced to go defensive. All while De Janeiro has been able to swiftly drive his way around everybody, just taking spots where they come. He's trying to work for the outside of the shark fin. Now work to the inside to the left-hander. Back to the right-hander. De Janeiro having to put his head on a swivel with all this battling. This is exactly what Nachawati and company want to see, to be able to control things up front. As there goes off track Francisco.
Jaden Francisco just ran out of room, ran out of real estate out of the back hairpin. He'll lose a couple more maybe by the end of this back stretch. Tucking into line there in that 3-pack around the end of the top 10. All the while, still single lane through turn 2 and 3. And out of that over to 4. Aston Wyatt now on the bumper of Win Godshock. Let's see if he ducks out of line. Maybe an opportunity here. No. Godshock a little wide and keeps it tight through the horseshoe. Doesn't want to give that opportunity to the 121. He'll cover again. That'll hurt him this time. Over-under move by Aston Wyatt. He'll get by. Macha will do the same. Godshock goes back another 2 spots. Mark him 6th now. And the backward slide. While the top 3 have the most space they've had all race. And oh no, contact up and over the right front of Aston Wyatt goes Win Godshock, and they both will drop.
Godshock going too tiring to be able to go over and hold on to his cart there. Does cost him some spots, able to get back into the swing of things right behind Tarango. And remember Lucas Tarango? We talked about usually he starts around mid-pack. He's been having a terrific race so far, already up from the teens, now in the conversation for a top 5. From the West Coast, able to slice and dice his way through everybody, but now has to play a little bit more aggression here as some of these drivers try to swap back and forth.
White flag in the air, inside. Win Godshock is through to get back around Tarango. Santiago Orioli, I mean, from starting on the pole to finding yourself fighting for 5th and 6th here in just a matter of 4 to 5 laps is insane. And the same goes for the drive forward for Enzo De Janeiro from 8th, outside lane. Normally going to fall back 1 or 2 positions on this racetrack. He is now in a great spot charging towards the lead. And he's putting the heat on Liam Nachawati here as they roll through the green corner.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity to be able to control things as some of the others in the back start to drive on through. And are moved by Tarango. But this is going to come down to the last straightaway. De Janeiro looking for a setup. Hearing sprinkles are starting to fall on the racetrack. DeGennaro has to go now.
Yeah, this could be at any moment. Now, again, if it's just a little bit of light rain, they will let them race to the checkers. If it all of a sudden opens up and is no longer safe per the officials, then we'll have to go red. So this is going to be sudden death right now. Nachawati, DeGennaro, and Perriman to the inside. He'll take over second now with 2 laps to go, or less maybe, as they work their way through 2 and 3.
This is one of potential several cells hearing on the radar that could be in the area. So there has to be that extra sense here. Obviously in the kart, you're not noticing the weather radar. You're focusing on the factor side by side like Perriman is right now. But in the moment of things, you have to be prepared for anything. Perriman able to slip on by and able to duck down as they're side by side for second. DeGennaro yet again going for the lead.
Oh man, that was a deep send. It didn't quite make it alongside Perriman, and Enzo made a good last-second decision to hammer the brake pedal and not drive into the side of the 128. Lawrence did a good job as well. You see Enzo pointing forward, but the truth is this race could be over right now, and if the red flag came out before the checkers, it would go to the previous lap. So you're trying to consistently make up spots. And as Nachawati gets back to second, here comes Enzo's help. Maxwell Macha is there now. In fourth, a car length back. Coming to the white flag, Perriman covers low. DeGennaro to the high side. Nachawati follows as well. No changes over to turn number 1. White flag in the air, 1 to go. Let's see if they can make it all the way back around to the line.
4 drivers under a blanket, and Maxwell Macha has been the quietest out of all this grouping to be able to claw his way into this conversation. Everybody giving hand signals, looking for the right time to do this. Nachawati throughout this run today has been able to make a lot of moves up through turn 9, up through turn 10. That sort of complex. This time they rumble out through 7 and 8. Will there be any poke arounds this time as they work way to the middle sector? Nachawati not yet.
Oh.
Now he's off the track.
Liam Nachawati way wide, and he'll drop out of the group. And, well, there wasn't much other movement. Maxwell Macha made the pass. He got to second. Now he'll cover low. Look at the movement on the grid as well. Last second changes. Everyone's gearing up to potentially do the rain dance and the quick changeover for Pro X30. Lawrence Perriman with a big gap. Can he hold on? He did not get a good exit there. Here comes Enzo DeGennaro with a monster run to I-70.
Gonna have to try and get a good run here. DeGennaro way high up the track. Gonna need a massive boost of speed here. Not sure if he's gonna get it or not. Here he comes though.
All the way to the bumper, Perriman low. Track starting to darken. It's gonna be slippery, boys. But Lawrence hangs on, barely. Pre-final winner. Speed Concepts Racing, Mini Swift, all the way down to the line. And a close call, but Lawrence Perriman gets his first career SKUSA Pro Tour checkered flag in any official session, and it'll come at a pre-final. Enzo DeGennaro second, Maxwell Macha third, Liam Nachawati fourth, Lucas Tarango rounds your top 5. And, well, the activity on the grid is starting to get a little bit more touch and go. The tension's starting to rise of what to do as the raindrops continue to fall here in the moments before the Pro X30s are getting set to hit the racetrack. Diego Ramos slated to start on pole. Austin Garrison slated to start on the outside of him. Ryan Norberg, points leader, slated to start third. What will happen here? This is something that we're going to keep on your screen so you can see the chaos unfold.
But this is still dry. Yeah, you don't understand. I want to hold the boys.
Well, it's commotion down here on the grid. Everybody, by the looks of it, is staying on slick tires. I'm standing here at the
front of the grid. Diego Ramos, Austin Garrison, they look like they were going to change over to to wet tires, but the only adjustment they made was a slight front end adjustment, nothing more than that. But from the looks of it, nobody up front, nobody inside of the top 10 making the gamble over to the wet tires just yet. The first cloud hit us, some slight sprinkling. 10 to 15 minutes, we have another cloud that's coming from the west side of the racetrack that should hit, and we are expecting more rain then. But again, we'll wait and see.
Grazie. Pro X30 presented by CRG, getting ready to go green here. And like Caleb mentioned, there is looming conditions. But for now, everyone's out on slicks. Diego Ramos, Austin Garrison, your front row. Ryan Norberg, Paulie Massimino on row 2.
Row number 3 is Blake Nash with Donovan Bonilla, who will start on the outside in 6th. Then Frankie Mossman starts in row 4. Chase Hand starts on the outside.
Ruben Moya, Gus Lawrence, row 5. Aiden Ingrata, ZCD, row 6. 35 deep as they work their way down the long straight to get this one going. Here we are for Pro X30. 8 laps for the pre-final. Ramos on the inside, Garrison on the outside. We're racing. Oh, contact! Ryan Norberg is off, straight into the wall. Right off the bat, contact. Norberg, Garrison, Massimino colliding in turn number 1. And the number 1 plate already knows it's over. Ruben Moya with a big move down the inside in the grass. Not quite able to get anything out of turn number 3. He'll hang on, though, over Pernod. He'll have to cover again. Aiden Ingrata now moves up into the 4th spot. Where is Massimino? Paulie got bit really hard there by all the contact. He'll end up somewhere way back, tail end of the field as he tries to pick up a spot or 2.
A chaotic start to this race, to say the very least, once again, as this field tries to calm down. Ramos with a good start, but this has major implications for the championship. We know Norberg's been going back and forth with Garrison all championship long. Now, Norberg's going to have his biggest challenge yet. Another one's off.
Alan Isambard, and we were riding shotgun or hoping to with him, and he just got knocked off the racetrack in the infield sector. Isambard to the wayside. What a change up here in Pro X30. Ramos out on the final turn will lead lap 1 to a number of new faces. How about fast Frankie Mossman and the Californians now 2nd and 3rd with Blake Nash.
Garrison, too, has had issues, mind you. He's outside the top 20. Sean KR replay And watch this. Norberg right there slides up, hits the side of Garrison.
So he hits the back bumper of Ramos. Diego breaks for the corner. I don't think Ryan was expecting it. And once he had the front tires up in the air, there was nothing he could do. Watch this right here. Looking for the contact to the back of the 3. And as he was doing it, he was also, of course, getting shoved into the side of Garrison, over the nose of Massimino. Just a bystander and getting rooted right off the racetrack. And where he enters the weekend with that mulligan in his pocket, it might get used up today. This will be a 0-point score in the pre-final. Garrison, on the other hand, he needs a massive day to keep himself in the shot as well. And right now, Austin Garrison is well out of view as we follow along with this midfield fight. This is Moya. Chase Hand now taking command of it. ZCD pushed him through. Now looks to go. Gus Lawrence in tow. DeMello leads them all at the end of the lap.
ZCD, nice swift move to be able to get on through. Gus Lawrence trying to figure out the same way next. Just got passed on by Moya instead. You know, Lawrence trying to still figure out the track a little bit compared to the previous runs. We've seen how busy this track can get. Chase Gassy at lead with the Coastal Ink on board, showing just how much this track reverberates over top the pavement.
Yeah, this is a very nice surface, but still, you're getting a lot of work on the body from nailing the curbs and the high G-load corners. This is a very high-speed racetrack. You're going to see pack racing like this all weekend long. Up front, Ramos still the leader. Mossman's now fallen behind Aiden Ingrata, his teammate. And the number 55, mind you, we covered the highlights from Houston earlier in the show. And Aiden Ingrata by Sunday was absolutely right on the cusp of the pace of Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg. He is blisteringly fast, and he is once again quick on the circuit. Let's see how much he can close up to Ramos now, as we'll put 3 laps down, 5 to go, and the gap he's got to close, half a second for the number 55.
And we've seen gaps already like that eviscerated in a span of a lap now, let alone a couple laps here today. It's just a competition air crash.
Guimarães and Theo Corelli. That's going to be relatively soon for the leaders to get there. That's over in the last turn, and the rain is here. Diego Ramos will be the first one through it. Back and forth here for third. Mossman versus Blake Nash, but we do have the weather hitting mid-session in the Pro X30 Pre-Final as the drivers now are going to be flying blind, trying to take it easy and tiptoe. Look at the downfall and around. Ingrata with a massive slide in the infield hairpin. They can only go for so much longer. Yellow's waving. Diego Ramos. This is chaos as there's more spinning. One all the way across the track from the short chute. Contact further back. 2 drivers together. Look to be maybe Eversman or Bonilla. As look at the onboard here. Gassy at Lee trying to hang on along with Frankie Iadave up the road. And still, Diego Ramos has to find a way to get to the line as we stay green. Nash, Mossman, look at the clean out in the I-70 corner. Garrison is off. He's at the top corner.
Everything's gone wrong now for this field all of a sudden. You can tell with how Ramos is trying to hold on. These karts have zero grip. These are slicks. They are not made to go rain racing. They can't even run where any of the rubber buildup is. They're trying to avoid the rubber buildup and take the high grooves at this point to where they haven't been running because of how icy slick some of those areas appear to have now gotten because of how wet it is out there.
Look at ZCD closing in now on this 3-pack. What a run, but a big slide for Zach there in the cell tower. Ramos went off. Diego Ramos, the leader, went off. And now it's Mossman to the lead as he gets by Blake Nash. The tiptoe fest continues, and the dance now goes the way of the 84 as Blake Nash goes wide. And now Mossman is off. And Ingrata follows him off the hill. More off. Ramos around again. And it's DeMello getting through. And Blake Nash, your new leader, into the infield.
I don't know if this is going to last. This is not going to last for either. More contact. Now ZCD with some hits.
He stalled it. Zachary claiming DeMello stalls the motor. Hand down to try and refire. Ingrata the leader. And look at the Englishman, Gus Lawrence, now up to second as there's chaos. Out, Ramo Ruschetti, one of the GFCs. That might be Chase Hand or Vasquez.
Yeah.
Right off goes Lawrence. Gus Lawrence off the racetrack at I-70.
Out of
Everybody.
second, everyone off. Bonilla, Mossman.
Everything, everyone. This is like driving on an ice slick right now. Yet again, Ingrata leading, trying to drive as slow as possible. There's still 3 laps to go in this race. I don't know if Ingrata's even going to be able to hold on here. He's got a big cushion, but even second, and Nash nearly drove off. Gassi at least camera soaked, more people off.
DeMello off there at turn 3. Chase Gassi trying to make a move there in turn number 2. Look at Ruben Moya moving up the chains. Where is everyone? I mean, this is just incredible what the drivers are trying to do. You can see Gassi trying to lean to the outside and jack up the inside rear tire to rotate. Ruben Moya has now navigated this perfectly to get up into 4th, and I think that is going to be Chase Hand that is now up and next as well. Great charge for Chase. He's 4th. Moya's 3rd. Ingrata the leader. What a shakeup here. And this is still to play for Diego Ramos, Massimino, and more as around goes Caden McQueen.
I mean, if the rain is so hard that you end up having the inflatables collapse, I'm not sure what else you can really say. This has been unbelievable. And now Nash is losing his spot to Moya. And
Ramos off again.
Everybody is having a problem right now.
Oh,
Ramos
he's stuck.
is now he's beached it.
Yeah. Diego Ramos stuck on the edge of the racetrack. Was about to smoke the clutch out there if he would have kept hitting the throttle. Look at Ruben Moya working the body, shifting the weight. Oh no, a little bit too wide there, too deep into the final hairpin. Nash gets by, here comes a few more. Chase Hand up to 3rd, the NorCal native, having his best run of the year in absolutely insane conditions. Look at the rain now, this is a downpour. Gus Lawrence is back up to 6th. Where will the rest of the race end up? He's right behind DeMello as the heavens have opened, but it looks like it's especially on one side of the property. This is a very small cell. DeMello to the inside in 3.
Now more people stalling out everywhere. Nash still has 3 seconds over Hand. I'm not sure what else you can really say other than
Paulie Massimino is now up and into the top 10 from crashing. These drivers are, again, having to just tiptoe their way around the facility. We're going to let the pros continue to do it. This is incredible to watch. As you see, McQueen is off on the side there, it looks like, over in the final hairpin. Just an absolute monsoon as the heavens have opened here in Indiana. DeMello, Jake Drew is up the board now. Then it is Frankie Mossman there in the 84. You can see our onboard cameras taking the brunt of it with Gassi at Lee, but Paulie Massimino is now back in the top 10 with a massive run, and especially now he'll inherit 3rd in the points with McQueen going out, entering the weekend 4th.
I'm curious about the visibility at this point because there are huge rooster tails being kicked up by these drivers with them being absolutely pelted by summer monsoon rain. Keep in mind, the pace last time by was 35 seconds off the normal pace. They are tiptoeing at an incredible rate. Oh, by the way, Nash is pushing harder than Ingrata at this point. There might still be a change for the lead again because Nash is drifting his way down the straight to close up.
I don't know if this will call it. I mean, this at some point, they're going to have to do something. But nonetheless, this will either be the white or the checkered at the line. White flag, they're going to let him go to the end. This is incredible. Aiden Ingrata, Blake Nash, hydroplaning through turns 1 and 2. 45 seconds off the dry pace. Then behind, Chase Hand, Ruben Moya, and at any point in this wet race, any one of them could go off. Look at the conditions here as they roll down to turn 4.
My goodness, right now Ingrata just trying to drive as slow as he can. He lost 2 seconds to Nash last time by. They can't even use any of the preferred racing lines. They've just got to hope for the best. Even in the straight lines, it is drift, slip and slide. There are big time puddles forming up on the racing surface right now. They wish they were on the wets right now, but this is sometimes the risk you have to take. You never know when it's going to be.
Could you imagine if any of the drivers had gambled with wet tires on the grid? It's driver's option at almost any point. Nobody wanted to roll the dice further back and bank on the weather, but who could have predicted this? And now look at it already starting to clear up here on the near side of the facility by the finish line. It at one point was monsooning over here. Now it's not, and now pass for the lead as around goes Moya. Ruben Moya spins. Blake Nash versus Ingrata. Sideways in the hydroplane, puddles, and every which way. Blake Nash now moves by as Gassian Lee's gone off.
Nash able to utilize a lot of ability to make this kart stick. Now it's not gonna stick. Almost went straight. He had to turn that hard left.
Big time save and correction. One more corner to go. Blake Nash on the last lap pulls it over under. There's Moya still trying to get back on the racetrack. The grass is soaked now. This is crazy. Blake Nash, pre-final winner. Wow.
Is that the race of the season?
I mean, think about all the drivers that crashed and continued. Gus Lawrence went off. He ends fourth. The only three that didn't have a major whoa were the top three. Ruben Moya has finally recovered. He's now back behind Frankie Iadavea, but the field is so spread out, he may still end up in the top half. It is DeMello provisionally fifth. Mossman back to sixth. Jake Drew from 16th to 7th. Paulie Massimino was 28th at the end of the opening lap. He's up to 9th. He'll finish there ahead of Dono. And then behind him, Austin Garrison recovers to 11th. But the bummer for Garrison is even with Ryan Norberg going to the wayside, Garrison himself still has a relatively high drop as well at a 222. And with the points breakdown for the pre-finals, an 11th will only pay him 52 markers, so 50 shy of a max haul. And if he got the win and the fastest lap at this point, the best he could make up would be he would end up with a 262 on the day. And would that be enough? Well, again, Ryan Norberg, no doubt this kind of event's going to put him probably in the drop with a drop round of 248 points. So much to unpack and dry back off from look at this. The clouds are already clearing out the way. The next division's already starting to queue up on the grid here momentarily. And official word from race control, they will be moving now to timed sessions for the remainder of the day, abandoning the lap counts to at least get everyone their full sessions and time allotment. So more communication to come, but well, I definitely want to hear from the California kids soon enough. Blake Nash soaked but smiling after that one. Let's try and see if we can't run this one back a little bit and break it down. First of all, this looks nothing like the facility right now with a fully clean start, but chaos reigning with the reigning champ going off and straight into the wall right off the bat. Contact that took Garrison into the grass and Massimino as well. And then just as the rain began to fall, we started to see things get wild. Vasquez Jr., Pernod, another one, Archer Eversman on the RPG Cosmic going way off, and more.
And then you also had everybody else then hold on for dear life because it became a drifties show. You had Ingrata sliding, you had Nash slipping, sliding off the racetrack. Nash ended up getting passed by ZDD. They actually made contact that gives Ingrata the race lead. Then you have Gus Lawrence try to stick it, drives off. Others getting stuck in the wet grass. So many different drivers had issues in situations. Ramos went all the way over the racetrack just trying to search for a way back on the pavement. All of this as well. Drivers like Moya got stuck towards the last laps, got stuck in the marbles. It became a pelt show full of head-on monsoon-style rain.
It was just about hanging on and not being the one to make the mistake. And talk about how impressive Aiden Ingrata was for the duration of this. But one mistake, one final moment on the last lap as Ruben Moya ended up going wide. And Aiden Ingrata with a moment there. And for Ingrata, that one mistake at the very end. We thought Blake had it a one to match in the last turn, but no. He hooked it, ripped it down the straight, and was able to score the pre-final win. The contact between Gus Lawrence and Ruben Moya took them to the wayside, but for Blake Nash, all good. And we're going to head down and hear from him, and a lot more to unpack from this one.
Blake, give me a quick recap of the last 30 minutes from the sprinkling to the race. Tell us all.
I mean, it was wild. Like we were on grid, obviously. We started to feel the sprinkle as the mini pre-final was going on, and yeah, everyone rushed to get their carts up on the stands. Unfortunately, like our pit's kind of far away, so I didn't really get my cart up on the stand until the 1 minute sign was up. So yeah, I didn't do anything to my go-kart. We left the dry tire pressure, which was probably not ideal, but yeah, obviously the start was pretty messy with the outside lane chopping down on Ryan and him getting into that incident. I slotted into second right away. I saw the Speed Boys were really fast at the time. I think they boosted up their tire pressure on the grid, so I kind of pointed Frankie by, saw Aiden coming, pointed him by, and I was just kind of waiting for my cart to come in. And I felt like it was starting to come in, and then all of a sudden the rain hit, and it was a full downpour out there. So at that point, everything was out the window, and I was just trying to stay on the track. I saw a bunch of people going off, so I was telling myself to stay on the track, stay calm, and yeah, it ended up working out in our favor. Aiden went wide on the last lap, and I was able to get by, and yeah, I mean, it's really good. It was really awesome.
Spoke to your dad earlier. He had a smile on his face, right? The past couple of weeks, it seems like it's been going pretty good for you guys. What's changed? What's clicked here this year?
I think my mindset has changed. I think I've talked to you about it in the past. My trip overseas, I think, has really changed my perspective on certain things. Not so much about driving or setup changes or whatever like that. It's just knowing how to take the defeats and build off of them. And I've been just really focusing on doing that this year and trying to improve in every way that I can. And yeah, it's been a game changer.
I want to take you back to 2023, right? When you were out here racing up at the front, made a couple of mistakes when you were up there. What's different this time around to I know you talked about your trip overseas, but what's changed for you, here this weekend, you would say that's made you so comfortable with Newcastle?
Yeah, just mindset and confidence. Back then in 2023, I was pretty hot-headed, I would say, and I would go for moves in the moment that obviously probably weren't ideal. So yeah, I think just maturing over time and kind of having more confidence in myself, that's the biggest thing I think that's changed. So
we're going to see a smile on your face here this weekend, Blake. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Blake Nash, like Caleb said, everything is starting to click for him, and this end of the summer run has been incredible. Now he'll start on the pole for the Pro X30 main event later this afternoon.
I just kind of upset with myself there.
Main events are...
My bad.
Main events are getting set to go green from Newcastle, Indiana. K.A. Junior on the other side of this break.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats. They got MXCs, and if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental U.S. over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Trinity Karting Group KA100 Junior getting set for a wet and wild main event. 16 minutes plus a lap for their final. So we'll be keeping a tab on the timer. But Nathan Golseth, winner of the dry pre-final, will lead your field to green. It'll be Little Sizzle on the inside of row number 1. Travis Pettit and Tristan Murphy back on row 2.
Row number 3, Nico Katowski starts in 5th with Jackson Gibson on the outside in 6th position. Alexander Vanchev, someone to keep an eye on, will start 7th as Max Wyland will start in 8th position.
Oh, one off. One of the Rocket Racing Company LN karts out already. Vanchev and Wyland then get followed up by Jackson Baldus and Callan Berghofer. Bristol Borman, Luca Popescu back on row 6. Find your favorite driver. They may be way back. 48 KA Juniors. Let's see if we can get them all to play nice as they make their way down the front stretch for the first main event of the 2025 Summer Nationals. It was a crazy opening session for them with the pre-final, but that was dry. This is wet, and it could get wild as well. We look for the green. We've got it.
Oh, 3 wide already to start. The 826 Nathan Goldstedt did not get fired off.
Not at all, and around he goes. Nate Goldstedt, the pole sitter, spun around on the infield to turn number 2, sorry. And as the rest of the pack goes by, there are 1 or 2 casualties along with him. What a shakeup to the lineup here as the timer begins for the KA Junior Main.
What a chaotic start once again. Oh, more chaos in the heart of the field.
That's 4 or 5 karts together maybe. Looks to be Max Wyland as one of them. That's one of the championship contenders stuck together. Goodness. The 876, Jackson Baldus now, front of the midfield, behind your race leader. This is an incredible start for Nico Katowski. He takes the point now as they go to the infield section for the first time, and Alexander Vanchev's already bearing down on him there back in P2. Oh, off for Jackson Gibson. The 824 goes wide.
And our slide, and remember, we talked about how slick some of these areas are, especially where the rubber buildup is right now on the racetrack. Right now, that ride-on liner not working out, but for Vanchev, he's looking to go from 7th to 1st in the lap, forced to take the high sides here. Looks like he's got the chance for a run to already battle for this race lead.
Yeah, can he get it by the end of lap number 1? He's right in the wake of Katowski, trying to figure out how deep to go. Katowski deep, wide, holds the lead, behind, 3 wide, 2 wide, contact Malkut to the grass. And the chaos continues here in the opening laps of this KA Junior Main as they slip and slide here at the end of lap 1 and working lap number 2. But turn 1 on lap 1 was not so good for the number 1, Ryan Norberg. He's standing by.
Thank you, Xander. First of all, Ryan, I want to ask you about your weekend as a whole before that pre-final. How'd it been going for you up to that point?
Oh, we've been fast. Everything was going good. We were up in the top 3. It's, we want to fight. But, yeah, just a little bit of a tough start there. Diego opened up to kind of, block the outside. And when he came back over, it just checked everybody up. And at that point, I was just sitting in the middle of a sandwich there and just got nailed into everybody in front of me. So, unfortunate. I missed the mayhem that was out there afterwards. But better be out there than on the sideline. So, yeah, just a tough one.
I got to ask you about championship, right? You were kind of watching from the wayside, but Austin also didn't get the best of races in that pre-final. How are you feeling moving into the final here later on today?
We have a drop, so, we got to be smart with it, So today is probably going to be a wash, figuratively and literally. We just got to get as good as a result as we can. Look for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks.
No surprise, again, a disappointed Ryan Norberg, but understandably so. However, his teammate Alexander Vanchev, while we were side by side, you watched as he took over command of the race here in KA Junior, up to 3rd now. What looks to be for Tristan Murphy. Jackson Baldus has now fallen back a little bit, 3 spots that lap. And this is going to be really fun here to watch, Justin, because this track is so wide, the groove is so wide in the wet. You're going to see a lot of slide job attempts like this one here, where you'll go down the inside, clip that inside curb, and try to get up in front of the drivers taking the standard and slightly faster rain line around the outside. And the line as well, it's going to be very dirt track-esque also beyond just slide jobs, because it will change. We've got the rain that's now doused the circuit, but as it dries up, you'll see more and more experimentation down below the groove. You can see a lot of drivers are making passes down on the inside. That's going to push that water off the line. Now again, when they're single file and they're going to the outside lane, that will be different. That will try up first. But slowly but surely, we're going to work our way into what will be a very entertaining second shifter heat race for the pro shifters, because by the time they get on the circuit, this will be 50% dry, 50% wet. They'll probably still be on the wet tires, but they'll be able to go everywhere on the asphalt.
Yeah, and it will lead to potentially, hopefully, a lot of battling as a result, because there's more opportunities to run in different grooves. Some people trying some crossovers on screen. Some people just trying to ride on forward around this racetrack and settle on in. Take a look at some of the other battles on the racetrack. You still see some of the RPG machines. Popescu and Munsos believe trying to sort themselves out, trying to find a way to close up the bonus. There's search to the outside. Well, Berghofer used the inside, Pettit should say, in terms of the group, just trying to search around, try and test stuff out at this point as some of these drivers clip the dirt.
And there you go. Perfect slide job by Jackson Baldus, but an over-under from Travis Pettit will pick up a spot as further back. One driver around, it was one of the SLA kart racing machines, Edgar Rodriguez, with a spin here in turn 4. He's gotten back going. But again, check it out, the varying lines already. This place, if it gets some sunshine here, and we're starting to see it, it might start to even dry up for the Micro Swifts. I'd love to see if any of the young guns want to take a risk and gamble on the slick tires, because we're still so early in this final that anything could happen. And by the end, we might start to see lighter patches of pavement work their way to the surface and the rain burn off the moisture. I mean, look at this already. A lot of the puddles and standing water is starting to go away, and you're seeing, again, less and less of the spray off the back tires. It's going to be a quick progression, I think, back more than what some may expect if they haven't been here before. But Alexander Vanchev has, and he looks like he might as well live here instead of Orlando, because the Florida native is loving this right now. Look at the gap he just opened up over Katowski. Last time by a second, this time by another second added on. 2 seconds clear, and he is just a cut above the rest of the field right now, running lap times in his own second bracket. The next best was a good lap there by Travis Pettit, 4/10 off.
Yeah, Vanchev just showing why, as a driver, he's one of the best drivers in the field in terms of being able to have long run pace. He knows how to get everything he needs out of his RPG kart. He knows how to be able to run this track. He knows how to be able to stay consistent and learn from the conditions. He is very adaptable. That's why he went through the field so quickly, and that's why he's been able to make things stick so efficiently here today. Vanchev showing why he is a very strong driver here in this SKUSA field.
Halfway in and halfway home on this main event already. Again, you're seeing the track begin to dry. Vanchev gone. Katowski safe in second. Pettit third. The battle is on behind. Here's the leader headed all the way to the back turn. You can see the drivers flurrying by from this section of the racetrack here where we're at with this angle. Those drivers may be as high as in the early teens or back in the top 10. And Alexander Vanchev is going to start either lapping traffic or having the officials start to flag off the back of the pack, because even at a minute 30 for the average pace here, I mean, he's going to catch up to some of the stragglers. You're talking some drivers that are already here at the end of lap 4, last time by, 50-plus seconds away. Now, Max Weiland is one of those. I expect him to be able to make some moves to charge back through the field with his experience. But he had a big moment, again, on the opening lap, and it looked like it might have been another one that last time by through as well. So we'll see. But this is poetry in motion right here that we're witnessing with Alexander Vanchev doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, right now, this is still where the rest of the field just needs to play the patience game. Make sure they survive, race the track, not the competitors with how the conditions have gone so far here today. At this point, it's just about, can you keep it on the racetrack? Can you prevent any mistakes? Can you prevent any problems from building up? Anything along those lines to go from there.
Now, as we thought this track was beginning to dry, it is starting to now visibly get wet again. The rain has reappeared. We thought we were going to be cleared out a little bit after that massive shower moments ago. but it is picking back up. And just as the track began to dry, you can even see the front straightaway already pretty light. It's going to darken again, and there's going to be more spray. You can see Vanchev, him pulling down to the inside for the brake zone there. That's a mix of two potential strategies he could be doing. For one, to keep the rain tires cool. I mean, it's already, again, a very light surface offline that you could start to see, and not a lot of standing water. You want to take those rain tires through the water, so he might just partly be trying to keep them cool and to get some water sprayed onto them so they don't burn up before the end of the session. But the other angle is just as much as the rubber that is going to be grippy with dry tires on a dry track is slippery through the corner. It's also going to be slippery in the braking zone. And at the end of that straightaway, they're still getting up to full song and full speed, maybe a mile or a couple mile an hour down. But that's such a long straight for these 22 horsepower KA motors that you've got a hefty brake zone to slow back down. So he's trying to go to the opposite side of where the rubber's been laid down by all the braking over the course of the last couple days. And even this track, the storyline this year has been how massive Mike Adams and the Dismore family have grown. The club racing scene, the KRA, Kart Racers of America Club Championship, that the natural grip this surface has kept over the course of 2025 due to the number of go-karts driving on it has been incredible. So you're thinking about that in the corner, you're thinking about that in the brake zone, you're even thinking about crossing over that grip patch on the exit, because you'll see they'll run the high side, and then right now, in the higher speed stuff, they'll stay out there, but in other corners, they'll have to point it and cross back over the natural groove to get onto the straightaway. So you want to have the wheel straight and not slip and slide over it, losing traction trying to turn. But even a little bit of mist that we're getting, even the light rain, I mean, you can see plenty of people out around the facility without umbrellas. It's still drying, and it's still picking up speed. Vanchev, 31.3. last time by. That's been about where he stayed. Alex, for Travis Pettit, he got down to a 31.1 last time by. And then here's Nico Katowski, 33.1. While it looked like he would be safe all by himself here, at this rate, he may have to deal with Hurricane Travis Pettit for second, especially with a moment like that there. You can see he's pushing. He knows he's got to keep the pace up.
Yeah, all over the racetracks, flying across the curbing right now as the radar.
So again, to give everyone perspective where we are, we're about 30 minutes westward of Richmond, 30 minutes bang on dead south of Muncie. This light wave that's already kind of popped up above us is kind of the end of a major line that's mostly moved past. And we should be clear for the next couple hours when this does get by. So we will be back dry probably for the Pro X30 main event at the end of the day. The question is, at what point will it change over, and what session will that be? What kind of wrench will that throw into the Pro Tour podiums for round 5 as we see one around? The 832. That, I believe, is one of the TKG Bureau Art entries. That would be Robert Lash.
Yes.
Is running 34th, and that'll do it. He's going to go out there, and the reason being, again, they've already started looking at potentially removing drivers here. Last time by, Wyatt Kroger was a minute or 63 seconds back from the lead when the leader's tracking at a 90-second lap, and he's going much faster than some of the back markers at 1 minute 35s, 1 minute 40s. They're going to start to remove the lap traffic before the leader gets there, and while Robert Lash might have been able to continue with the go-kart, you can see the frustration from him. I don't think that he would have been able to stay ahead of Alexander Vanchev, who is just continuing to manage this race, hit the marks that he knows work. Again, when you're driving in the rain and the rain picks up, or even if the rain is stopped, every time you get around to one of these corners, it's going to be different. And especially on a very long racetrack like this, a 90-second lap, that's a lot of time for a lot of go-karts to push water off to the side, to drag any dirt or mud onto the racetrack, or again, for the rain to dampen the surface again. So you're going everywhere, knowing and trying to remember where your mark was from the previous lap, and make that quick judgment call of whether you can go deeper or earlier. As we see one off, Tristan Murphy from 6th has completely lost the left rear hub. And again, it was a quick changeover to go straight to the K Junior main. They had only the distance of that Pro X30 Pre-Final, maybe 15 minutes maximum to change over. And again, with the rain setup, you're adjusting the fronts. You're going to bring the front tires, make them wider, bring the rear tires, bring them in. So you're adjusting the hubs. You're obviously bolting off all 3 lug nuts and then bolting on the rain tires. You're going to, while you have that right rear tire off, make a gear change because you're going to go slower. So you want to still stay in the right rev range of the power plant. Add 3, 4, 5 teeth. It's a lot happening, and some may even go more than that to make some extra geometry-based adjustments like caster or anything else, ride height even, seat adjustments.
Yep.
All of that you may or may not do depending on what you think the conditions will end up being. And in that hurry, you don't have the time sometimes to really double-check everything. And that's not the first tire that's come off in this session either, as we see now a battle here around Isaac Malcutt, and it looks to be Cole Medeiros under the Nash Motorsports camp with a heavily crushed in and definitely pushback bumper deployed Nash Motorsports entry in the 807. But even still, he might be able to outrun that if he keeps rolling.
Yeah, not bad so far. Medeiros, who started, by the way, 35th position.
Yeah.
That's a long way through this pack in a race like this here today. Medeiros has done a terrific job being able to get through this pack and be able to make these passes. You can see how everyone in their racing suits, the majority of drivers at least, made sure to stay dry by wearing plastic bags now over the racing suits to make sure they don't get wet, make sure their carts don't get wet, make sure their seat doesn't get wet. Just make sure that they waterproof themselves. As
we'll get a look here, I believe, maybe at the replay of something here in a moment. For now, though, you can see Cole Medeiros down the straightaway trying to cover the airbox. I don't know if his airbox cover flew off or what, or maybe trying to fan some more air into it. Look at the sun shining now. This track's drying up fast. I mean, this is a very light groove on the outside. It's still very damp, and I would be surprised to see the majority call for the micro main be anything but the wet tires. But when you start going to that point in the crossover, when you go in heavy wet conditions, you're going to blow these things to the moon with air pressure. You're going to go 18, 20. I've even heard some go as high as 25 PSI, which, again, low for a car, very high for a kart with these tires. Their operating window usually is going to be 8 to maybe 12 or 13 PSI. When you start to get closer to that changeover and you're worried about, again, the surface area being blown up too much and getting too much contact with the road and burning up, you'll start lowering those rain tire air pressures. You'll drop them down to 8, 7, 10. But even still, it is so dry that I just don't know if we're going to see rain tires at all as the day burns on. But for now, Alexander Vanchev and the banner 2025 season continues, as it's the white flag with an impressive run of nearly 10 seconds, all on merit, pulled away from Katowski. And the excitement there is seeing a new best lap for him. Second fastest, a 1:30 lap time. A 1:29 for Travis Pettit's the only one even remotely close to the speed, and obviously a little better than what the leader has been tracking. But now, where they all were holding even around the low 1:30s, the low 1:31s, 1:32s, 1:33s, everyone's starting to find grip. 1:29s, 1:28s, 1:30s through the field. We're going to see, I think, someone take a risk in the next class coming up here in the micros.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's enough time we see a split, because keep in mind, Vanchev showing it. He's using a lot more of the bottom of the racetrack, going lower and lower from the very top of the circuit to the middle. Nobody's on slicks yet, hearing from the garage area, but
there's a lot of cleanup, right? There's the end of this race. There's the in lap. There's plenty of time left still. Couple minutes. If anyone wants to gamble, for Alexander Vanchev, no gambling needed, just pure dominance. And this year, this incredible run is going to have another tick in the win column. Vanchev wins in KA Junior.
Nicely done, nicely dominated to be able to get the race win, as
the fireworks, the smoke show goes off for our first main event winner of the day. Alexander Vanchev lights up the skies here for KA Junior. And Nico Katowski, another podium in a very promising young talent. And Travis Pettit, his nickname Hurricane, comes from when he was born in one of the gnarliest hurricanes to ever hit the Northeast. And in the crazy conditions, he excels with the fastest lap of the race nearly every single lap up until the final one, where Jose Halfin ripped out a burner, a 88.7. And that's a pickup in the last 4 laps around of about 2 or 3 seconds. And just like that, the grid is about to become a frenzy here, Justin, with more slick tires starting to be ran to the Micro Swift drivers. There's a lot of cleanup that will happen here from the end of this TKG KA100 Junior main event. But overall, Alexander Vanchev victorious over Nico Katowski, Travis Pettit, Luca Popescu, Halfin. Jackson Gibson recovers to 6th from his off earlier. How about the run from Landon Boer? 20th to 7th. Cole Medeiros 35th to 8th. Isaac Malcutt off early, drives back to 9th. And Edgar Rodriguez, we caught his moment. He still makes an improvement from 23rd to round off the top 10. And just like that here, the slick tires are going on, starting with Brody Brown and the Team Bennick number 217. They're going to go and take the leap of faith and jump over to the slick tire compound. Same going on for a number of them. This is Mason Brody's Jay Howard driver development entry. They're going to go to the slick tires as well. And more to go here from the grid as the changeover process is all of a session, it looks like. And this could trigger most of the field to do the same. We're ready. Changeover continuing here down on the grid, and the frenzy is going to be, again, everyone on the clock to get to their spots, get the carts on the ground. Tires have to be touching the surface for them to be allowed on the racetrack, and they have to make it out in time to catch the field before the commitment line. This is crazy. We'll see with more updates here in a moment.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back here at the 2025 Summer Nationals. We're getting set to go green for the main event with the Micro Swift drivers. Everybody here on the grid changed over to slick tires. The only downside to that, the rain just picked up again. We'll see if it lasts. We'll see if it dries up. We're coming into this one with a lot of question marks.
Thank you very much, Caleb, as these drivers get ready to roll here for Micro Swift. A lot of unpredictability set to go in this one once again. Racing Soda USA, providers and sponsors of the Micro Swifts, as these karts look like they're going to stick to their call here to be on slicks. It's been a slippery Saturday so far now. In the middle of this afternoon, we were expecting some rain, but we got a lot of it. And now the karts hit the racetrack as we get ready to rumble for the Micro Swifts. The Micros now hit the racetrack and look to gather themselves up and get ready to go here for what's been an eventful afternoon so far. This should get interesting for these drivers. One driver already off, 225, trying to go by themselves, able to get back going to the light of race control. But the rest of the field rumbles its way towards the start box.
So here we go. Slick tires, first session on the changeover, all happening in a matter of minutes right before the field was released. Leo Simone, Zev Gottschalk, your front row. Liam Francisco, Dutch Westbrook, row 2. Slate Harrell, Lennox Lockhart back on row number 3. And as they begin to form out of that final turn, we'll get set for action. So here we go with all 32, hopefully ready for action. On the inside, Leo Simone ready to lead the field to green. A lot didn't make it out in time. Here we go, green flag in the air. We're racing with Micro. Oh man, huge pile up off the start. A number of drivers misjudging the brake zone on the still damp and drying circuit. Caden Cladera stuck in the grass. 4 or 5 more, all beached in the wet runoff area. And what a shake-up here this has caused.
Leo Simone able to get a great start from that, mind you, over Francisco and company, as the rest of the field now starting to run the dry line. Oh, someone missed the groove. 2 different people missed the groove, including Brown.
Brody Brown around in the cell tower. And as they work their way, oh no! One of our leaders around. Is that is the 213.
That's Simone.
Simone, the pole sitter, spins in the green corner. And around he goes.
I've been your leader, and now Francisco is up front for now. Lex Lockhart has been able to drive his way through all the traffic now, and now has gone from 6th to 2nd. We know how Lockhart has the ability to be able to make moves here. Some of these drivers now using the outside groove more so than the inside. They're starting full inside to begin this run. A lot more patient in terms of utilizing that dryer line now that we've seen how chaotic things started.
Yeah, as they go through turns 1, 2, and 3, and a big run now through 3 and up the hill. Watching them all as they work their way over to 4. Big wide slide there from Liam Francisco. Lockhart is through. Lennox Lockhart now to the point of the field.
Able to take advantage of the slide once again, and right there you see some areas, rubber's just too slick right now where it's really darkened, where a lot of that rubber is still on the racetrack, the Rhino liner. But others, they are not afraid.
Contact! Westbrook and Francisco, and 2 more of the major contenders are around. Westbrook stuck on the side. Francisco trying to drive to the grass. I don't think he'll make it either. This is huge. Championship implications everywhere. Lennox Lockhart and Brody Stoffel now to the front. Into third, Mason Brody goes. And right behind him, Zev Gottschalk, as there is a pileup. And more piling in. All collected off the chain reaction of Dutch Westbrook on the side. Tyler Blackwood's involved. Jack Katowski involved. The 241 of Bo Wyatt is there. 5 stuck, and there's more. 2 more popping together on the exit.
Yeah, someone here trying to rejoin her. That's just because it's at such the edge of the racing line. Still yellow flags waving in that sector. The leaders are already approaching that area.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. One of the officials trying to help the drivers just got, oh, man. We're okay. Just got word, the official all good. That was a very scary moment for a split second. And this is, we thought the Pro X30 Pre-Final was insane. This race, crazy as well. Just a wild Saturday to open the Summer Nationals weekend. And in Micro Swift, as we try to regather our bearings here, there is a 2-driver break up front. Lennox Lockhart and Brody Stoffel. Zev Gottschalk and Mason Brody are the next duo back there in 3rd and 4th. Then it's Aiden Go in the 5th spot on the parallel, the round 3 and round 4 double winner from Cincinnati, who entered the weekend with a need to really put a barn stopper performance together, and he's kind of tracking for one. Moved up from 9th. And how about up from 32nd, Hendrick Ross on the JHDD Kart Republic, avoiding it all. The 279s cracked the top 10.
Ross haven't mentioned that name, I think, all season. 24, as you said. Absolutely flying to be able to get through all this traffic, all through this carnage, be able to survive what's been a chaotic beginning of this run. Ross is amongst the drivers that has been able to quickly keep it clean as a result of the chaos. But the rest of the field right now is just trying to settle on down. Brody has been reeled on in. Aiden Go has closed up. Jorgensen, who was in the slow group in qualifying, remember, he's been able to find some speed, and now he's experimenting, seeing is this line going to work now, the dry line.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to work their way down the corner lap by lap, and we're going to get closer and closer to that big change to the regular line. But what does that do for everyone's setup as well coming up? I can only imagine what the pro shifter drivers are thinking, hoping that the 42 of them all make it through turn number 1 off a standing start. And that's another critical point too, Justin, the standing start, the inside lane down the front stretch. How much more wet or damp is it than the outside groove? Because you can see visibly the difference in the color of the pavement through the corners and the dampness down the straight here, following the tire tracks of the natural groove.
Yeah, it's like night and day, left to right in terms of those grooves, and it's going to be where those on the inside line might have a much slower start because it's a little bit more moist compared to the dry groove, where you're able to get the slicks, if you go with the slicks, to plant more down on the pavement. So there is so much up for grabs for later on from Pro Shifter. Right now, these Micro Swifts, still with 10 minutes to work with, though, doing a great job drying out the racetrack and running their lines and trying to experiment, while others go slippity slide off the track.
Oh man, big wide moment. That was Aiden Go, the 278 Parolin. He was up to 4th, and an off-track excursion for him in the back hairpin is going to promote a few more up the leaderboard. Mason Brody, and how about Lawrence Jorgensen, 13th, and digging. He's now closing in.
Yeah, Jorgensen has been able to claw his way through nicely. Ran nicely, qualified nicely. Take a look at this replay here as Go hits the curb, slides full on cars drift, and is able to keep his foot in it.
I think right there what we saw, Justin, was there's still a good amount of marbles at the very outside edge of the racetrack. And he probably just hit that and skidded right off once he lost contact patch. He got all that extra dirt, tire bit, and debris. You can see that it's been pushed up well outside the usual groove from everyone going wide in the wet, but it's still there. And at the very end of the cell tower, carrying as much speed as he was trying to, going even wider, just danced over the limit. But they shouldn't have to do that much longer. You can see Jorgensen already starting to experiment with the low side. That looked like it might have been quicker if he was able to open his hands and didn't pull alongside Mason Brody. So I think he could easily be able to start using that groove instead. You're watching them take the normal groove in the kink as well. And behind them, fastest driver on the circuit's now pulling into frame. Hudson Howard, last time by, half a second better than Lockhart, nearly a full second better than everybody else. He'll send it down the inside there. What an incredible drive from the young man. Third generation racer. His dad, double duty this weekend, a full house karting team, a full house USF Juniors program up in Wisconsin. And Hudson is having a fantastic performance here in this main event. He started 15th. He's driven his way now to 5th. He's knocking on the door of 4th. 3rd is a good ways up the road, but it's not out of reach as he gets to his teammates. Rear bumper, Mason Brody gives him a nice shove down the main straight.
Nicely done there, and once again, Hudson Howard making it clear that he's chasing dreams and making memories. He's been able to chase his way through this pack nicely, up 10 spots throughout this race. Seems to know that it's important to work with his teammate right now. Be able to just see where they can go, work with Brody. Brody so far has been running up front most of the day. Follow off of him and go from there as some of the drivers you see in the backdrop go down pit road.
Here's Hendrick Ross, the 278, 32nd to 8th. 24 spots picked up here. What a masterful drive here for this young man. Into the top 10. He probably won't get too much higher. The lap times compared to the karts in front are about holding even. And he's all by his lonesome. It may be a bit of a boring end, but this has been a great charge with still a lot of time left, to be fair. 6.5 minutes plus a lap to go in this Micro Swift main event, which, by the way, Lennox Lockhart continues to lead. The Velocity Racing Sodi Kart just clocked in now into the teams in a 1:19. Last time, a 1:19.5 this time. Brody Stoffel closing the gap back up to him. We might see a fight for the lead soon enough with the higher speeds and this intermediate setup that all the tuners had to guess for. What gear did they throw on? They barely had enough time to change the tires. Did they bring the fronts back in or the rears back out? It looks like to me Lockhart, the rears are still pretty far in. The fronts are definitely all the way maxed out. And who knows where the rev range is going to, or who ended up guessing really correctly of what this track was going to look like in the final stages, because look at the gap back to Stoffel. He's closing in. 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go. He's now cut off another couple tenths.
Yeah, able to just chip away, and that's got to be the main focal point for Stoffel, is just try and close this gap up, utilize some of the draft down the straightaways, and do what you can to make this a fight. Still have 5 minutes to go. That's still a good at least 3-4 laps that you have, give or take, plus the 1 lap to work with to close up this race. Stoffel next time by, I think we'll have an opportunity to make a move if they so choose to.
Yeah, he's moving a heck of a lot faster here than our first driver in Lennox Lockhart. Another couple tenths picked off that time by. What a run here in the works. And can he get one more spot here with plenty of time left? Brody Stoffel rolled off from 7th, Lockhart from 6th. The original frontrunner, Zev Gottschalk, he's actually faster than both. He picked up a lot last time by. The Bennett driver maybe playing the long game, hoping to bank on a really dry surface by the end, or just taking more advantage of it than everyone else. Again, Lockhart doesn't have a reference point. Brody Stoffel can see what Lennox does and try to go one step better through the corner, so it makes it a little bit easier to be the chasing driver in conditions like this than normal. But still, with so much time left and plenty of laps for these two to duke it out, don't count out Zev Gottschalk, and don't count on Hudson Howard, Stoffel's teammate, either, as Brody Stoffel takes the lead.
Able to take the move up through 16 as they work their way to 17. Now it's the matter of how do they play against each other. Does Lockhart try and push the issue immediately, try and get some pass backs, try and battle it out, slow each other up a little bit, or does he wait and be patient? That's up to him fully, and we've seen a little bit of both from Lockhart over the years. It really depends. They have the time to play with to be able to fight it out without losing too much time here. It's just a matter for Lockhart of, if he makes the move, does he immediately get passed back by Stoffel, etc.?
Still watching everything here as the field works its way around the kink and over to the green corner. Brody Stoffel, Lennox Lockhart, they have a 5-second cushion last time around to Zev Gottschalk, but Gottschalk is still tracking anywhere from a couple tenths to a half-second better than the front duo. He might get there, even just on his own speed, and for Lockhart, what was so good early may not be the best setup right now, but they've got lap traffic looming as well that they're going to catch before the flaggers were able to get them off the circuit. Right in front of Stoffel, I think he'll get around him at a good point. Perfectly done down the front stretch here as they go down to turn number 1. All good, and he'll pick that spot up. It might hurt Lockhart here as they go to the corner. Let's see if he can get by over into the first turn. He can. There's the black flags waving. That's the 218 machine. Or no, the 216, sorry. Carson Bishop is the one there. Lincoln Wiley also. He was flagged off. They're flagging off Bishop. They're trying to flag off the lap traffic before the young superstars at the front of the field can get to them. 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Brody Stoffel still leads.
Still a decent separation between the two of them. Stoffel, if anything, seems to be showcasing the speed long term. 2 tenths quicker on the lap. He made the pass. Now has really been able to take off and away this lap. Stoffel showcasing why he's one of the top drivers in this series. Lockhart's been in that conversation too. But Stoffel has been silent but willing to push when he has to be able to get stuff done, and he's trying to separate this gap as quick as possible.
At the line this time, this should essentially be 2 laps to go. We'll get under the 0 here. It's 1 more lap added once they hit the timer, and they will inevitably hit it this time around. So 2 laps remaining for Brody Stoffel to Lennox Lockhart. There is Zev Gottschalk back in third in the white helmet. Lockhart just doesn't quite have what he needs, I think, to hang with Brody Stoffel, who has opened up the throttle. 78-39. They're starting to get really close to the standard dry lap times. And for the pro shifter drivers, I mean, they'll be back up to maybe not quali pace, but certainly a full dry setup and a full dry gear range.
Now it's just a matter of closing things out, continue to grow the distance. The speeds have picked up by a good 2 to 3 seconds as this race is going on, mind you. That's how dry this track has now really gotten here. These drivers just have been able to slowly but efficiently get the circuit cooled down and dried off. They work their way out of the shark fin through 15, coming up to 16. Stoffel just needs to keep it on track for a couple more corners.
Yeah, this has been just a great display for Brody Stoffel. Lennox Lockhart, it was so good to lead as much as he did, but sadly here, he has lost touch with your leader, and as the white flag waves, 1 lap remains here for Brody Stoffel. 1 more time around, 12 laps logged. It'll be 13 at the finish. And the number 29's opened up the gap to 1.4 seconds. Zev Gottschalk tracking him down is still fastest, but the Bennett driver is just going to have too little too late to make up the gap. He won't even be able, unfortunately, to get to Lockhart, but this will still be a valiant podium effort for him. The teammates back in 4th and 5th, Hudson Howard, Mason Brody, they can keep their heads held very high as well. This will be a 3-driver top 5 for Jay Howard driver development. And for Howard and Brody, this is Mason Brody's first weekend with the white and blue crew. 6 spots up. Hudson Howard, 11 spots up. They may battle out that 4th spot. They're still pretty close together. And again, Hendrick Ross added another one of the shields in the top 10. 23 spots up. How about Joey Zhou on the RPG Cosmic into the top 10 as well? A great charge. Lawrence Jorgensen was super impressive. Didn't get to make a lot of noise earlier in the day. He picks up a number of positions. But on the final time, down the main straight, he got that first career win earlier. The floodgates have officially opened. Brody Stoffel with
Great run at the end for Stoffel, able to get the fireworks set off ablaze above him. 2.4 seconds the difference at the stripe. Dominating end of the race for Stoffel.
incredible. And kudos here to Mike Adams and the SuperKarts USA crew, adding a little extra flair for this record-setting Summer Nationals weekend. Let's take a look at how they stacked up here in Micro Swift. Brody Stoffel, top of the board, 2.4 seconds, the final margin of victory over Lennox Lockhart. Zev Gottschalk third, completes the podium. Hudson Howard hangs on over Mason Brody. Jorgensen, Aiden Go with a solid points haul for seventh. Liam Francisco, Hendrick Ross, and Joey Zhou, the top 10 finishers for your Micro Swift main event. 2 down on the double main event classes here on the day as we take a look back from the further back results here with a number of DNFs. A mix of these, again, due to the fact they were starting to get tracked down by the leaders, some of them as well due to attrition and action on the racetrack that they were themselves involved in. But nonetheless, the main events, the first two are wrapped. Pro Shifter, well, their main's tomorrow. Well, they've still got racing, and they're up next.
This is Pro Shifter, heat number 2. The fastest shifter drivers in the world are lined up and ready to compete. Championship points are on the line for 10 laps of intense racing. If you finish well in the last heat, you have a shot to take one step closer to starting up front for the main event. If you make one mistake here, though, your entire weekend could go up in smoke. Who's got what it takes?
Lots of action from heat number 1 in Pro Shifter, and a good bit of takeaways. The same starting lineup from qualifying sets the board for heat number 2, but it'll be a merge of the results in terms of the point scores for the pre-final lineup. And the number 1 plate, the reigning champ, Mateus Morgado, he said, man, this about puts the points out of reach. Well, it doesn't quite. He still is in this championship conversation. He's just going to have a much bigger hill to climb to get there. He now sits after that first heat race is concluded, a little further back than where he entered the weekend, 72 markers back. He's now 102 back from his teammate Jay Irwin, who still holds the overall points lead. In fact, he gained 5 over Billy Musgrave, but the driver that improved was AJ Myers. He moved up to 3rd, and he was in the middle of a fight with many others en route to that Heat 1 victory, including this guy, the big guy. Danny Formal is back, the Costa Rican and former Super Nationals champion. Fastest on Friday from Houston, Texas, and then after that had what he felt like was just, something amiss. And then the main event, an incredible drive to make up for it. We missed him in Cincinnati. We're happy to have him back, and he is going to be one of a number of other names we'll get to here on this grid, trying to add on to the pressure and challenge that mounts for this teenager from New Zealand, Jay Irwin, your current Pro Shifter points leader, rolling off from inside the top 10. Because there are 42 drivers here. There are more shifter pilots at this event than has been in many iterations. A record-setting turnout for the switch over to the KZ power plants. This class has exploded exponentially over the last couple of seasons, and the full grid's ready to roll. Billy Musgrave again, second in the points. Said after qualifying, he felt like, well, that's about as good as the kart's been so far. We've got to find more. We can. He was quick in the wet. When he's been here before, he's been quick in the dry. He's pulled it here before as well. The factory karts driver still has some work to do here to march forward, but he did show a lot of speed there in heat number 1. 24 points he's got to catch the number 6 of Jay Irwin. And when we asked him earlier this year what a Pro Tour title would mean, he said, man, more than any other that I have ever competed in to date. And Gavin Bailiff, nobody had the number 64 on their bingo card to win the opening round of the season. He did it in spectacular fashion, and while his home race was less than ideal, he still has a very legitimate shot at the points championship. However, he needs to start making up some ground. He's 157 markers back. He needs to have a run like the Magic Boys did in that first heat race. Part of the reason Morgado went out, contact between himself and Andrew Boydeshow fighting for third. The two of them, well, they're lined up right near each other again. Boydeshow back on the inside of Morgado's teammate there in Jay Irwin. And they're all lined all behind an all international front row. Corentin Russo on the inside, and it'll be Adrian Reneden on the outside with just a couple of hundred separating them in the Super Pole qualifying session, Justin.
Yes, indeed. It was close between them, but now it's the matter of seeing how the race fares out. AJ Myers will start in third. Mateus Morgado does get the fourth position after he had his issue in heat number one. Danny Formel and Michael Avancino will be in the top six. So it will start in seventh, Jay Irwin eighth. Aiden Rudolph had a great qualifying run earlier. He starts in ninth position. Josh Conker looking to conquer from the top 10. Kyle Wick and
Vincenzo Saraceno.
Yes, was about to say, looking to have a good run after his incident earlier in the quali.
That's one note, though, as well. The good run he was able to kind of put together to get to Super Pole, but then missing out kept him from putting an extra couple laps on those Avinco Reds. We'll see that begin to really show its head in the pre-final tomorrow. And the same for Morgado. With minimal laps in Heat 1, does he have a slight advantage over the rest of the field here on the slicks with less wear? Gavin Bailiff, Hunter Pickett, a former Summer Nationals winner in the number 7 GFC, rolling back behind them. And here's a look further down the board of the 42, and now with the final entry count, 44 total pro shifter drivers on the list. Goes well beyond here even what you're seeing with a number of notable names like Dalton Haynes making his debut with TV Kart USA. Truly Adams, 14 years old, along with Gage Korn as well. Both of them 23rd, 34th on the grid. Justin White, the impressive Florida stretch, has now put him well in contention for the Circle of Champions Fund in the top 10. We'll keep tabs on that throughout the day and throughout the weekend. Not just the title fight, but the tight fight to get into that prize package pool. And then the final couple rows on the grid just beyond here for your final four. Derek Proctor, Tegan Poles, Liam Jones, and then Riley Pegram will start tail end of the field. That was one of the Ital carts there just behind the graphics. Looked like it had an issue. Might have been Andrew Byrne in the number 90 for Catalyst Driver Development. It's an all-French front row. Corentin Russo and Adrian Reneden. Russo led a ton of laps in Cincinnati. He led a handful here in Heat 1, but he needs more. And again, the track is drying, but is there an advantage to the outside lane? We are getting them lined, and we're about to find out. 44 pro shifters, a full house. And it's a quick run for the officials down the grid to get them into the boxes. We had to abort that first start from Heat 1. Let's see if Heat number 2 is going to be a little better. We look for the all-clear command from the SuperKarts USA officials straight in front and then to the left for the green flag. 44 pro shifters. Heat number 2, we're away. Oh, man, a terrible start for Adrian Reneden. He'll fall back one spot, maybe. Myers got through. And a great launch off the line for a clear hole shot. Corentin Russo takes over.
Russo now looks to try and take off with the Magic Man. AJ Myers looks to try and double up on heat wins here today. Everybody else rumbles their way around the racetrack, try to settle on down as they work their way through 7-8 on board. Still, though, the tough thing's going to be for many of these drivers now, will they be able to get themselves situated in a spot to be comfortable, to be able to move forward, to be able to make passes here, as this track has pretty much dried out. Keyword pretty much.
Morgado all over Reneden here. Once again, the number 12 not super strong off the start. However, a big improvement for Michael Avancino on that Ron White Racing CRG. Up to 5th, holding even all over Morgado as there's contact further back. One of the PSL Barrel Arts has gone around. That is in the infield sector. And here's the rest of the midfield scrum. Musgrave in the middle of it. Brent Cruz on the inside of Gulick. Nearly 3 wide down the front stretch. And a big slide 3 wide again. Danny Formal gets by 2 of them. Morgado and Avancino fall back.
Morgado now gets near contact right on back in the mix of things as they work their way around the racetrack. Still plenty of surface time to be able to work their way through as they rumble around the surface. Lots of these drivers trying to get lined up. Conker in front of Morgado now has been able to slap as well.
Irwin in front of Irwin. Morgado here is right behind Danny Formal. It's Conker leading the next group. This is Irwin there in the PSL Beryl Art number 6. Then Gavin Bailiff. And then Bordeshow, who did not get away nearly as good as he did in heat number 1. He's trapped behind these two. Irwin playing heavy defense here early. Rudolph, all of them into the back of him as they stack up. Next up's Kyle Wick in the 4. Brent Cruz with a good improvement here on the start. And up front, things are beginning to close. Russo again on defense as the Magic Man begins to go on the hunt.
They worked their way out of 16 to 17 once again, as now looking to see where some of the errors now fall. We talked about Irwin looking to gain some ground, lost some traction to conquer this lap. In fact, the whole choo-choo train's lost 5, 6, 7 kart lengths compared to them. The lead, 5 or 6, have now checked out by more than a second to conquer. There's a look to the inside. Morgado still holds on to 4th.
Yeah, he couldn't quite get it done on Renaden, but AJ Myers did on Russo. Myers, the new leader at the end of the front straightaway there. The Magic Man takes over. Quarantine Russo back to 2nd. Renaden 3rd still. Morgado and Formal seem to be faster. They got to find a way past the Frenchman who is parking the bus on the inside. Here comes Avancino still on the tail, and then the rest of the group, they are all getting real antsy here. How long do they wait? And Morgado, a little love there to Renaden. Renaden not happy, throws him a little fade, gives him a little tap. Another one, but at some point, Morgado had to make something happen to get past the 12 because Adrian Renaden's just not right now showing the speed, and the leaders are getting away. Here comes Formal with a run to the bumper. Let's see if he goes down the straight. No, Renaden's going to go back on Morgado. No, can't do it. Formal to the high side. Around the outside, he'll pick one off Renaden.
Renaden kind of left it open with how much he had to check up from that block from the inside. Now, as they work their way out of 4th.
Avancino on the inside of Renaden with a send. Didn't work. Here comes Josh Conker to the inside now.
Working their way through 5 and 6 once again as they try and rumble through that part of the racetrack. Avancino, Munzo is trying to push ahead, but Renaden just seems to be on the back foot everywhere right now. Morgado trying to work with Formal to close up their gap. Need to close up about a second or so to get back up there. All while Renaden is going the wrong direction. Conker has closed up to them all.
Yeah, Josh Conker is there. Jay Irwin's group still hot on his heels with Gavin Bailiff and Bordeshow in tow, but it's all good up front. AJ Myers with the move on Russo, then now losing it. Russo back by. Myers was close to him. It looked like he might have got him. Let's look at the replay here. This is on the right side of your screen. Trying to see what we're looking back at. This is, I believe, the run down the straight with Myers getting by Russo around the outside. No, he missed a shift and then sent it right back in on him. And then here is a great angle of Formal. So back and forth, but Russo back to the lead. So Quarantine Russo, AJ Myers, Morgado, Formal, Renaden, Conker, Avancino, the top 7.
Yeah, Myers, I think, is doing what he needs to do. Get good finishes, get himself potentially the pole for the pre-final. All he really needs to do is have a great run. Doesn't need to lose any more spots, and he can be able to control things up for front, control his own destiny. Conker has found his way forward over Avancino, by the way. That's how quickly the 54 has been able to slowly pick off spot after spot. Morgado has been able to reel in the top 3 meanwhile. Ditch Formal, and now working their way down that long straightaway up towards turn 18. Morgado having a chance to be able to do something, to be able to break these drivers up.
Black flag for Renaden. Black flag for Adrian Renaden. Russo with a problem. Quarantine Russo out of the lead. Mechanical failure, and it's Myers versus Morgado again. Down the inside to 4. Morgado is through. Here comes Formal. Black flags continue to wave for Adrian Renaden. 2 major
cataclysmic events happening at the same time. Adrian Reneden, don't know what the black flag is for from race control. We'll hear from him and control, I'm sure, with a message shortly, as he's going to keep on racing. Sent it on Formal, that's for third, and Mateus Morgado doing everything he can to keep his championship defense hopes alive. After a DNF, a 44th place finish in Heat 1, this would be 50 markers back in the right direction. This would also put him at least about middle of the field in the pre-final with a chance to fight.
Yes, right now, at this point, ignore the 12 with the black flag situation. He's still trying to become a pest, though, still racing it out. AJ Myers trying to cross stuff up. 5 seconds is left on the clock when they cross the stripe. We'll see what they have with the lap total now. I believe it's going to be second to last.
Reneden right there. I think he's realized the black flag. His session is over. He's going to pull in with a lap to go. So black flag for Adrian Reneden. He may not have seen it the first time. Now he pulls out the way. That hurt Formal's chances a little bit, but he's still tracking very good in the points. AJ Myers, I think at this point here, even though Morgado is in the championship conversation, he's got 50 points on him. He can afford to surrender 5. He doesn't need to force the issue. He could just ride here and he'll easily secure the pole starting spot for tomorrow. The only pressure for that position is Formal. If Danny can get up there and start to put the heat on AJ and really make things interesting. Otherwise, we're headed for the white flag, and the number 1 is going to be back atop the pylon here shortly with a couple car length lead.
Yes, right now at this point, I still think it's great for Myers in terms of starting position. That's the biggest concern of anything for the pre-final. That's got to be the main focus. But for Mal, he's here to get wins. He's here on the final lap charging hard. Last time by for Mal was pretty quick. Morgado still got the purple lap on the track though in the 106.6s.
There's Adrian Reneden through the scale line. Not sure what the issue is. Frustrated, obviously, in the velocity sodium mechanics. I think all confused as well of what the black flag may have been for. And we'll wait to see, as I'm sure he's got some questions about that, because that is a big ding in his weekend. And he's a driver among many fighting to get into the top 10 in the Circle of Champions Fund. Josh Conker. Also, again, he could play spoiler in this championship. He's now in 4th with Reneden gone. Avancino, this is big for the Ron White Racing driver in his first full Pro Tour and Pro Shifter to move up into the top 10 in points, secure a ride for next season. But when you talk about championship, AJ Myers' consistency right now, he'll start to eat into the gap a little more. And for Mateus Morgado, redemption in Heat 2 with a win.
So that's got the average to about 22nd for Morgado. Myers, I believe, would have the pole for the pre-final, if my math's correct here. A good run for Morgado to be able to recover from a disastrous race number 1 on the day in Heat 1. Conker also went very strongly up.
So I believe the black flag for Adrian Reneden might have come because we're getting word that it was due to aggressive behavior on circuit. That has to be referring, I would think, to the hip check he threw at Mateus Morgado. At least from everything we saw, that would have been the majority of the issues the officials may have taken with his on-track conduct. But that is huge in the overall scope of the weekend, and of course the championship as well, with a lot of updates still to go. Jay Irwin still staying in the conversation, still able to improve slightly on the gap to Billy Musgrave, but he surrenders some more points now to AJ Myers and to Josh Conker with that great run. Gavin Bailiff needed to get ahead of both Musgrave and Irwin and a number of others to keep himself in the fight, and he still has 310 points up for grabs tomorrow with 100 in the pre-final and 210 available, including the fast lap in the main. But it will take a lot of dominoes to fall to get the Cincinnati, Ohio native to hoist the number 1 plate on Sunday afternoon. Here's further back in the field, some of the other notables. Dalton Haynes, Justin White able to pick up some spots there. Gage Corn holding about even. Adams picked up a few. Gautier and Powers all still able to make it through as well. And Hunter Pickett, an issue for the number 7, drops him way down the boards, 31st at the drop of the checkers. And here's a look again at all the implications.
Adrian Reninen and Corentin Russo enter 10th and 11th today on the bubble. Not only now are they surrendering points that should have been a 30 to 50 point boost with the heat race top 5 or win, but they're also going to have a 41st and a 40th to join Morgado's 44th and a win now in the overall tally. This is big time. Man, I don't know who's writing the script for this stuff here, Justin, but they're doing a pretty impeccable job of giving us a lot to talk about.
Yeah, the rain race of the season, the mightily wild micro Swift, and I just received word in my ear it is raining again. So I don't think it's going to be rain clouds electric boogaloo here, but I mean the weather conditions have been definitely a factor, and it's impacted some stuff, but it's been an entertaining race day for sure so far.
Yeah, it's, man, so much to break down from it. Let's talk to one of our, I'd imagine, happier finishers, Josh Conker, slowly getting onto the radar of everybody once again, very similar to his first career Pro Tour win in Cincinnati, P4. Caleb.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. I would say a slower start to the weekend this time around. First of all, talk about your weekend and then talk about that second heat race. Seemed like it's finally coming together for you.
Yeah, it's been, I don't want to say a rough weekend, but we were definitely missing, yesterday. We were really good Thursday, felt really good. Just kind of went the wrong way with the setup yesterday. And, big debrief with the team, Carlos, Nathan, Liam, everyone back, And we kind of went over the chassis and what do I need? What do I want? What's, really going on? Let's sit down, think about it, talk about it. And we just went back to what we ran in Cincinnati, back to the basics, right? That's what worked. That's where we were always we were super fast. So we made the decision to go back there. And ever since then, we found the pace to run up front. We had a really good quali. I didn't optimize super pole, so that has us starting a little farther back in P10. But the kart's been really good. We were really fast in Heat 1, battling with Kyle and Jay there. He was, battling kind of checked us up from the rest of the pack. So we didn't really have the opportunity to show our true pace and our true potential. And I think Heat 2 kind of went our way a little bit there. We got by Jay early, so got away from, all the battling behind and was able to just kind of push forward and, some DNFs up the field and, kind of capitalizing on that and moving our way up.
Talk about the passing around this place, right? It seems like it's taking you guys a little bit longer to try and make those moves stick. First time any of you guys have run this layout. How has the passing been here this weekend?
It's pretty difficult. It's pretty easy to defend. If you have respect for the guy in front, you're not going to just bump and run him out of the way. You're going to want to try and pass him cleanly. But at some point, it's going to come down to that. If there's a guy in front of you, you got pace, you got to get by. It's what it's going to be because it's so difficult to make a move just with how easy it is to defend into the passing opportunities that we have. But if you can surprise a guy and capitalize on them, that's going to be the best and the easiest thing.
Best of luck, Josh.
Thank you.
Big thanks to Josh Conker for spending some time with us. Master Shifter presented by Rocket Racing Company. Heading out to the start lanes. Jordan Musser, a clinic, perfect class in session from heat number 1. And he's going to try and replicate that here from pre-final action. Main event on tap here, 16 minutes plus a lap for Shifter Masters. Musser on the inside, Tim Hollowell on the outside. Scott Presti, Scott Hargrove, Larry Pegram, your top 5 to the flag stand. Green flag in the air for Master Shifter's main, and it's a massive hole shot for the outside again. Hollowell with a huge lead, and around the outside for Hargrove to P2.
Pretty clear that the advantage is to the outside right now from those conditions still, but Hollowell had been slowly but surely keeping himself up with Musser in that pre-final. Now he's got the true chance to see, can he hold on in the long run? And better yet, can Hargrove be able to keep himself up towards the front after his struggles early in his same launch from the pre-final that put him so far back into the mid-pack in that pre-final?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I won't say sloppy as a too big of a dig on Scott Hargrove, but he was definitely a little more out of shape and pushing the limits, it looked like visually, than anyone else. He'd go forward, go back, and then eventually he charged back up, but had to do it all the hard way. Here in the main event, he's already on the charge and going to the lead with a big send in the final hairpin. So Scott Hargrove now takes over here with Hollowell right behind.
You're looking to bring the fight back to him. Musser's going to look to follow. Hargrove lets them both on through, and Hollowell reclaims the lead at the end of lap number 2. Now, as we go back down here to go side by side, let's hear from another really fast machine and driver combination. Danny Formal is looking pretty going into Sunday. Caleb?
Indeed. Danny, talk a little bit about this weekend, right? It's your first race back in the States. I know you've been racing a little bit over in Costa Rica, but how's the adjustment been, back into the shifter package for this weekend?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to GFC for having me. Gary and I have been working on this project for many years, and yeah, selling these go-kart in Costa Rica. We've done very well down there, and yeah, I wish I was in Ohio. I had a car race, and yeah, I was watching, Kart Chaser and Speed Hive and seeing all the lap times, wishing I was there. But yeah, it feels great. I haven't driven a shifter since we rolled they're extremely fast. The package, they're built and switched to the TM powered by SweetTech, and it's phenomenal. Been working on the chassis too with Gary and Kyle and all the team, and I think we had a really good, strong package. Yeah, it's progressively getting better. It's been fast right away and come in later on the stand, which is really nice for a 120 final. So yeah, I'm happy. Go back to the drawing board. I actually did not like how the go-kart felt the last 2 laps there, specifically in the right-hander. So just put it on the scales, put it on the table, make sure everything's okay for tomorrow. But the team's done a fantastic job. I'm so glad to be here. I think I'm starting second tomorrow in the pre-final, AJ first. I think that is the 1-2 that I've been most part of, or me first and AJ second, or vice versa. So should be a good race. We have good pace, and hopefully we can show it tomorrow.
There you go. Best of luck, Danny.
Thank you very much.
Robert's still racing their way around the racetrack right now as we continue on the battle for the race lead. Hallwell and Musser still keeping close, but look at Pegram. He's been able to find his way around Hargrove. Hargrove going the wrong direction. Contact from Presti. Presti moves his way to the inside, coming through 17. Now Scott Presti now looks to make the move. The battle for the race lead stays lockstep at the start and finish line. They work their way through turn 1, off to turn 2. Musser still wants to be able to back up that pre-final win. One of the top drivers in the nation in terms of this category, still keeping things close. Well, Hargrove still is all the way back to 5th position. Field still rumbles its way, now coming out through 7 and 8. One of the drivers that's done quietly well so far, Sketchy Barnes. Sketchy Barnes started dead last in this race, the 601. Keep an eye on that pylon, has been able to get up to 9. All wow, Musser now pokes to the inside, coming to 13. Stays back for the shark fin. Now looks to try and back up the corner, tries a cross-up attempt for the run through 15. That doesn't work. So difficult to pass with the shark fin. Takes away that chance if you don't get it right. But a good chance gotten right for Musser down the straightaway. Here comes the run for the 616, clearing its way through 18. Back to turn 1 it goes. Musser now takes the race lead, the 616 to the point.
Jordan Musser is going to have a bit more of a challenge, it appears. Not only is Hollowell a little stronger here in the opening stages of this main than what he looked to be in the pre-final, but Larry Pegram and Scott Presti are still kind of in frame a little bit. They're only about a second and a half back. Scott Hargrove's faded all the way to 5th. What a quick downward run, unfortunately, it has been for the 695. He had so much speed in that first lap, taking the lead, all for it to then go quickly to the wayside down the next straight, and then now back just hanging on at the end of the top 5 with more company on the way. Robert Feige only maybe a half second away from him. Like you mentioned, John Crow, Woods, Barnes, Kelly, all still close, especially Barnes and Woods.
Yeah, right now, Presti's still trying to find a way to close up to get the Larry Pegram. Pegram much better second half of the day compared to the pre-final, where Pegram just dropped on back in the early going, same way of Hargrove is doing now. Presti stays through, coming through, now coming up to turn 3, now up to turn 4 this time. They get the separation built up a little bit, all while the leaders try and work their way around. Work their way through 5 and 6 as they hit the rumble strip up to turn 7 for the sharp hairpin. So far, Presti just been keeping things calm, has lost one spot since the start from his initial starting spot, but has been able to keep things pretty tightly wound now with the back in a Pegram, while the top two do the same thing.
Look how close this is here. I mean, yeah, they are tightening up quite a bit for that final spot on the podium. Mind you, John Crow had to start from the tail end of the field, having that mechanical issue early in the pre-final, so he's got a little fresher rubber. He is putting it to good use on that 2.0 factory kart. Now taking advantage of the swap for third. He'll take over fifth from Hargrove, and it's Presti now onto the podium on the Croc Promotions machine.
Nice move to get it right on back to the top three for Presti. Now Presti looks to take off, all while Crow in that factory kart machine looks for a chance to line it up, works quickly to the gears. Now working their way back to 4 and 5. Way up to 6. So far, Crow has been minding his own business, trying to make sure there's no major mistakes. So far, decently done, but Pegram seems to be going the wrong direction. The long run just seems to be not there for Riley Pegram here today.
Larry Pegram in this one. Riley in the Pro Shifter category just went to the side. Larry Pegram, dad is out here trying to get onto the box. Let's see if he can. And with still Presti within range, and still early too. Again, this is a 16-minute plus 1 lap main event. So, knowing that, and that there's still 8 minutes on the timer, a lot can change, a lot can shift. And with the sun now back out, the temp beginning to rise, the drivers are going to begin to feel the fatigue of trying to wrestle one of these 45 plus horsepower beasts around this 1.2 mile layout here, this 18 turn circuit. And look at that, Pegram off. Little help from Crow at an inopportune moment in turn number 3. Larry Pegram's going to lose about 3 or 4 spots because of it, and John Crow now moves to 4th.
Yeah, that's kind of just to emphasize what Larry's had to happen this entire race here in this one. Just gone backwards this entire long run. All while some of the other drivers like Crow and Hargrove trying to find a way to be able to keep up with Presti. See the different lines, just trying to find some clean air. Hargrove for the nose. Still a couple of car lengths behind Crow, and Crow seems to be just that little extra bit quicker right now for what Hargrove's putting up on the racetrack with 7 minutes remaining.
To the line. Another lap going down this time around. They'll put, I believe, 8 in the books. Still will be a pretty lengthy main, and we're about to that point where it would be not much different with the timer versus a regular lap count and what they're originally scheduled for. I mean, you wouldn't even know, Justin, without walking out onto the grass, that we had the level of rain for that Pro X30 Pre-Final, and even the rain that continued in KA Junior and Micro Swift. And we're only 2 sessions removed from that, and this place looks like it hasn't seen a drop all day.
Yeah, kind of says something about how much this track can dry. It's been talked about by crew members. This track can dry very quickly here in Newcastle. And well, we've kind of seen the perfect example of that, where it was a monsoon about an hour or 2 ago. Now it looks like it's been dry all day long. Still, Crow taking a couple small peaks, lost some ground yet again. Have to reset. You have to try and regroup to be able to try and get back to Presti. The gap now back to 3 kart lengths again.
So again, all of this playing in to where the end of the race is going to be probably a head-to-head fight for the win and maybe a 3-way fight for the podium. John Crow from way back on the grid, following the disappointing run with the DNF in the pre-final, to now be knocking on the door of P3, and Scott Presti knows it as he covers low again back in turn number 7.
So far, so solid in terms of this fight. Just hasn't been able to get alongside, though. That's the tough thing, is actually making the pass. Here's the send. Crow, seeing the door open from Presti, jumps on through it, takes advantage through 12, and now is able to move up to the top 3 onto the podium spots from 13th starting spot. By the way, keep in mind, Sketchy Barnes in the next pack has already worked his way from last to 6th as well.
We have some potential reports here that maybe there's a bit of smoke billowing out the back of the John Crow machine. Let's see if we can figure out where it may be coming from. There's a number of moving parts and pieces that are moving water around to keep the engine cool. And I think looking at it, the overflow, well, no, that would be from the engine side, it looked like there. Plenty of times I've seen where the overflow bottle from the top of the radiator is hanging loose, and if there's any water getting pushed out of the system or flowing out, that's an issue. However, the other part would be if that water, well, again, I think that water would be touching the pipe's burning off. There's also the likes of gear oil, and of course, if that hose connected on the bottom side of the motor where the water is pushed in and then fed or feeds out, I believe, there's a loose clamp because there's two hoses going, one to the motor from the radiator, one from the radiator, or from the motor back to the radiator. So you're going back and forth, cycling the water through the motor as the air hits the radiator, cools the water back down, keeps the engine in the good temps. If one of those connections starts bleeding water out and he ends up with no water left in the system, that motor will expire, and it will expire in a hurry. So we knew there was a mechanical issue for him. We didn't quite know what it was that took him out of the pre-final. It looked to be more so related to shift linkage or something of the like based on where he kind of exited the shark fin. It wasn't an instant stop like an engine seize would be. But you can visibly see it, a little bit of evaporation off the main part of the exhaust pipe right underneath the end of the seat.
At this point, I think he's just driving along and just hoping it keeps on going. But all of this as well, Musser has been able to hold on and keep up the gap 8/9 of a second over Hallwell.
He's added to it even. About a 2/10 gain last time by. Jordan Musser realizing and managing the race nicely here that he needed to keep a little bit for the end to try and not make it a battle. He is opening up the gap back to Hollowell. Another low 107 for him, a 107.5 for Tim Hollowell. That is a 77.5 for him, a 67.5 for Hollowell, a 67.23 for Jordan Musser. So the gap starting to lengthen from first to second. John Crow still pulling away in third from Hargrove, who's pulled away from Barnes, who's now climbed up to fifth from the back. Let's go down the pit lane, though. The next class up should be another fantastic fight, but it wasn't that in the pre-final. It was all about one man in particular. Caleb's got him.
Diego, first of all, talk about your Saturday this weekend, right? Double pull for you, X30 Pro, KA Senior. Talk about KA first. How did that pre-final go for you starting on the pole here?
Went pretty good. Our chassis is on rails. The engine is amazing. And the pre-final, I think they start fighting a bit, and then I was able to break the gap, the draft, and yeah, for sure the final now will be more together. But I think we have speed to win that one.
I feel like we've been at Newcastle Motorsports Park a couple times, and you've been a contention for a national champion, right? Many times before. This weekend, has that crossed your mind at all? The bad luck you've had in final rounds of championships.
Like we speak before, it's always getting super close in X30. In KA, I had a win, but in X30 I always go really close in the final, but never win. And yeah, we'll see if this week is gonna change.
Well, there you go. Best luck.
Thank you.
Again, as Caleb mentioned, Diego Ramos, he's actually had a very solid track record at this place more weekends than not. He has been very quick, especially with the PSL Bureau Art that he has been driving for the last couple of years. But like you mentioned to Caleb there, yeah, he's been close in Pro X30 a couple of times at securing a major championship. He still hasn't been able to bring a title back to the PSL karting crew, but he has provided major wins. He's gotten a countless number of podiums. He's, of course, the number 3 plate in Pro X30, a nice prize package from last year. But he leads the points in KA Senior. He has not yet been dethroned from the top seat in that class today. And if he can put it away with a win
at round 5. We'll have to check the math if it would clinch, but at minimum it would make his Sunday a lot easier to be able to roll out of bed and just try to manage some good positions and bring a title back in his first run at it. And for Jordan Musser, this weekend, this year, it's been busy. Mr. Simpson Race Products and Mr. traveling across the country, not just for karting, but for a little bit of everything. He's wheeled quite a few different motorsport machines. He's taken most to the front. He's taken a ton to the win. And on this final lap in Rocket Racing Company Master Shifter, there'll be no doubt that the number 616 on Saturday at the SKUSA Summer Nationals was the man to beat, because he'll head for the white flag with a near 2-second gap, and the gap continuing to open up here over Tim Hollowell. This time, it finally closed as he begins to cool things down just a tick.
Yeah, dominant run here today from Musser, and has been able to grow the gap now to 1.6 seconds as time has gone on. Set the fastest lap of the race. Started this one from the pole, but didn't have the best of hole shots. But kind of emphasized as this race went on why he was so difficult to pass and be able to keep up with in the pre-final. He has plenty of experience, as you talked about, and that experience has carried forward for him today. Just has to make his way to the shark fin and then that long straightaway up to the final start and finish line area to be able to close things up. The 616 a couple corners away.
No question who's been the best over the course of the runs, and he's been good at the perfect points in each one. He'll win the main comfortably in Master Shifter. Let's take a look back here. Final results from Master Shifter. Jordan Musser, your main event winner. Tim Hollowell. John Crow, provisionally your top 3. Hargrove, Barnes, Feige, Justin Kelly, Larry Pegram, Kevin Woods, and Daniel Paras. 11 finishers in the main event for Master Shifter, presented by Rocket Racing Company of the 14 starters. We'll take a break with more to go.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now. This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Attention supercarts.
Karts onto the racetrack for KA100 Senior. 48 in total, I believe, on the list. There is a ton of drivers ready for action here. Let's get ready to go as, oh no, one will not make it. Two together. Maxime Barron, one of them. Another one, Lorenzo Kaufman. But at the same time, we need to get a little quick update. Caleb, what do you have for us?
Thank you. Real quick, Oliver Hodgson's suit zipper broke on grid. They had to put electrical tape around it. There's some Velcro pieces holding on to it. But again, speaking to his mechanic, Doug Foxworth, just doing everything possible so that suit doesn't rip open during the race.
Wild things for the former IME International final winner and driver with an outside shot to try and knock Diego Ramos off the top of the standings. He'll have to drive through the field to get to him because the Brazilian has them all at his fingertips here. Green flag. KA Senior is green from Newcastle.
2x2 to start, third on back yet again already. Renault amongst those with the elbows out. Lloyd able to advance. One driver off the track in the 15th position or so. Everybody else rumbles the way around the circuit.
All good lined up behind Ramos, much closer this time than they were the last time through. Massimino, Lloyd, Timothy Pernod right there in the white suit in fourth, and then Hodgson in fifth, hoping that that suit doesn't become a parachute over the course of the next 16 minutes and a lap. And again, the time sessions to conclude out the day. There is Donovan Bonilla, I believe, right there. He fell back a couple spots off the start behind Hodgson. Battle for second. Lloyd to the inside, the most recent U.S. National Tour KA Senior main event winner. And it felt like the monkey was off his back after a more than 2-year dry spell from his first away from home state win that came at the SKUSA Pro Tour Spring Nationals back in Salt Lake City, Utah. And that same weekend, Oliver Hodgson pulled off a stunner to win the Sunday Pro X30 main. He finds himself in KA Senior's championship conversation, and to get himself a little further into that, he needs a really good run here today as he closes the gap up. Here's on board Chase Gassiet-Lee in the Coastal Link printing onboard machine, the 922 buried in the midfield.
Right now holding on the 14th position with ZCD in front of him right now, but looking like some people getting very defensive. Lute went hard defensive to the inside for 14 there. Looking back towards his direction, you see some of the argy-barging is still poking out. Some of those drivers are clear back there, so is Overbeck. But some of those in the front of the field, still the main focal point. Lloyd keeping up with Ramos, all while Massimino is able to slide his way up to the top 3 for now.
Oliver Hodgson now with a lot of breathing room as the fighting continues on further back in the top 10. Ruben Moya trying to make up for an abysmal pre-lunch break round of sessions, even right after the post-lunch break Pro X30 Pre-Final. This is good for him, good for Eli Warren as well. Outside front row qualifier, finding himself right behind the Spanish Salmon. Then it's from Mexico, Fernando Luque on the BJRLN card. Connor Ferris is there to conclude the top 10, all a little ways back from Bonilla.
And they're going to shuffle Moya. He'll drop back 2, maybe 3. He's going to try and crowd Ferris down, and he will. And here comes DeMello to take advantage there in turn 2. He got it done. It looked like maybe no. Still fighting further back. All the while, up front, we're starting to see moves now. Bonilla through on Pernod.
We know Bonilla has been able to slice through a lot of traffic here today in some of these battles. Moya has been the one who's been sliced and diced and been filet mignon almost, so to speak, in terms of some of the battling. But some of these others that I'm keeping an eye on, like the 922, that's Chase Gassiet Lee, starting to make some ground up, some big sends over back, able to go up the inside of the 948 machine, Cooper Auclair.
James Overbeck, Cooper Auclair, all hoping to get further into the main fight here, driving forward. Behind them, Finnegan Bailiff now side by side as Auclair loses another spot or two in the infield shark fin turn 14. He's on the outside still. Here's Henry Wheeler to the inside. Lucas Zabo to go. And up the road, here's Gassiet Lee. This will be another move. Riding on board with Overbeck, shoving him by. Another spot gained for the pair. They will almost get to the top 10. That'll be 10th and 11th for the pair now.
Yeah, Chase Gassiet Lee starting to get the luck together here on his side. He hasn't really had any stretches of bad luck here today. Just been marred in traffic much of the day. Now for Lloyd, it's about providing pressure, trying to pressurize the mistake. Same for Hodgson. Hodgson nearly pressurized the mistake back of Bonilla, trying to regain the 4th position. Instead, he'll have to ride in 5th and hope for the best in terms of some of this battling here. Oh wow, this whole grouping of 6 staying within about 1.4 seconds, and it's still compressing.
Yeah, they are closing in on the top 2. Initially, Colin Lloyd was glued to the back bumper of Diego Ramos, but he started to lose a little touch with him. At the same point, the latter half of the top 10 have really begun to make some heavy gains. Even with Fernando Luque going by Eli Warren, they have closed up to the top runners. And further back, Ferris, Gassiet Lee losing a little bit, but DeMello and Overbeck look fast. As here's Bonilla with a move for 3rd. This is between the movement down by Cooper Auclair on James Overbeck and a last-second ditch effort for DeMello to take advantage. And that kind of movement for Cooper could draw the eye of the officials, because again, I have to think that that was part of the conversation of why Adrian Reneden got a black flag in heat number 2 for Pro Shifter. You saw there a good sign of respect from ZCD. Looked back, saw the 901, said, yeah, you got some speed, I'll follow you. As yellow flags are waving, that where is that going for? Oh, that's going into the cell tower. Major impact. Santi Fernandez and Connor Ferris colliding.
Yeah, able to get going, at least one of them, though. That's the bright side as some of the barriers got kicked up. All while Overbeck has just been doing his job, just trying to make spot after spot back up, trying to get himself forward from the top 10 or so to be able to get more championship points. All of this with 10 minutes to work with, as yet again we have an incident.
2 more together. Aiden Levy up onto the right side of the 924. Levy had the issues early on, was trying to charge back up. That's with Wyatt Downing, one of the Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz entries. And they both will have to hope for a better Sunday, as this will be the end of their charge through the field. How about any other big-time movers? Levy was from 34th. He had climbed almost to the top 20 by that point. Was just about to give a little love to some of the big charges made through the field. He was on track for one of them. This will end that. Up front, Moya starting to feel it as he goes by Pernod. And is that a sign, with Timothy Pernod fading, that Ramos may be as well? Right up to the halfway point here, it's been all about the 921. The points leader has been able to keep a bubble back to Colin Lloyd that has been just about unbreachable. Here's a look, from the onboard, right in front of Gassiet Lee. Side by side, Fernandez, Ferris, they get hooked together, and it sends Gassiet Lee back about 2 spots as the 2 of them touch tires.
Almost looked like one of them went almost left to the curbing, so there was a bit of a squeeze at play there.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, the normal etiquette is if you've got halfway up the inside before the outside driver turns their steering wheel, you've got the right of way to clear yourself by the end of the corner. I don't know what it looked like going in. They looked pretty dead even
And to Connor Ferris's credit, he was going to have the inside in the next turn, so he was going to try and fight it. But once the two got stuck together, there was nothing they could do. And I would be very surprised if it didn't push in the front bumper of Chase Gassiet-Lee's Coastal Link machine. That's dropped him obviously down a little ways. It's carved some room for Overbeck to be a net gain of 5. And how about Dalton Haynes, Lorenzo Kaufman digging 20+ spots apiece from the tail end of the field. You mentioned with Haynes and Levy colliding. Levy finished that pre-final earlier in 34th. Haynes pulled in early, and the TB Kart driver, along with Kaufman, both are carving up the grid right now, halfway through the pack there in the early 20s. And following along here with the Ursuline entry, Jose Carlos Hernandez, he's up also a handful of spots, up 7 from 19th. There's the Mean Green machine. Dalton Haynes right behind Nick Eggleston. Next up on the chopping block in that Ruthless Karting X3. Let's see if Dalton can get to him here before this lap comes to a close. Kaufman's the next one in line, and Lorenzo's got a mash down nose cone. Some battle wounds and making their way through this 40+ driver field.
Yeah, some of these drivers have just had to have their carts almost wrapped with bubble wrap to be able to make sure they don't have any more damage picked up. Gassiet-Lee past Hernandez, just hearing. You see he's on board, able to make that slip and slide on through.
So that was a nice pass for Chase there. That'll put him back to 12th, getting by Jose Carlos Hernandez. He now leads this group of 3. And again, we've hopped around through the field because really it's been all in lockstep up front. Only just now are we starting to see the margin close in for the lead. Colin Lloyd, though, has shown a lot of patience, even though there have been laps where it looks like Diego Ramos was beginning to slip out of reach. Even this lap, Lloyd's a bit too far back to really do anything here at a full car length away. There's only really 1 to 2 heavy brake zones. Really the only one at the end of a straightaway that you can send a major dive is this one they're working to now. He'll close up to him. He might be able to get to the bumper by the end. But Ramos, with how good he's been, I would be very surprised to find out that he was not on the same gear or a higher gear ratio than Lloyd. I bet you they think that go-kart's rolling so good, he can gear for higher speed, more top end, and lug that engine around in the low speed sectors because they can roll and keep the minimum speed higher. And if so, again, that puts him in a better spot on the end of the straights to be less vulnerable to big time draft and dive bomb moves.
And keep in mind, for comparison compared to Pernod, his speed last time bought was 0.3 quicker. At times it's been half a second quicker, upwards of a second quicker than his teammate right now. Ramos has just been setting the bar for this entire field essentially, outside of maybe Eli Warren, who yet again has worked his way around 7th position with the purple lap of the race. So the bar is set there by Ramos to be quick. Lloyd's trying to match it. That's why Lloyd's so close here. But everybody else has been consistently been a 10th or 2 back, and that's why this margin has gone from compressing to stretching
Pass
back
for
out.
5th. Fernando Luque sliding down the inside on Oliver Hodgson. The BJRLN kart now joins his teammate Paulie Massimino inside the top 5. Something will need to change here. Someone will need to find a little more before this one's over, or we're going to end up continuing to watch the running order stay relatively the same. Donovan Bonilla, last time by, 72-72. Diego Ramos, 72-78. We're talking hundreds, not even tenths of a difference, and it's shifting back and forth each lap, the advantage to the race leader, to second, to third. And they're all just gridlocked, essentially, here, over about a 2-second blanket back to Eli Warren, and then Ruben Moya. The fastest driver, actually, is the one that just came into frame there in 9th. How about last year's champ, who secured that title here last year at the Summer Nationals with a win? James Overbeck, last time by, 72.3. So that lap, 4/10 faster than the leader. He is moving. The number 1 plate now getting by Ruben Moya, puts him 8th. He might be the last hope if he can make quick work of the carts, in the couple of carts still to go, to hunt down Diego Ramos and keep his personal championship hopes alive. He needs a big run today to do that. After the pre-final and coming into the weekend with a deficit to Ramos
of 79 markers with the drop factored in. It would be a lot for James Overbeck to try and keep that championship, that number 1 plate on the kart for the second consecutive year, because a perfect score is on tap potentially for Ramos today, barring maybe the fast lap here of this main. He's on track right now for 310 points. That's a big, big Saturday.
That's a huge Saturday and would absolutely stretch things out with Hodgson being in 6th as well. It's going exactly the way Ramos, I think, hoped this day would go in terms of speed off the kart and being able to take it from the truck to where it's at now. So now it's the matter of, will he have no issues? That's the main thing. No issues, no mistakes, can't afford any mechanicals, can't afford anything off the tracks, can't afford anything in terms of problems. That's the main thing right now for Ramos. Oh wow, Hodgson has gone the wrong way this lap. Warren's made more moves, has been able to take up more space on the racetracks as Massimino still is now holding on in front of Bonilla, able to hold on to the 3rd spot with a swap as well.
There you go. Now Luque though, wants 4th, gonna take it, gonna get crossed up. 2 kids who have raced against each other for many years, Donovan Bonilla and Fernando Luque. Now Eli Warren splits them up. He gets by. Massimino's gonna have some space. Warren knows it's time to go as well. He's gonna send it on Bonilla. Dono's gonna look to go back on him. Can't quite get there. Hodgson's there, and Overbeck is gonna get by his teammate in Luque to pick up a spot as they race towards the infield. Luque side by side with Moya. Contact. No change, but they will lose a lot of time in the process. Minute and a half plus a lap to go. The fight stays on here as Moya goes to work on the 935.
Go on the send, able to take advantage of the pass. Now Moya continues to try and move his way forward after going backwards for a while. Good pass in front for Warren. Meanwhile, Bonilla is going the wrong way as well as this run goes on. Now it's the question as they work their way through 3. Can Warren hold on to what would be one of his better finishes of the season? Bonilla tried to shove it up the inside, was forced to back out of it through 4, heading to 5.
Let's see here. This is Gassiet Lee working now with Cooper Auclair a little further back from the main pack. Ahead of him now looks to be the likes of Brandon Lemke, who has had to rebound from where he rolled off. Terrible start for the 981 as Overbeck goes to work on Bonilla. Hodgson's going to try and get underneath both of them. He'll have the momentum back on the inside, and this will hurt the progress, the forward momentum for James Overbeck. The main event continues to shuffle. And what will become of this KA Senior Championship here if Diego Ramos can secure it today? This would be big for PSL Karting, big for him, big for the entire grid if they are going in tomorrow with no hope of the number 1 plate and nothing left to lose. What does that do to change the mentality of those 2nd and 3rd on back in the title fight? As we watch now, the top 3 are long gone from everyone else as the timer hits 0.
Yeah, at this point, I think for Ramos, as long as he doesn't make any major mistakes, it's his race to lose. He's been that dominant here today. His kart has been fast all throughout the morning to the afternoon, now up to the evening. And for Lloyd, give Colin Lloyd some huge credit. He was able to chip away the gap significantly at times, but Ramos on this long run has just been able to stay more and more consistent. In fact, they've gotten faster and faster and faster as this run has gone on, now to the 112.4s to close up this run as the tire pressures have kicked up to where they need to be. It's been impressive from him as Bonilla has fallen all the way to the clutches of Hodgson, of a charging Overbeck and a rapidly charging Moya making contact.
Oh man, this is going to go all the way to the wire further back. Right as the race has ticked to the end, Diego Ramos, he's yet to put a wheel wrong. Known in the paddock as one of the most technically savvy drivers on the grid, and he has put on a fantastic display. The gap now up to 0.6 to Colin Lloyd. The fight is on for 4th.
because second and third are all alone. The leader has made it that way, being the fastest driver from the drop of the green flag today. This has been so impressive to watch, so impressive to follow along with. And as he rounds out with half a lap to go, the lead going into tomorrow will be huge. And for Oliver Hodgson, if they finish where they lie currently, he would be too far back, I believe, to be able to score enough points to dethrone him. This right here, this is rewriting the story. Diego Ramos has been so close so many times for a marquee U.S. National Championship. He's won big races. He's led the point standings. But on the final time, down the back straightaway, here at round 5 of the SKUSA Pro Tour, he'll clinch his first national title with a round to go. The fireworks going off for the Brazilian, Diego Ramos, by a mere few positions in the shuffle on the final few laps, with Oliver Hodgson fading to 9th. James Overbeck only able to muster a 7th. He will be out of reach tomorrow, and he will go to bed tonight as the clinched and unofficial Nash Motorsports KA Senior SKUSA Pro Tour champion.
An impressive drive today to be able to get things unofficially clinched. Just dominated the day, near max points day with 310 points on the markers. Diego Ramos just outright dominated to be able to take control and say, this is my championship, this is my title.
Here's your look back at your top 15. Chase Gassiet-Lee here, as we check back in with the onboard, was in the mix, faded back behind. He had a good battle just outside of it there. Pernod ends up 11th. Jose Carlos Hernandez 15th. Zabo, Gassiet-Lee, Dalton Haynes. What a charge. 44th to 18th, driving up the field here in KA 100 Senior. Lots of drivers started. A good chunk able to finish, 41 of the total 45. Saw Aiden Levy obviously go out early. Actually 48, sorry. 5 DNFs out of it, or 7, with 48 in total. Back to Peyton Klein. John Main out. Wyatt Downing, the other driver involved in that incident with Levy. And the few other DNFs we saw, Quentin Angeli, Maxim Barron, Santi Fernandez, Josh Leslie. Ibrahim Dean had a decent day going in the works. It doesn't end, unfortunately, that way. But Diego Ramos to Colin Lloyd. Lloyd now 2 main events in a row in KA Senior National Competition with some hardware. Paulie Massimino having a very good batting average as well of standing on the podium. P3 for Paulie here on a last-second run. He will end up probably, with the performance today and another run to back it up tomorrow, missing out on round 1 and round 2. Still probably punching his way into the top 10 overall when only 5 of the 6 count, and he has a massive points haul over the 4 he's competed in. Nonetheless, though, Diego Ramos, perfect day. Let's go down to the scales as everything will begin to sink in here in a few moments when he crosses those, meets or exceeds the minimum weight, and a picture-perfect day. They talk about perfect games in baseball. Well, a perfect day for us here. Qualify on the pole, lead every lap of the pre-final, lead every lap of the main, and win them both. And doing so, well, he didn't end up with a fast lap of the session, but it's more than enough here to clinch the title as the scale lines roll.
Congratulations, buddy.
Oi? Tem que falar pro Frank. Frank, can you call Mario to come to the shop?
Kart's onto the racetrack here in X30 Junior, but taking a look back at how the unofficial point standing should end up, something to the likes of this. Still a few more that we'll have to touch up on, but for sure your top four all collected there. Diego Ramos, Oliver Hodgson, and James Overbeck, the 1, 2, and 3, and with 167 points, the lead with drops factored in. Even if he fell back to his previous drop, it would still be more than enough to be out of reach tomorrow. Diego Ramos mathematically clinches the KA Senior Championship. And with everything coming together for X30 Junior, we're ready to go. KA Senior wrapped. X30 Junior, let's see if it wraps here. Max Weiland, Ashton Woon, your front row. We saw Alexander Vanchev have to start last and drive to 20th in the pre-final. How far can he go? In the main, we're green.
Look at that run from the outside. Woon keeping it up and making the pass on Weiland. Great job by Woon off the start to time things up, keep it on the outside, and now looks to take off for the rest of the pack as they block for about 7th on back.
All on the white line here, trying to defend nice and low for the RPG X30 Juniors opening lap. Nobody wanting to give up any ground, nobody wanting to fall back at all. And as they run, all seems okay for Max Weiland and Sarah Bradley. They lead the way up and over the hill for the first time in that main group. Now they'll trade it up. That's 3rd. Now back to 5th for Weiland. Ashton Woon still leads over Popescu.
Going the exact wrong direction. Weiland just under attack by everybody right now. Has not been able to get himself settled in and get a rhythm back together. But Popescu, meanwhile, is on a great rhythm to be able to close the Kart lane through the shark fin. Now, as they rumble their way through 16 to 17, we'll see where things really stand. By the way, some drivers having some words as others look to have some speed together, like Popescu with almost a chance for a move.
Ashton Woon, still your leader here with 1 lap in the books. Plenty of time to go in your X30 Junior main as they fight it out behind 3rd. Side by side there, side by side again as the defense continues from Murphy further back here with a lap and a half underway in X30 Junior. Ashton Woon in control over Popescu and Bradley. Down though to our newest and officially clinched KA Senior SKUSA Pro Tour champ, Diego Ramos. Caleb?
Diego, it sounds kind of crazy to say this, right? But after so many times of trying, after so much heartbreak, after everything happening to you in years past, you're finally a U.S. national champion. Talk about how it feels for you, now having it settle in.
Yeah, I feel amazing. Like we spoke in the grid, like I always have been so close. And that time in a class that everyone is really tight, the race is really tight. It's just like feel amazing. You are working so hard. The team needed this victory, and I think they wanted more than me. I just needed to drive. The car was amazing, the engine incredible, nothing to say. And yes, we still have a race tomorrow, but have been champion today. Feel amazing. For sure tomorrow I go forward to win again.
Do you feel a little bit of relief? So some weight kind of off your shoulders, finally able to get that first championship here this weekend?
Yeah, 100%. We work really hard, for this. It's like just one, in the end of the year, it's just one that win the championship. And like I said, the class is really tight. You need to work hard. And I think we did an amazing job. improving the equipment, improving the program, and yeah, we keep pushing. We still have X30 to go. I think feeling confidence as well.
I know, I guess shifting over to the X30 side of things, right? That first heat race, or the pre-final, I should say, didn't go your way. Talk about the conditions there and having to fight back now in the main event.
Yeah, just frustrated. I was quick, but I did a mistake that put me out. But yeah, we know that the car is good. The engine, it's working well. I think we have speed to go forward in the race. For sure, it's gonna be better, and hope I win again.
Lastly, for you, I know you got a lot of people, a lot of love, right, for you back at home. Everybody cheering on for the cachorro, right, like they like to call you. Who would you like to say thank you, to anybody at home or here this weekend?
First of all, to God, and then my family, the whole family in Brazil, they're cheering for me. The team that I have, they're amazing people. Rafa, my mechanic, the engine guy, everyone that cheers for me, and yeah, we keep pushing. That it's just a beginning.
There you go. Congrats, Diego.
Thank you.
Diego Ramos, K Senior, round 5 winner and champ. As we dial things back into X30 Junior, Ashton Woon and Luca Popescu have been, nothing changed from a couple of laps prior. Still lined up first and second. Behind them, things have shifted a little. Max Weiland now has gone by on this lap past Sarah Bradley. Marco Samet is still in the picture there in 5th. Murphy 6th, Pettit 7th, Lucas Palacio, Royce Vega, and Jackson Gibson. But unlike many of our other classes today, this one really hasn't had any of the major contenders go to the wayside in the opening couple of laps. We're about to put 4 laps down, and everyone in the top 10 is the driver that started in the top 10, just at plus or minus 1 or 2 spots. However, coupled together there at the kink on the back straightaway. 2 locked up. David Ybarra is one of them. It looks to be Tyrone Kemper Jr. another. Oh, man. And those karts are stuck. The right front tire wedged completely behind the radiator on the left side of the CRG.
Yeah, that's going to have to be probably very much so moved to the grass and then be picked up from later on. But the rest of the field now continues to try and battle it on out here. Popescu still has not been able to poke his way around. He's just been riding. Weiland, though, is able to make some pokes. Good dive up turn 12. Takes the spot away. That will allow Bradley to close right back on up, but the 720 wants the lead back. Max Weiland wants the opportunity to be able to lead once again as Woon looks to try and check out.
Yeah, this is going to be a big windup right here. Look at the closing rate. Huge run. Weiland had to jam the brakes on there to not run over the back of Ashton Woon. But he's already back up to him off 1 move and 1 straightaway. So Mad Max with a chance to try and make up some ground of the incidents that, of course, have mired Alexander Vanchev to the back, having to start from the rear off of qualifying. And the RPG pilot only up to 13th so far means opportunity for points that maybe he had locked up or would be in the place of. Weiland now to the lead as they head up and out of turn 7, 8, and 9.
Able to regain his crown at the top of the board here after a horrific start that seemed as far back as 5th position. Max Weiland, I know his focus was trying to get top 5s all throughout the weekend. Felt like he had the pace to be able to contend. We've heard him, how diplomatic he has been in choice of words. Today, his choice of moves have gone exactly to what he said yesterday. Calculated moves to be able to make sure they work, and they've done so for the most part here today. As right now, Samet seems to be trying to push Murphy at the moment. Murphy able to get the top 5 last time by.
Yeah, Tristan Murphy, the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart, now with the gap to try and work on the leaders. Let's see what he can do with clean air here as we approach the midway point of this X30 Junior main. Granted, last time by was a good lap for him, 2/10 better than Weiland and the entire crew. You can see visually he's closing up here in the horseshoe. And also, another thing to note here, the sun has started to go back behind the clouds again. Now, I don't know where the radar has us. It's far from dark skies like we saw earlier in the afternoon, but that'll affect the surface temp. Without the sun baking the track, it'll still stay obviously really hot with karts continuing to pound across it, especially the 300 plus in attendance here for the Summer Nationals. But that'll make a difference, and you'll see maybe the lap times drop a little bit. We're going to find out here as you saw Weiland pushing the limits in the shark fin.
Yeah, just trying to gain some more ground from everybody else, try and build a small buffer. Popescu thought about trying to poke his way around Woon. Instead works with him because more side by side, the more chances of time loss if you end up trying to battle too hard here, it seems. Making the way off to 3 and 4 once again, though. Top 4 still have that 0.7 of a second buffer. Murphy is closing up to gain it. So then it's another second or so back. Vanchev, meanwhile, he's kind of hit a wall, so to speak. He just gained 11th or so last times by. But so far, Vanchev not rapidly gaining like he needs to and like he's done in a couple other races here this season. He's kind of almost hit a brick wall in plateauing right now, needing to gain back about 5 seconds, which I'm not sure if that's going to be a possibility here.
Yeah, that'll be tough. Again, it's a lot easier to make up ground in the rain and when the races are packed up. But when you've got fast karts at the front of the field already, just like what we just witnessed in KA Senior, you're going to see the pack kind of line up and try to hunt them down, and you won't see as much battling or passing that can bring the fight to your doorstep or right to your feet, really. I mean, here's a move. He'll be able to get this one straight in front of him. This is on a couple of his teammates. Alexander Vanchev now past Royce Vega. Had already gone by Jose Halfin the lap before. Now Halfin's going to go on Vega there in 2. That'll bring the pair of them up now to be 10th and 11th. Vanchev rolling from P18, or at least rolling from P20. Might have been 18th based on the way that the results fell from the pre-final. But still, like you said, I mean, that lap with the toe to make a pass. Okay, you got to go offline, but it was on the front stretch or the main run, so you still kind of gained the slipstream and shake and bake effect. And he was even to Weiland, even to Ashton Woon. He's not any faster, like you said. And with 5.5 minutes plus a lap to go, that's still not a lot of time, even if he was faster, to overcome a margin like that. The next one up is the driver we're following here, Jackson Gibson, and this group. Lucas Palacios in it, Travis Pettit, Marco Samet. That's a lot of heavy hitters. He's getting to the hard part of charging through the field, and that's when you get to the front of it.
Yeah, now this is going to be where I think for Vanchev, not going to be the points day I think he was hoping for. The last time he didn't really score max points or near max points was when he had that contact that comes to mind at Cincinnati in the battle up in the front of the field. So today, it's just going to be, for now, damage limitation. That's the best you can get to at this point. Mind you, Woon has retaken the race lead as we weren't looking at that shot, by the way. So Woon is up front. Popescu having to deal with Bradley, trying to poke her way around. Here comes the move inside.
First major move up front here in a minute, and it's going to go for second. Bradley inside of Popescu this time with Weiland to get both by. And Popescu fades now down to the 5th spot, or 4th spot overall. And Weiland goes back to 3rd. Sarah Bradley on the move on the Speed Concepts Racing Sodi kart. Story there goes, he had a bad frame, or had crashed, I should say. Crashed the frame, and it was a write-off at that point in a race weekend almost over a year ago at this point. And the only available frame they could find was from the Velocity Racing and Sodi USA crew. And with Terry Gibbo from Sodi Racing USA, he said, hey, you want to try one of mine? And she liked it. And while Speed Concepts Racing is typically an OTK product team, like here you can see Travis Pettit working the Carlos Sainz chassis, Bradley has been a rocket ship on the Sodi. And maybe now that little bit of difference is going to be what she needs to track down a fellow OTK, a fellow SCR teammate in Ashton Woon. The gap, 1.2 seconds right now for the 2 SCR junior drivers between each other. Max Weiland again sits 3rd on the Magic Kart. Popescu 4th. Tristan Murphy for Ryan Perry Motorsport 5th. And a gap back again to Palacio, to Pettit, to Samet as they all rocket through the shark fin sector and back to the back section of the racetrack to put this time 11 laps in the books will hit the timer with just shy of 3 minutes left on it. So give or take, maybe 4 laps left at the most.
Yeah, right now, Woon has broken off draft distance at least. Max Weiland yet again being able to get a run back for second. But that's the tough thing. Weiland, one bad lap, one bad sequence where he was 3/10 off, cost him all so much ground, and has now put him in a situation where he's got to push just to get away from a hornet's nest. We know Popescu doesn't really want to wait too much right now. He wants to be able to pounce. He wants to be able to go ahead. But there's only so far that he's going to be able to keep going right now with the way that Popescu has not been able to make some of these moves. Bradley still keeping up, mind you, as some pokes there for Palacio. Palacio took a little bit of a shallower line, trying to make some runs through the corner as they work their way through 12.
2 minutes plus a lap to go. Popescu over Bradley, Murphy, Lucas Palacio, and Travis Pettit. Last couple laps, they've been chipping away at it. Last time by, they both were even or better than the race leader. If they get a good run down this stretch, maybe they'll be able to close up a little more to Murphy. He's all by himself. 2-car tandems on either side of him. And that will indeed close the margin between the 5. But Max Weiland, talk about a magic lap there. My goodness. He just pulled 3/10 out of the hat. 60.665. We thought it was going to be tough for anyone to kind of close into Ashton Woon. And here comes Weiland with the time ticking down and the margin now down to 9/10 away. Whatever he just found, getting clean air. Maybe Max Weiland can pull off a stunner here and rob Ashton Woon of what would be a first career junior victory since moving up to the class and hitting the podium almost completely off the start. Max Weiland took him quite a while to get everything rolling, to get himself to the level that he needed to win. And after breaking through that barrier and getting his first career national win earlier this year, he has been a different driver, a different animal behind the wheel. He wants it, and he is going to have to absolutely want it more than anyone else by a lot to close in the gap. We're going to come to the line with 2 laps to go. Last time by, 9/10. What will the gap be? You can see it visually is shrinking as they fight for third here with Bradley now moving ahead. That's another 3/10 gain for Weiland, a 60.46.
Still going to require that 3/10 at least this time by, if not more. I think absolutely needs more. Popescu near contact. Or if you look to go on the inside there, but was about to say, for Max Weiland, he needs to be able to keep that consistency up and then some, because he's not leaving himself really any room except for a last lap lunge to be able to get the job done if he was able to follow that same trajectory. Right now, Woon seems to be pushing a little bit harder right now, knowing those footsteps, and that motor is getting louder and louder in his back end.
This time by, 2 laps to go. Now down with just less time left. Will the white flag wave this time? Will Weiland get another? The timer's at 0, so it should be coming to 1 lap remaining, and it'll be 14 down. It should be a 15-lap main. Let's see. Ashton Woon, Weiland to the line. There it is, 1 to go. White flag in the air here for X30 Junior. 1 more lap. Weiland lost whatever he had been gaining the last couple. The first bobble in a minute for Max. He needs a big-time run to dethrone last year's Mini Swift National Champ, who has put on a flawless run here in this X30 Junior main. What a performance here, regardless of what may happen or what could for Ashton Woon, Justin.
Yeah, absolutely blisteringly fast Woon has been ever since I seen him the first time a couple years ago. And now, today, he's kind of emphasized why he has been in the conversation for a couple wins this season in 2025. Now, just needs to make sure he gets to the shark fin smoothly, and then that run up through 16 and 17 before the final corner. Gets a chance to celebrate yet again. Ashton Woon able to put together a stellar race.
Final time, down the long straight. We've seen many first-time winners. How about his first win in junior? Ashton Woon
fires the bow and arrow, and wins round 5.
Stellar day for Ashton Woon and his family here with this
Something happened to Tristan Murphy and Lucas Palacio. Contact on the final lap. Those two are dropping. They were in the fight in the top 10 there in that main group. We'll have to see what may have happened. They are together here in the infield. This was with the scoreboard hairpin. Turn number 12 on this layout right in front of us behind the fireworks. So, problems on the final lap of the round 5 main for 2 of the major contenders here. Lucas Palacio, he is out on the wayside. Able to finish, it looks like, was Murphy back in 21st. But for Ashton Woon, his first Summer National start in junior, he continues a streak of winning 4 years and counting at the SuperKarts USA Summer Nationals across micro, mini, and now X30 Junior, win number 1 for the 795.
Great day for Woon, as said, and it kind of emphasizes the speed that he's had for years now in his age bracket. He's been a difficult driver to keep up with all campaign, and now gets to celebrate. Fanship, by the way, for reference, got to 9th. Time of the checker flag, as
that's Palacio. Talk about a heartbreaking drive with what looks to be potentially a bent axle and definitely a wounded go-kart and that slow run through. But Ashton Woon's through the scales. It's official. It's real. He's an X30 Junior main event winner here at the Summer Nationals. And what a drive to do it, holding off Max Weiland and a frenzy. He was good to start the season, keeping up with Alexander Vanchev, who's been the class of the field. But today, the class of the field is that young man driving the 795.
Good job, baby. Love you. So X30 Junior wrapped and done, and 2 classes remain on the afternoon of on-track activity. Mini Swift will be getting ready to roll here. You can see the grid full of 30-plus of the 8 to 12-year-old class, the division that, well, our round 5 winner in X30 Junior was the champion of last year. And now at the Summer Nats, that first junior checkered flag in X30. Let's hear from him. Caleb.
Thank you. Ashton, you've won here at the Newcastle Motorsports Park for the Summer Nationals 4 years in a row. You do it here, your first in junior. How does it feel?
Feels amazing. I've been trying all year. I've been working really, really hard. I've been trying to get this win all year. I knew I've been fast every race, and it finally came, and I'm super duper happy to get it.
And I know it's definitely crossed your mind a little bit this weekend, but it was a huge swing in championship points for you against Alex. I mean, how does it feel, still keeping yourself alive as far as championship goes in here in X30 Junior?
This win definitely will help the championship a lot. Alex didn't have the greatest day today, but it will help me a lot in the championship, and hopefully I will get the championship win.
Who would you like to thank for this victory?
I thank my mom, my dad, my sister, my whole team, Alex, Mario for giving me a good engine, all of my friends, and Gene and Max, and just everybody who has helped me and helped me through my whole career.
Congrats, Ashton.
Thank you.
Big smile for Ashton Woon and crew. You can hear the mini swift engines are getting ready to fire. 2 more mains remain from the SuperKarts USA Summer Nationals here in Newcastle.
Welcome back, everyone, to more action here for Mini Swift, brought to you by Speed Concepts Racing, as now it's time to see how the youngsters are able to perform here today. Lawrence Perryman ready to lead this field with Enzo DeGennaro in second spot. Yeah, Maxwell Macha and Liam Nachawati will start in the top 4. Lucas Tarango had a terrific pre-final and got all the way to 5th position. Santiago Orioli, who was the pole sitter for the pre-final, will start in 6th. Ashton Wyatt will start in 7th with Lucas Bertana in 8th position. Kai Park in 9th, and Pedro Guido will round out the top 10. Plenty of drivers in this field here today. Some big names towards the rear, like Wayne Gottschalk down in 15th position. Jaden Francisco is down in 31st for this start. Field set and ready to go. All set for Mini Swift. Green, green. And a great start for Lawrence Perryman. He's able to build a small buffer as he tries to pull away now with Macha. Oh, wow, some blocks go on for drivers in the heart of the field. The 181, that is Lucas Bertanha, who has gone for some blocks. All of them rumbled their way now through turn 7. Mostly single file amongst the top 10 to begin this race.
15 minutes and 20 seconds plus a lap here. Lawrence Perryman leads the SKUSA Pro Tour Mini Swift division. It would be a first career main event win if he could pull it off, but there's so much talent lined up behind him. No one really with a clear breakaway. The cut may be just behind 6th place or 5th, depending how you want to go. Behind Orioli, I would mark it right now. Aston Wyatt just up the road from him, and then a little gap to Lucas Tarango here as we go to put lap 1 in the books. But the basketball helmet leads us down the front stretch. Although he'll come under fire, Maxwell Macha wants the lead, and he wants it early. He'll take over before they end lap 1 to lead lap 1 of the final. His teammate Enzo DeGennaro now locks right up into 3rd on the tail of Perryman. Then it is Nachawati and Aston Wyatt. And incredible how already the gap has opened up so much back from Orioli. Oh, yeah. Big contact there. That was a slide move from Aston Wyatt, trying to go on the inside of Nachawati.
Yeah, that was a little bit uber aggressive. How about a send back for DeGennaro, making a team 1-2. Perryman went off the track, watching himself avoiding contact. Worked the way to turn 9. Perryman has gone the wrong direction. He's dropped all the way to the edge of the top 5 as Nachawati and Wyatt have been able to slip their way on through. Orioli waits in the popcorn seat to see what can happen now for him. All of this is wow. Some of the drivers like Gottschalk trying to cover some points here. Gottschalk already amongst the top 10, battling with teammates like Romero.
More shakeups here on just the second lap. Everyone's jockeying for a position, trying to not be left behind while the bus leaves the station, because there's 2 teammates up front. Parolin USA, 1 and 2. And Aston Wyatt, while he wanted 3rd from Nachawati, he still is working the inside. Now he'll get past, and Nachawati will fade back to 4th, but that will officially put them now outside of a second back from the top 2 and outside the draft window. So how does 3rd or 4th, 5th, and 6th respond as they go to turn number 4?
Well, I think the proper response is stay in line, work together. I think the response, though, is let's make some passes. I want to have some fun here. Perryman that time making a slip on through a Nachawati once again. But now it's going to be the interesting part of will they be able to keep up with, especially with the 2 teammates being on the same page. And that's the big part. You have 2 Parolins able to work together and work as a unit, because you don't want to wreck your teammate. You don't want to cost your teammate time. So right now it seems like that is exactly the perfect situation for the 2 of them, so long as they don't have a close-up from Wyatt and company rapidly here, as Wyatt's trying to get aerodynamic.
Yeah, Aston Wyatt trying to tuck behind the wheel, trying to get closer to the 2 in front who are starting to scoot away. Lawrence Perryman, top qualifier, starting to now work his way a little bit further up the road.
Looks like right now there's that not working together part. Perriman slipped his way up to third yet again, and that's going to cost him more time. Right now the gap between the top two and the leader, or top two and third should say, is about 9/10 of a second. They're just at the edge of draft distance for the straightaways. But right now, each and every straightaway, it's immediately swap because someone's not getting a good corner exit. Perriman seems to be their best chance right now to be able to get some consistency together if they're willing to work with him and don't go for overlaps. Well, they just went for another overlap again. So, perfect example. That cost them some time. Nachawati moving up. Perriman all the way to the back of the group.
Yeah, Lawrence Perriman right back up to the bumper again. And all of this still is having them right now well away from the midfield. Lucas Tarango, and then the gap back here to the 155, Paxton Romero. Simon Klein there in the 132, Parolin. And then right behind him looks to be none other than Lucas Bertagna on the Velocity Sodi. None of them really have the speed, it looks like, to contend with the front runners. This really is about a 6 or 7 car fight up front. Win Godshock will be the only one to maybe join it and make it 7, but he still needs another pass or two to really connect the dots, because right now, as he runs all by his lonesome, he's a second away from Lawrence Perriman, who's still getting the back of the toe for Morioli and Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, I think Godshock as a driver has been very solid all year long, has been able to perform. There's a reason he was one of the top 3 in the championship coming into this weekend. And I think at this point it's just a matter of just focusing, get the helmet down, be able to close up, go from there. Right now it seems to be doing exactly what they need to do here, especially as Tarango is building a buffer over Romero and Klein and company in their respective pack. So it's just going to be the question mark of how long is it going to take to be able to get there, and if it takes too long here, when does the urgency pick up to just go for the position rather than just stay into the mindset of I've got to get to the lead. So there's eventually that crossover point. There's still 9 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, but eventually there's going to have to be some big questions. Some big sends up the inside. Look who's recovering. It's Francisco from the 20s. An incredible drive for Jaden Francisco after his incidents earlier.
Yeah, Jaden Francisco, keeping in mind how many times this kid has stood on the podium this year, and especially this summer stretch. It's been incredible to watch how good he is and how the results he's been able to put together. This has been the furthest back we've found Mr. Pink in the 136 in any race in recent memory. From the start of the Pro Tour, he's been on it, and he's on it right now. Working Lucas Tarango, going down the inside in turn 12. He's got him another spot up. So I'll correct myself here, Justin. Indeed, Jaden Francisco from 29th is now up and into 8th with the halfway shown now, and he's, well, a good ways back, but not all the way out of it. As fast as he's tracking, if the leaders fight enough, he'll have a chance as we got problems. Lucas Tarango, mechanical failure, something amiss, and the Ruthless Karting Nitro Karts off to the side as Francisco now goes down the inside on another. This is on Lawrence Perriman, another spot gain.
What a charge so far, but still 6.5 seconds. It's a lot of time. Last time by, he was still slower than the leader, but he passed by 2 or 3 karts in the process. For comparison so far, or for some of the others like Godshock, well, Godshock last time by on his respective charge had gained a significant amount of time to the 117.2s, 10th slower than the race leader, but he had been in the 116s the lap prior to that. So Godshock, I think, can get there. Francisco is borderline because he'll need a lot more luck to be able to close up rapidly. 6 seconds, or better yet, 3 seconds to get to the next spot. Godshock, absolutely, I think at this rate, can at least get in drafting distance and be able to sneak out with a top 4, maybe a podium position here in the next little bit.
Yeah, he could get there at the rate he's going with just a few more movements. These two will be tough to topple, though, and that's what may keep him from getting to the podium, is if the drivers behind try to do what they can to keep Macha and DeGennaro within reach. For example, that time by, while it took Liam Nachawati a couple of laps to convince Aston Wyatt to push him instead of the other way around, or however, maybe Aston Wyatt just gave in and said, well, we can't fight this entirety of the main or we'll have no chance at the top spot. Last time by, those two hooked up were better or even than the race leaders. They picked up 400 specifically on DeGennaro. So maybe they can get just enough, a couple of inches a lap, to get into the 9/10, 8/10 window or sweet spot, and then let the draft pull them the rest of the way. For Wynn Gottschalk, he's less lucky than these two, obviously. He's by himself. And now that they have pulled him more than 1.2 seconds away from him, there's really not much he can do but just watch from a distance as the top four separate and pull away without some magical speed like his younger brother Zev displayed, which, to his credit, last time by, Wynn did show that, but he's still, with this lap again, going to be in trouble and really having to work twice as hard by himself compared to the two go-karts that can let the draft tow them along and then shove right here at the end of the straight. But Wyatt couldn't even get to Nachawati's bumper that time. Let's see what that does to the gap. It's still closing. Liam Nachawati, without even a shove on the main straight, eats a 10th out of the top two's margin.
And Gottschalk starting to slow down now, too, as you were alluding to. He just fell to the flat. Gottschalk before on his own had been able to get to as fast as the 7th, the 1:16.7 specifically on this time game. But now it's going to be a teeter-totter almost on that time of, are they going to get in drafting distance? Are they not? Right now, Nachawati and Wyatt need to keep working together the way they are, even if they're not teammates necessarily, to be able to get up there to DeGennaro and Macha, because they are in sync. The third and fourth place spots are co-opetition, sort of. They are cooperating with each other in the name of being able to contend as competition for later on. And right now, that's going to require a lot more work. Some of our drivers starting to get the elbows out. Bennix getting shuffled out, including the 132. That's Simon Klein able to pick up some spots in that line on screen.
Yeah, the Parolin looking forward. This is Cameron Johnson here. Debut weekend with Nash Motorsports. Going to do a West Coast swing with them, get a few more events in. He started 30th. He has charged, just like Jaden Francisco has, through the pack to get to 13th now. He'd be the hard charger had it not been for the points leader, as he now makes another move stick, this time on Paxton Romero. And the update on Francisco, well, he's gotten to Perriman, gotten past Lawrence. The speed started to even back out as we see Cameron make another move here, this time to the inside on Simon Klein. So that'll put him now to 11th. 2 spots here in this lap. He has a chance at the top 10 here. Is up the roads. Bertagna there in the 181. The Velocity Sodi sitting 9th, leading that pack. And then Nathan Ramirez in the 184. But for Enzo DeGennaro, Maxwell Macha, it's just continue to keep on pulling the same play lap after lap until it doesn't work, which, again, it is starting to show some cracks in the foundation. Not every lap. Last lap, they opened the gap back up. But the laps prior, Nachawati and Wyatt were closing. It's hard to say if they closed again this lap. They're doing everything they can. The leaders are doing everything they can as well. 3 minutes plus a lap to go here in Speed Concepts Racing Mini Swift. Any change in the delta, it'll open up. 1.5 seconds now from first and second back to third and fourth. So Nachawati and Wyatt, it's a matter of who blinks first, right? Who starts to give up hope, in their case, of whether or not they're going to get to the lead, or if they both can hold out, hold the trust in each other, no one defends, no one passes, until they start to see the leaders close up to them. Maybe they can get there to play spoiler. Again, Wynn Gottschalk, nothing he can do. A solid drive, a great performance, up 8 spots from 13th. Just got there a little bit too late, and the packs already had split up. The tandems had broken up. He's tracking as fast or within a 10th of the top pairs as anyone else. And as they begin to fight a little bit for third, when you look at the points, well, today's going to shake things up a little with Jaden Francisco having to go to the rear.
with Enzo De Janeiro leading. And again, this story, you have to go back to the beginning of the season where Francisco and De Janeiro were just a cut above everyone else. They duked it out at round number 1 in a head-to-head fight to the line. Enzo got the win, only to lose it that day. I believe on Saturday was the day he lost it due to a penalty for blocking. But on Sunday, well, it was new life, a fresh day. The same two kids out front, Justin.
Yeah, the same two went battling back and forth. You still had a close-up with Nachawati on the Sunday. Still went the way, De Janeiro. But Cincinnati changed things in that championship. The 3 drivers in the conversation for the championship went back and forth. One driver picked up a penalty right at the time.
Yeah, this was a wild one. But De Janeiro wasn't the one bringing the fight to Francisco, right? This was what made it 3 when Win Gottschalk first got the win on Saturday in an all-out brawl. And then on Sunday, he won the pre-final, scored the pole for the main event. And again, Jaden Francisco was there, just as he has been all year. But Win was able to topple the 136 to sweep the weekend. And when you factor the drops in, all of a sudden, it's close. However, again, Jaden Francisco coming into the weekend here, he had the best drop of any of them. Today will end up more than likely still being it, considering how good he's been through the season to this point. The question becomes, how good of a day can De Janeiro make it? And how good of a day, of course, can Win Gottschalk get? Gottschalk's kind of locked in at 5th. It'll be if De Janeiro can win out in the head-to-head fight that is absolutely looming for the race win against his teammate there in Maxwell Macha.
And right now, Gottschalk slowed down recently, so Francisco has a chance to be able to maybe get there if the time lead continues. But up front, teammates starting to separate out a little bit. De Janeiro trying to stretch things out, pull away, be able to control things over Macha by a couple kart lengths. Macha starting to shuffle in the seat a little bit as they work their way around the hillside now, coming up towards turn 12 and 13. Now it's the question, can De Janeiro hold serve for another couple moments here? Just about a lap and a half to go, give or take.
Here we go. This time by, white flag, timer hits 0. It'll be a 14-lapper. Enzo De Janeiro trying to maximize the day. A 3rd in the pre-final and a win, potentially. If he can do it here, this would make this championship very interesting. But again, for Jaden Francisco, there's still the reason, even if today is the worst of the 5 rounds so far, to keep on pushing towards Win Gottschalk. Not only do you rob a few points away from 3rd in the title fight, but championships are usually won on your bad days. They're not won on your best. It's maximizing what you can. If you can get a top 5, that's still going to be a good points haul and a drop to fall back on if the sky falls out tomorrow and he has to lean on a drop for round 6. But with the best 5 of 6 rounds counting, it's what's brought Enzo De Janeiro from 55 back to 5 within. And if he can maximize it, if he can pull off the upset here today with Francisco back in the pack, this will be huge. But it's not over. Macha continuing to push. At any point, he could go here, Justin.
Yeah, it's a question of will he go? Will he risk taking some points away from his teammate, knowing there's a championship ahead of him? 1 point on the steering wheel as he tries to line things up. Will he be racing for himself here, or will he play the team's game? Looks like Macha's trying to build something, anything up. De Janeiro now going defensive on him.
Macha to the high side. They're going to drag race to the last turn. Crossover maybe? Not there. De Janeiro wins round 5. Enzo De Janeiro, main event winner at round 5 of the SKUSA Pro Tour in Mini Swift. Maxwell Macha 2nd, Liam Nachawati 3rd, Win Gottschalk 4th, Aston Wyatt 5th, Lawrence Perriman 6th. They got there at the very last second. Gottschalk did to split up as Nachawati and Wyatt duked it out, and Win was able to sneak another few points to the tally, whereas Jaden Francisco on the last lap loses out to Lawrence Perriman in the head-to-head fight for 6th. So pairs of duos battling it out. Win Gottschalk playing spoiler to make it 3 there in the fight for the final spot on the top 3, the podium for today. But it goes the way of the JHDD driver, Liam Nachawati, to Macha, to DeGennaro. And then there was only one left on the afternoon. Pro X30 ready to go green here with Mini Swift all wrapped up from Newcastle Motorsports Park. A sunny and beautiful afternoon and early evening here as it's 5:30 local time with round 5 of the 2025 SKUSA Pro Tour just about wrapped. And talk about a mixed bag for the starting grid here in this one. Blake Nash masters incredible conditions alongside the rest of the front row and front starters to get this pole position for the main and the max points in the pre-final. Aiden Ingrata, the Canadian, the former Canadian national champ, multi-time Canada national champ of the BFAF Motorsport Sparco suit for Speed Concepts Racing. He'll join him on the front row. He led most of that pre-final up until the last lap. And for Chase Hand, what a day Saturday has been so far. A year of growth, a year of learning, his rookie year in Pro X30. And a day like today all of a sudden puts him really nicely into that top 10 Circle of Champions Fund conversation with the points haul. P3 to roll for the number 27 GFC, and he's got a teammate right there behind him. Jake Drews had speed. He's shown a lot of promise. He finally got the black and white boys a 1-2 finish with him on top at Road America in KA100 Senior. But in Pro X30 this year is still looking for that major result to take home for the speed they've shown and the speed they've had in the past. And when the result was needed for Gus Lawrence to be able to continue to build a name for himself in a fully new continent to him, he did so with the round 4 win in Cincinnati. He's back here to finish the Pro Tour out. He'll be ineligible for the Champions Fund, but he can still play spoiler to a lot of hopes and bring home some cash on today's winnings with $2,500 up to the winner. And for Frankie Mossman, that's all he's focused on as well. The SCR Carlos Sainz driver has been already at the front today, and maybe he could get back there from P6 on the grid. You look back, though, to Austin Garrison. Here's the storyline to kind of keep tabs on. The number 6 needs a second place finish or better in this main to be better than his drop round. Regardless, today is going to be a drop for Ryan Norberg, but if Austin Garrison could go to tomorrow with a strong drop, being that round 4 from Cincinnati, he'll have a much more comfortable spot to fight from when it comes to making those moves, making those split-second decisions in the championship. Here's what the points look like here before the drops would get factored in. And again, this is the points scored so far today, I believe. Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, they've separated themselves from the rest of the field. There's no one that can touch them. It'll be a first or a second in the title for the pair. Paulie Massimino entered the day behind Caden McQueen. He's now leapfrogged him to get to third. And further back, it's still wide open of what the points fund could fund for 2026 and beyond. But there's a look at the overall lineup. Garrison back in 11th. Massimino right up ahead of him alongside Donovan Mania, and Timothy Pernod joins Gus Lawrence there on row 4.
Well, so far, Frankie Mossman, Jake Drew up there, Chase Hand, as we talked about, to go onside CCD. You also have Blake Nash and Ingrata on the front row, but no, Isambar going to be keeping an eye on. McQueen down in 20th. Also someone to watch for today.
Let's go down to Caleb here as our final main event takes to the racetrack and the final few grid spots populate. Caleb.
Yeah, thank you, Xander. Talk a little bit about equipment with Oliver Hodgson, and I'll talk about it again with Ryan Norberg. Just switched gloves on the grid, put on his Norberg Nation gloves. After the rain, that steering wheel just lacked a little bit of grip. So with that glove change, we'll keep it on the number 1 plate to work his way forward.
It's all about comfort. It's all about making yourself mentally in the best spot possible. Ryan Norberg, the number 1 plate, will start from the opposite end of the number 1 position here for this final. Pro X30, presented by CRG USA from Newcastle Motorsports Park. Ready for action, 16 minutes plus a lap, we're green. So far, so good here for Blake Nash. The California kid gets away cleanly here. Ingrata under pressure as the GFCs fight for the low side. Further back, everyone else seems to have made it here, Justin. A clean opening half lap for the Pro X30 field. which is impressive considering how many superstars are buried in the midfield.
Yeah, right now it's going to be very interesting how far some of the superstars are able to get here today after the rainy conditions were the ultimate random button being pressed over and over and over and over again. There goes Lawrence Amonsto's making some sense with Pernod. Oh, wow. Nash looks to try and have the day of his season, all with the rest of the field chasing after him for the final sector.
This will put lap 1 in the books. Austin Garrison and Paulie Massimino are going hunting as they roll down the front straightaway. Gus Lawrence up the road as well. Here's Garrison now. He's going to go by Massimino at the end of this opening lap. And that now the number 6 takes command of that. Ramos right there, Mossman in tow as well. But this is a testament here, albeit early, Justin, that not a lot of the star power that qualified up front are able to, make some of the drivers that got in front of them in the wet look silly. I mean, this opening lap, the top 4 are still close together. Ryan Norberg, an update on where he's gotten to with 1 lap in the books. Plenty of time left. Well, he picked up a handful. 28th at the line, 28th at the line last time by, although it looks like his pushback bumper might have already been deployed.
And that's not good. That stacks on to what's been a horrific day in terms of potential penalties that may pop up for him, in terms of contact, in terms of incidents. Yet again, making a little bit of contact there in the heart of the field. But for Norberg at this rate, it's just have a better tomorrow. That's got to be the main focus.
Again, you still don't know what tomorrow will bring. You've still got to push with everything you got to maximize today, because tomorrow could be worse for you and for Garrison. You need those points to fall back on, as his teammate Henry Lepard now gets moved to the wayside with the midfield scuffle. And Norberg now closes in to one of the GFC entries just ahead of him. And I believe that may be rookie Keegan Kaminsky on his debut. Let's check in up front though. Changes. Aiden Ingrata. Now contact with ZCD, who's going to send it down the inside in 4 and shuffle the 55 back a few more positions. He'll go on heavy defense here with Timothy Pernod now getting behind. And so it's Garrison closing into Gus Lawrence. The number 6 looks strong. Last time by, he might have been the fastest driver on the circuit, as it's Drew 3rd, and now Garrison puts Lawrence behind him. That might have been the toughest competitor to get by, considering how quickly Gus himself was already starting to carve up the field.
Yeah, Garrison at this point has a great chance to be able to battle for the win, I think. Another quick pass on CCD. These competitors know he's already in the championship mix. Why hold up a championship contender at this point? 3 wide coming off the corner, Gus Lawrence. Bit of a squeeze there on Massimino to slow him up.
Yeah, let's see that coming down the straight. Lawrence, Massimino, Paulie down the inside of Gus. He'll get pushed out into the weeds again. Now it's Ramos trying to force the issue. He will. Lawrence now on the inside of Frankie Mossman. He'll get that spot back. Pernod now locks in behind Lawrence as he tries to hit the reset button. A rough 3rd lap here for Gus as he was marching forward and then instantly got thrown back in the fray again. So P8 across the line and back to P9 now, with Mossman on the outside of the top 10 looking in. It's still Blake Nash up front, Chase Hand into 2nd, Jake Drew 3rd, all separated as you can see from the sky cam here, with about maybe a half second apiece through the entire top 7 to top 8, and a long ways to go here for the action from Newcastle. Blake Nash, your leader, into the shark fin.
Trying to build up that gap as much as he can. Last time by, he was a 10th quicker than the Kart behind him and Chase Hand. But Garrison is the fastest by far, 4/10 quicker a few laps ago. Last time with some of the passes, lost some ground, but Garrison is flying in the midst of this draft. He's just got the confidence, he's got the speed, he's got that swagger, so to speak, in terms of his ability to work his way around the racetrack.
Oh, yeah.
He's ready to make his way around Drew pretty quickly. He's already within a kart length of him.
Austin Garrison got his 2nd of 2 major wins last year here at Newcastle. And as we look back at the replay, the contact between DeMello and Ingrata, a late move, albeit, but it definitely was clean enough for DeMello to get by and harsh enough for Ingrata to fall back, as now Garrison goes for 3rd. Right on cue, down the inside on Jake Drew. Austin Garrison hands down, quickest driver in the top half of the field. As I was saying earlier, though, right before the replay, his second major win of last year came at Newcastle Motorsports Park, or maybe I'm mistaken with 2 years ago, but it was an impressive performance here, and he's always found a way when the kart is flying to just charge through the field. You'll get to this point on a weekend, and the Speed Concepts racing driver may not necessarily be an odds-on favorite when you line the grid up. But when you see Austin Garrison find his rhythm, find the flow, and start digging like he is right now, he is a tough driver to beat, and he has beaten the best that have joined this division over the last couple of years. Right now, up to third, an 8-spot net gain, doing exactly what he needs to do to maximize today and improve on the gap to Norberg. Now again, Ryan Norberg, as mentioned, yes, today will more than likely be the drop, but you still need to charge because you just don't know what Sunday will bring. He's up 16 spots to 19, working his way through the pack along with the likes of Jesus Vasquez Jr., who also went way back in that crazy rain-soaked pre-final.
Yeah, so far, some of those drivers just showing some resilience, try and get as far as they can and try and test what they have. It's basically testing to see, in the case of Norberg, what do I have?
Here we go for second. Garrison picking him up, putting him down. Another one. Chase Hand going to let him through and make it painless. And now there's one driver that stands in the way of Austin Garrison getting a maximum points all off position. The question will also go, who gets the fast lap of the race? Right now, the number 6 is flying, but again, so are many others further back, like Norberg himself. So, can Austin Garrison make it a 210-point haul in the main? 200 would still, again, be enough to be a massive improvement. And you can see he is reeling in Blake Nash, who is hunting for that first Pro X30 win. We saw him win the last time the Kart Chaser cameras were live on the U.S. National Tour with the Star Series in OKN. And it was a major, major win for Blake Nash. Caleb asked him earlier today what he felt like was clicking. And it's obviously a product of all the hard work that has gone in to his program, to Nash Motorsports. They were in a similar spot here 2 years ago in the 2023 Summer Nationals, battling with Morgado and Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg. And he felt like then he didn't really get all the respect. They didn't want to work with him. Well, right now it'll be tough to convince AG to do the same thing or to do anything different, because he is continuing to just track faster than anyone remotely close to the front of the field. That was a 3/10 improvement.
He's ready to try and make a move here, about halfway through the race to go. And a kart length, Garrison gets a good quarter exit, now working the way through 4 and 5, up to 6, now off to 7 once again for Garrison. A poke to the inside, here we got to the bumper. Now has to line things up. The next best opportunity is turn 12. Will he take it in that section, or will he wait? Right now seems to be in the waiting pattern for the long straightaway once again to be able to get that pole that's worked so many times in these classes today.
Yeah, that's a great point, Justin. Taking his time with it. There's no need to rush this. Take care of your tires. How many times have we seen some of these marquee class mains for the senior divisions with the heavier weight start to watch the leader get to the lead too early and fade? With Garrison making a move in the toe, it'll come easy. For the lead, Austin Garrison to keep the championship alive. He takes over at the end of lap number 8.
Very quick, very smooth. Picked the right spot. Now it's time to move on and run away. Garrison, I think at this point, pretty much just has to make sure no issues with the kart, no mistakes himself. Even with the distance right now, the nearest competitors like Diego Ramos are also starting to cut their way through a lot of the traffic. Right now, tune out all the noise. Just focus on the road. It's a race against the track now. He's picking up time rapidly over Nash.
Yeah, Blake Nash now, this is the first time in dry conditions he's been this high up in the grid today. And so for Blake to be able to figure out how to ride in the wake of Austin Garrison and take advantage of that massive straight before the finish line, it'll be key, but I don't know if he'll even have the chance. Garrison is so strong out of turn 12, so good through the shark fin at 13 and 14. He's already opened up a 4 to 5 car length margin.
That's a huge lead to try and close back up when you've given that up in a single lap. Further back here, this is Massimino, Jake Drew, Gus Lawrence. This is the fight for 5th all the way up to Ramos. And behind them, there's Mossman and crew. Where is the other driver, the leader in the point standings coming into today? Ryan Norberg, there he is, 17th right now, all by himself, having to make his way through the grid from dead last, going out in turn 1 of the pre-final. Caden McQueen lurks on behind him, having a solid charge, up a couple, but Norberg, even he, by himself, is not nearly as fast as the number 6 of Austin Garrison. A 68.63 last time by. He is pushing, trying to get that fast lap of the session here, and right now, Austin Garrison has that. That would be a 210-point haul with the 10-point bonus, and that's big, again, when you think about this day potentially giving him a little bit higher score than what he's gotten of his lowest over the first 4. He could keep that drop in the pocket and make up some ground.
Yeah, that would be a big point here, absolutely. Now it's the question, though, will that actually be the case here? It's going to require someone to be able to fly, to be able to get the fast laps, take some of the points that way, as you talked about. But the rest of the way, it's going to be a matter of, will there be any more spots up for grabs for drivers like Norberg in particular in terms of that conversation? Still, though, some of the drivers are ready to fight. ZCD, he was up in the front earlier. He fell back a fair bit.
Meatball flag for someone further back. Hard to say if that was either Archer Eversman or Jesus Vasquez Jr. One of the two, it looked like an 18th or 19th was getting that meatball flag from the corner marshal. We'll try to figure out who it may be for as we follow along. Ruben Moya to the inside of Timothy Pernod. Keep in mind as well the fight for the cut line. No, neither of them. That was for Caden McQueen. There is something wrong with the number 42 Velocity Racing Sodi Kart back in 20th, and he's going to have to head for the pit lane here next time by. There's Maverick McKenna. Did he already pull in? He may have. I believe indeed. There is that is the 68 machine. Further back, Gustavo Guimarães, and I think McQueen indeed has headed for the scales early. So an early exit, a meatball for Caden McQueen. Meanwhile, Rookie of the Year candidate Chase Hand trying to hang on for his first career Pro X30 podium. Diego Ramos hunting him down, hot off the momentum of his first U.S. championship in KA Senior that he clinched just a couple hours ago with a dominant performance in the main event. Paulie Massimino trying to get to 3rd, improve that 5-plate to a 3 with a great run here on Saturday. He wants the podium. That also pays out as well. The per-day purse, $2,500 to the win, and then money all the way down to 3rd in the pro classes. So this will be good for not just Austin Garrison if the championship haul, he could get that massive 10K run, but a $2,500 payday today. However, what we thought might have been easy with how quick he made work of the field, Blake Nash is digging deep to try and find a little more. You see him looking down at the motor. He leaned his left hand over to make a slight carburetor adjustment and try to find a little more speed. It's a game of inches at this point now as he finds himself 4/10 back. But Blake Nash, the last time he was here at Newcastle, he was hunting down the leader and he ran out of laps. He might have laps this time as Ramos has gotten by hand for 3rd.
And I thought that was going to happen too because Ramos had gained 4/10 the previous lap, then gained another 3/10, actually 7/10 on the lap that he made the pass. Ramos just has been knocking down time over and over and over again. Not as quick by a 10th as your top 2, but he is podium quick. He's been as quick as the podium runners have been, and now it's the matter of just finishing out the job in his case. But all of this is with Nash trying to find something, anything, to be able to close up. The problem is they're at the top end of where the Carters think you need a 10th.
And as well to note for Blake Nash, 2 laps ago he set the fast time of the race. That robbed 10 points from Austin Garrison. So with a minute and change to go, this is essentially 2 laps remaining. Blake Nash, what do you have left? Caleb, what do you have for us here with 2 laps left in this Pro X30 main?
Thank you, Xander. Just talked to the Nash Motorsports camp. They said they went a little low on tire pressure. They're saying it's just now coming to life. Let's keep an eye on the end here.
This could get very interesting. A late race surge, maybe, for Blake Nash. A first SKUSA Pro Tour Pro X30 win. Hot off a big win with Stars 2 weeks ago. Could he sweep the main event so far in the headline single speed categories for the month of July? He's closing visually. The gap decreased by a half-tenth last time. He's definitely gotten his strong points down on the circuit, but Garrison, with that wider arc, being able to go to the limit of the racetrack out of turn 12. His run there has been great through the shark fin as well, but Nash got a good exit that time, better than most. Let's see if he can get there. The white flag will wave. One more chance at it. You got to dig deep here, Blake. You're going up against the U.S. Pro Kart Series champ from last year. One of the best, most highly rated drivers on the grid. In front of you, you can't bank on a mistake. You've got to outrun him as the white flag waves.
Getting our 10th that time by. He definitely played the long run game based on what the team said there. Be able to have the tire pressures, be able to eat in the window just right to be able to push in the final stages here. Now it's the question, is he going to be able to be close enough to be able to draft his way past Garrison?
Oh man, that was a big mistake there, Justin. He got a little out of shape in the horseshoe, went narrow in the cell tower looking for a major dive. It wasn't there. The gap is huge now, up to 4 car lengths.
Just that little bobble in the corner entry up through 7. And now he needs Garrison to make a mistake back. Easier said than done with how precise Garrison has been, even with the fall off this course of the run in the final couple laps for the 6 machine.
Austin Garrison won the SKUSA Pro Tour nearly a decade ago in the shifter ranks, but he's never won it in Pro X30. He's never had a better shot than this year. And on the day that he needed to perform to keep the hope alive, the dream alive, Austin Garrison wins round 5. Blake Nash, P2. Diego Ramos 3rd. Paulie Massimino 4th. Chase Hand, a season high. Top 5 for the number 27. A great performance out of the rookie. Aiden Ingrata in 6th. Gus Lawrence, Alan Isenbar, Donovan Bonilla, Jake Drew, your top 10. And Ryan Norberg is able to march his way up 21 positions, 35th to 14th for the number 1 plate for Rollison Performance Group and Cosmic. Remo Ruschetti and the Catalyst driver development at Telkart. 15th here in the number 95, Frankie Mossman. 13th, ZCD, Ruben Moya. But Austin Garrison's victorious in Pro X30 with a massive points haul. But Blake Nash getting the fast lap will minimize that to 200. And the fight for the Pro X30 Championship will continue to Sunday to the final round of the SKUSA Pro Tour.
I got very few words for you, Austin. Rather than that, you know, that was a championship drive out of you. How was it out there? It seemed like your package was rolling.
Yeah, no, we've been fast all week, even during practice and qualifying. Yeah, it was unfortunate what happened in the pre-final. You know, that stirred some stuff up. I was pushing pretty hard to get back up to the front. Yeah, I kind of burned my tires up a little bit. We're starting to fade a little bit towards the end. I know Blake was pushing super hard. He was really, really fast. But no, it was phenomenal. You know, I can't thank the team enough. You know, we worked so hard for, you know, coming up with a win this weekend, and hopefully we can double that down tomorrow. That'd be really, really good for our point standings. But you know, Mario, Alex, Adam, my mechanic Luciano, Richie, everybody underneath that team. I know Mike Speed's not here. He might be watching. We got the win, but no, it was awesome.
We talked on grid before the race, right? And I asked you, what are you thinking? And your response to me was, I try not to do that. Now, having the race done, having the win, what's been going through your head all weekend long, right, after the round you had at Cincinnati?
Yeah, I know, you know, you can't obviously overthink too much when you go in the last two rounds. You're kind of close in the points. But it's not like you want to go and play the role where you want to, you know, be easy. You don't want to crash because, you know, if you think about that, you know, it tends to go and happen. But, you know, all I was thinking going in this weekend is you just got to try as hard as you possibly can. You know, do your job, you know, to the best as you possibly can. And, you know, it paying out for me this weekend, you know, ended up getting the win.
Going into tomorrow, business as usual, or do you feel like you have a chip on your shoulder to get your first SKUSA Pro Tour Championship in X30?
Yeah, that'd be awesome if that would go and happen. If it, you know, falls into my hands, that'd be awesome. So definitely positive going into tomorrow, coming off with a win. We know we show really great speed, so we'll see what tomorrow unravels.
Congrats, Austin.
Thank you.
Austin Garrison victorious here. We'll speak to more of our top finishers from Pro X30 as they roll through the scale line, but a much-needed performance here today with the drops factored in. The championship hope is still alive for the Pro X30 class here with Sunday rolling in the books. This is what it looked like coming into today from Newcastle Motorsports Park.
Overall, though, the battle for the championship is going to be a tight one to the very end. Once again, Austin Garrison has the momentum coming into today, but Ryan Norberg has raw speed in his kart. Blake Nash had some rapid speed at the very end of the race, toned things up for the long run. He's with Caleb.
Thank you, Justin. Yeah, Blake, I mean, I know it wasn't the result you would have wanted in the end, right? I know you guys don't leave California for anything else rather than a win, but, you know, how does the podium feel here to finish off the Saturday afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. Obviously, we wanted that one more spot, but, you know, considering, you know, X30 we haven't made a push for in the last 2 years now. I'm happy with the result, and to be frank, in practice, looking at the times and, you know, seeing that I was like 7/10 off, 8/10 off, and then to come back and show that pace that we had, especially near the end of the race, you know, it's really, you know, it's really on the bright side, and yeah, we keep on pushing for that one more spot, and hopefully we can have a good showing tomorrow too.
I talked to some personnel in your team, right, and they were saying a little bit lower on tire pressure for you guys. Was that the case out there? Is that kind of what you guys missed, just a little too low?
I think the tire pressure was okay, to be honest. I think we got a little bit overstuck at the end. I don't think it really had anything to do with tire pressure. I think it actually came to life at a good spot in the race. So, yeah, I'm really happy for the result. Like I said, I just want that one more spot, and can't thank my team enough, Nash Motorsports and Ryan Perry, for the great power that I've had, you know, since the start of the year. So, yeah, we keep on working. We build off of this, and hopefully we can come back and get it done tomorrow.
Good news for you. You got one more shot at it tomorrow. Good luck, Blake.
Thank you.
So we showed you just before we went down to Blake Nash what the points look like coming into the main. Here's what they look like now, totaled up, coming out. Again, one thing to keep in mind here, folks, is there are drops in the Pro X30 standings. The overall, that may not be properly correct. We'll see if we can make sure that one is totaled. Well, actually, yes, it is. This is what it would look like without the drops factored in. Obviously, a bummer day for Ryan Norberg. Before you take into account the drops overall, it is Austin Garrison atop the board. However, of course, we know today will be the low score on Ryan Norberg's total, and the consistency that Austin Garrison's had over the first 5 rounds do have him leading over the course of the championship to this point. However, things do change in the top 10 when, of course, again, you factor in the standings based on one of the 5 rounds being dropped. The other part, again, to keep in mind here is that Leaders Circle fund that pays down to 10th place. Looking at this here, you have Donovan Bonilla, Caden McQueen, and Jesus Vasquez Jr. as the final drivers inside the top 10 that would be a part of the Circle of Champions prize pool, and Paulie Massimino and the like above them. For the drop version, though, when you take out today for Ryan Norberg, you take out Austin Garrison's Sunday in Cincinnati, Norberg goes back to the top, but only by 36 markers. Again, today being the low score for Ryan, he needs to make sure that he has a good day tomorrow. He's lost that mulligan. Garrison's fallback is a 220-point marker. So, again, Ryan will need a massive day to be able to try and pull that one off. For Austin, he has it a little bit easier. That said, Ryan still holds the lead. So a 284-point day, which again is basically going to be at minimum like a pre-final win and a third in the main with a fast lap or a pole. So it's still going to be pretty heads up between the two, especially after the way today unfolded. And then look at how close it is through the top 10. Blake Nash now with the drops factored in moves up 2 markers ahead of Paulie Massimino. Then it's Caden McQueen that'll line up behind him there in the 5th spot. And of course, Aiden Ingrata, Diego Ramos, Gus Lawrence, ineligible for the Champions Fund, but still could play spoiler to the purse money that is paid out and the prizes by missing out on the opening weekend. He's ineligible, but he could still, again, leave a mark on the series, the season, and the teams might be looking for his services if RPG, well, is happy enough with Ryan Norberg. But they seem really happy with Gus, too, and they've got him confirmed for the latter half of the year. A great run today, again, keeps him inside the hunt. Ruben Moya, Jesus Vasquez Jr. on those bubble spots with the drops just ahead by 34 markers to Donovan Bonilla. Chase Hand's run today improves him up to 12th, 53 points outside of the top 10 in a dead tie with his teammate Jake Drew. So 2 GFC drivers fighting to get into the top 10, and their teammate, the last man inside the bubble window for the point standings. Alan Isambard, he, of course, didn't run all the rounds, had a 0 scored earlier, but still, he ends up 14th. Ty Fisher not here this weekend, further back and beyond. But this is what they look like with the drops factored. Norberg still leads and is in control of his own destiny tomorrow, but he'll need a mega day to do it. Let's go back down to Caleb for a little more post-race action.
Yeah, standing by here with Chase Hand. Chase, first of all, I know it's not a podium, not a win, but a top 5, the best result for you all year long. Talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it was cool to have that rain in the pre-final. It gave me a shot to go show what I can do in the wet. I love the wet, so kept on the track, drove up to 3rd, and then a 3rd starting spot for the main event was awesome. And then got up to 2nd early on, was catching Blake for the lead a little bit, and then just kind of didn't have that last little bit they did when it all counted. But it's still a good result for the team. We've been working hard. We're gonna go back at it tomorrow and go for that top spot or the podium, but happy with the P5. Again, just always want to have more.
And talk about the learning process as well this year, right? A new set of tires, that's the first time you've ever ran it here at SKUSA, and 2 racetracks that you had no idea what you were getting yourself into, right? At Speed Sports at Cincinnati, and you finally come to a track, right? And everything kind of starts clicking for you guys. Yeah, I mean, it's been a learning curve for sure. This tire has really thrown us a curveball. It seems like we get every other tire pretty dialed on the GFC chassis. We just got to keep working on this red tire. But yeah, first 2 tracks of the series I had to learn, which was tough, but no excuse. Didn't have the results we wanted there. Then we come here to Newcastle, where I've had a bunch of success in the past, some wins at USPKS, and yeah, I mean, I just love this track. So it's good to come to a track where and you know you can get it done. And then tomorrow, another shot for you, right? How are you guys feeling heading into Sunday? For sure, we're gonna put our heads down and try and find that last little bit we need. But it's another opportunity to go capitalize. Well, it's a top 5, Chase. Congrats. Thank you.
So that concludes the on-track activities here from Newcastle Motorsports Park for one half of the double days of action and coverage for the 2025 SuperKarts USA Summer Nationals, but our live coverage will continue. Post-race press conferences for the top 3 in the championship standings after today's activities in Pro Shifter and Pro X30, along with podium ceremonies, are all beginning to get set up. So we'll take a break, step to the side, and put the countdown timer up for when we get to talk to some of the more of the drivers and award some of the trophies for the performances today. What a show, and what a day of racing that has seen about every condition and has absolutely tested the mettle of the stars of the SKUSA Pro Tour. 300 plus in attendance, and they're back in action tomorrow with that Pro Shifter main event to boot as well. The beautiful Newcastle Motorsports Park in America's heartland, and one of the staples of the North American karting scene for the better half of 3 decades now, with a record-setting Summer Nats, and we've still got a full day to go. We'll see you on the other side of this break here with post-race chats and podiums.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakracing.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Side-by-side contact. They're in the barriers. They're both in the wall. Daniel Vasile will win Pro Shifter. Unbelievable turn of events. And Italian Motors wins again.
But the heartbreak and the emotion so close.
Everybody knows the Super Nationals. Everybody's watching it.
Okay, I mean, Vegas is Vegas. You want to win this. This is our Indy 500. This is our big one.
Welcome to Super Sunday.